Okay. Shit. Shit. Okay. Okay, I think... okay, it's live. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. Okay, I'm going to just check from another device that this actually works, because I really don't trust that Twitch works properly. But hopefully this will work. Streaming is so finicky, never works first time. Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm definitely streaming. Right. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I have no idea if anyone is watching this right now, but I guess we will see. Hang on a second. I am sorry, everyone. Okay, I can see that some people are actually watching this, allegedly. Please send me chat messages so I know that you're here. Okay, I'm gonna actually stream now. Actually play the game now. Yes. Okay, so let's go to my applications directory and open touchHLE, and let's open a PowerShell window so I can run it. And let's... oh, what? Oh, right. Okay. Let's set the... it's the Y tilt offset, I think. Hang on, I can just check the readme that I wrote. Y tilt offset 24. And right, and then what scaling factor do I use on this screen? I guess 3 is probably going to be about perfect. Do I need any options? No, I don't. Fuck. Oh no. Man, I do not enjoy this part of the process. Okay. What's going on right now? It's not working. Okay, yeah, that error I know about. Here we go. Crap, how do I move the window? How do I move the window? How do I move the... Sorry everyone. Okay, the game is running, but I need to figure out how to like move the window. So the problem is that so the emulator, right, so far as the operating system cares, it's a game, right, and it's using SDL2, which is a library used for games. SDL2 helps you like display a window and like get control inputs and like all the stuff that a game should do. But games usually want to capture like all the keys, so if you press any key on the keyboard it won't do what it normally does, instead it will do something in the game, and it's capturing like the keys that you use to move the window. Maybe I can just... I think the window is centered by default, so maybe... Yeah, no, okay. How do I... Hang on, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm going to have to check how I move a window without being able to press Alt spacebar. Windows, move window with keyboard. Wait, is it the... Maybe I can try the Windows one. Okay, maybe not. Let's just try a normal scale. This is easier to deal with. Yeah, okay, that works. Will it now put it in the right place? Nope. Okay. If anyone has any tips on how I can possibly, like, move that window, I would be really grateful, because I don't know how I'm going to do this. So I'm just going to play with 2 times scaling rather than 3 times scaling for now. Yeah. Also, I'll like set up a background here so it's less distracting. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now we can actually play the game, I think. Yeah. Sorry about all this. Of course there's already a spam bot. Okay, now I have to figure out how to ban users on Twitch. God, Twitch has such a terrible interface. Community... Come on. Come on. Okay, please don't spam this stream because I have no idea how to ban you. Thanks. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna pick Meme. I usually go with II, but I guess because II is the default and everyone loves II, but I feel like playing a different character for once, and Baby is a bit too light and Gongon is a bit too heavy, so I'm just gonna go with Meme. And yeah, let's play Monkey Island. And of course first it brings up the tutorial. If you go into the main game, or if you go into any of the modes if you go into the main game or into the instant play mode, then it will throw you into the tutorial. But not if you go into practice mode, or so I've heard. Not sure why that is. It's kind of annoying how many text fonts there are during the tutorial, but it's, you know, it's fine.
Ready? Go!
So, yeah, I'm distracted. I should focus on playing. Right. Okay, here we go. Here's the main game.
Ready?
Here's the good stuff. I think I'm gonna try and 100% this. I know that I won't 100% this because and by 100% I mean get all the bananas in all the stages, which also unlocks all the stages, because you have the hidden stages you can only get if you unlock, if you get all the bananas. I know that I will not 100% this because I have never figured out, despite many attempts, how to clear the hidden stage on this world. But
Ready? Go!
I can 99% this game, I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah.
Ready? Go!
So yeah, having played this game before, of course, with that motivating the whole Emulator project, the music in Monkey Island is possibly my favourite thing about the game. I mean, I love the game in general, but that music, which of course is taken from Banana Blitz, is just it's so good. Unfortunately, the audio quality is not fantastic. You might not notice it at first, but if you listen to it side by side with the Wii versions, it's a lot less. It's a lot more compressed. And I can't tell if that's because they didn't know they could use MP3 or some better quality audio format, or if just the iPhone didn't have the processing power to handle it. I'm not sure. Here's the tricky bit. Oh right, I'm not playing. I don't have the tilt meter on. I should turn on the tilt meter. I like having the tilt meter when doing stuff like this, because you can see whether you're playing straight or not. I'm just gonna check what the stream is doing. Okay. I appreciate all two of you who are tuning in. Here's I really wonder if there's like actually a way to do this one faster. Like, is it just a case of turning, or is it actually possible to skip a bit on this stage somewhere? I don't think it is. Because like right now I'm doing a full playthrough because I just want to like play the game in its entirety. But I want to become a Super Monkey Ball speedrunner. I want to become a speedrunner of this game specifically. And that's a huge motivation for the project. So I have tried a bit to get the best times on this game, but not on PC. I've done it on the wheel twice.
Ready? Go!
Sorry, I'm just going to check the quality of the stream video. Hang on, is that? Yeah, okay. This looks fine. Let's just keep going. Crap.
Ready? Go! Go!
So yeah.
Ready? Go!
This one is like, I feel like this one is a real test of skill, because like actually zigzagging this correctly, you need to, I mean, it's not a particular test of skill, but it's one of the first like genuinely somewhat tricky levels. Yeah.
Fallout! Ready? Go!
Hi Tucky. Thanks for the nice words. I'm glad it looks good. I'm glad it's really nice that I had to put in surprisingly little effort to get it running performantly. Like I was a bit worried that like initially it would run at like 5 FPS or something, but because it's such an old and like technically simple game, it's just any relatively modern PC can run this at 30 FPS.
Ready?
And any modern PC I think can run this at 30 FPS, like in 4K even, if you have a 4K monitor. Alas, I do not have a 4K monitor. Yeah. Okay, I have cleared Monkey Island. I got all the bananas in all the stages, right? I think so. Okay, cool. Let's see how we... Oh, okay. Okay, I wasn't paying enough attention. I missed some of those stages. Okay. How are we doing? I think it's really cute how, like, they put the, like, names of the particular, of, like, the characters as the default ranking times. However, I am a bit annoyed that it's, like, always I57, Meme 58, and then, like, I don't remember what the other one was. It's either Baby or Gongon, probably Gongon, 59. It annoys me because it would be much cooler if like the developers had speedrun it and then you could see what their times are and compare against them, but hey, it's no big deal. Also, a thing I find quite funny is here you can see, here it says Meme. That is not a name that you can actually enter into the leaderboard because it's too long. But Meme is a preloaded name, so it's exempted from that restriction, so that's, I don't know. I think that's interesting. Right. I'm gonna set up I'm gonna turn on the tilt meter, because I think I should have a tilt meter. I like having the tilt meter. And I'm gonna pause for a sec because I need to drink something, but I will be back in a few seconds. Yeah, so I just need to go, Yeah, I kind of hate doing self-promotion like this, but I kind of have to, because the problem with the Twitch stream is if people miss it, then they miss it. Okay. Let's see how the status looks. Okay. I'm glad a few people are watching. I assume people actually can hear me right now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, people can hear me. That's good to know. Okay, let's go. Let's replay the first few stages. I'm gonna speedrun the ones that I haven't already done, that I haven't already gotten 10 out of 10 bananas on, aka the crown. And then I will, try to get all the bananas on the stages that I missed. Also, like, if anyone knows of some way to move a window on Windows, without, like, using the keyboard shortcut, like some other app that can move windows for you, like a tiling window manager or something like that, please let me know, because I would really like to be able to play this at 3 times scale rather than 2.
Ready?
Yeah, I should really fix that.
Go!
I'm not going to do that on stream. Okay, right, let's see what's... Yeah, I'm not used enough to the controls right now. I'm not doing... My, like, corner turning is not very good.
Ready? Go!
Oh, yeah. That's not bad.
Ready?
This stage frustrates me. I mean, like, it's pretty easy to play, like, to 100%, but it's annoying because you can't really speedrun it. Like, it's so tight and, like, winding, and you can't skip to the other side. Bonus stage time!
Go!
I'm gonna just collect all the bananas on this, even though I don't have to, because, you know, it's fun.
Ready? Go!
Right, I already have the crown on this, right. That is not optimal technique if you want to go as fast as possible, but... Oh yes! Yes, it happened! I love how, in this game, when you fly up at the end, collision is not turned off. You can and will sometimes collide with the environment, and like make the ow sound. And you still win, but it's really funny. And I'm told that it happens in the DS version as well, which makes sense because, so far as we can tell, this game is based on the. This game is basically a port of the DS game, but like very heavily modified, of course. Cool.
Ready? Go!
There we go, this time I did it.
Ready? Go!
One sec. Okay, this one I haven't 100%ed. What did I miss last time? I don't think there's any... Oh, it was probably one of the bananas around these bumper things that I missed. Let's see... Yeah, that's right. That must be the case. These bumper things are scary, but like they're actually not so... I feel like the bumper things are easier to navigate around when you're playing with a joystick rather than playing with accelerometer, and I can't tell you why, but it's probably something related to how precisely you can turn.
Ready? Go!
Here we go. Oh, crap. Yeah, okay, I already got this level, so I can just move it faster than Go! I love the announcer in this game. I love how like Japanese arcade machine game companies have just collectively decided that you need to have like an American guy enthusiastically screaming about your progress in the game. Like, and I mean they're right. I mean it absolutely does make the game better to have some guy saying "perfect" when you succeed at a level. Crap. Shit. Man, it would be so poggers, as Twitch streamers say, if this is the first time I actually 100% this level, but it's not gonna be. It's so... I'm sorry if any of you have like photosensitive epilepsy, there's nothing I can do about it in this stage, unfortunately.
Hurry up!
Yeah, okay. I know I will not get this stage. Oh god, this is very, like, obscure, but, like, there is, like, there is an online series called Nyan Neko Sugar Girls, and it is not very high quality, but that series, the opening theme is a recording of someone playing a song in one of the Dance Dance Revolution games, I think. And so like it has like... So like the opening music they're using, they have like the music from the DDR song that's being played, but they also have all the sound effects. And so you have like, in the middle of the intro to this series, you have someone screaming, "You're not an ordinary fella!" And I just think that's beautiful. Yeah, I'm sad. I really wish I could beat this hidden stage, but at least I don't think this game has some like special reward for getting crown on all the stages. Maybe it does, but I don't think it does, so it's fine, but fuck, I wish I could 100% this. Okay. So, I have played, like, hang on a sec, I'll just, like, post this to Twitter. Again, shameless self-promotion. Hang on a second. Yeah. So. Let me just post on here as well. Oh god. Did that post? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. So, like, yeah, man, I wish I could clear this ground. So, about the different worlds, oh, right, that was just the, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Okay, yeah, about the stages. It'll be more relevant later, but, I am like... I love Monkey Island. Monkey Island is the one I remember the best, but I'm almost like over familiar with it at this point because I've played it so many times in the course of testing the emulator. The other worlds I'm more excited for because some of those I barely remember or have not played at all. So yeah. But let's go. Oh, this is the Man King screen, right. Of course. Main game. Oh, by the way, the instant play mode. In Japanese this is called shuffle play, and I think it would have been better if they called it that in English as well, because it's what it does. It shuffles all the levels. This only shuffles levels you've unlocked. So, if I were to play it right now, it would just play me the stages from Monkey Island in a random order, I think. Here we go, Monkey Island, 11 to 20.
Ready?
Yeah, I love this stage. I love this music.
Ready?
Something I should probably do is like swap out the audio files that come with the game for like copies of the music from Banana Blitz, because this music does come from Banana Blitz, but like it's more compressed in this game. It doesn't have quite the full like, I don't have the words for it, but it doesn't sound just quite as good. It's like, it's the same recording, it's just like there's more audio compression used in this game because it's a mobile game, I guess. But you can, and I haven't like advertised this anywhere, but it does work. You can like replace the audio files for the music with like WAV files with CD quality audio from Banana Blitz with this emulator, and it will play it back fine. So I should do that at some point, just so I can get the extra crap. Don't try to talk and play Monkey Ball at the same time. I feel like the 60-second timer is like pretty generous on like every level except this one. This one is like evil with the timer. By the way, I'm pretty sure you can like skip straight to the end on this by like jumping off at the right point, but it's been a while since I last tried to do that, so I'm not completely sure if I'm remembering right, and I also don't remember where you have to jump. Fuck that banana. God, that banana. Oh god. And what I hate is I can't even like restart this stage. I'm gonna have to do this again. There we go. But no crown. Okay, this what I love about this one is you can speedrun it and 100% it, because like look at that line. There are no bananas to the left, only straight forward. So you can, and in fact should, just like belt it forward like that. Oops, sorry. You have to do it in like a perfectly straight line. If it's like slightly off to the side, it will not work. And also I lost my velocity there, but you can just like jump straight through there and get all the bananas, which is just really nice.
Ready? Go!
You may notice, by the way, that the bananas are gone the second time round. So when you respawn in this game, it doesn't respawn the bananas, it just sets you back to the like start of the stage. Which means, and I think you only get the crown if you get all the bananas on the first time through. Like if you get some of the bananas, die, get more of the bananas, then it doesn't count the same as if you got them all the first time through. Which is reasonable, I think.
Ready?
This stage. Yeah, so this is one of the ones where they start trying to trick you with ramps. Like, the great thing about ramps, or the terrible thing depending on your perspective, is that you must accelerate to go up them. If you're not already, rather, you must have like a certain velocity as you approach the ramp. If you don't have like enough momentum, you're just gonna like fall backwards and possibly fall off the stage. God, I love the portal effect with the semi-transparency. It's so nice. Yes, from the first, on the bonus stages with the like, kinda. How do you describe the surface? Like mathematically, there must be some nice name for it, but it's like it has these nice like hills and valleys going on. Pretty good. Pretty great stage. There's a bunch of levels like this in this game. I think they may have reused basically the same bonus stage on another world, I'm not sure. Oh no, this one only has a single hill. Okay. Yeah, because it's the later one which has a bunch of like hills and valleys. This is not going to be optimal. Can we do it without dying? Yes. I repeat again, if anyone knows of a way to move windows on Windows, I would be really appreciated. Like, if there's an app or something that can move windows belonging to other apps for me, that would be great, because I can play this in like 3 times resolution rather than just 2. So, yeah. Here we go. Ah, shit. Okay, guess we're not getting the crown on this one either.
Ready? Go!
I really like this game. Despite spending so much time testing it for the emulator, like, the magic of this game has not been lost on me. I mean, a little bit of it. It's more familiar now, but,
Ready?
Go! It has been a frequent problem during development that I like open the emulator to quickly test something isn't broken, and then like I spend like a minute or 5 minutes or something playing when I was intending to just test a single level, because like fun game, and I like playing it. Okay, yeah, so the trick with this is you have to approach it with, like, enough acceleration, right? Same deal here, right?
Ready? Go!
1 second. So j'ai one sec, I am back in. Hang on. Tell me.
Hurry up!
Ah, shit. Okay, I'm gonna die. Hang on.
Time over!
Time over.
Ready? Go!
That's such a, like, wase ego. Like, it's exactly like game over. And I mean, it's not really wrong, but it's like, in English you'd actually say, like, time's up or something. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I need to... Fuck.
Fallout!
This stage is kind of hard if you're not like
Ready?
perfectly in the zone. You need to ensure that you get through that stage with decent acceleration.
Fallout!
Oh yeah, another fun fact. So this is version 1.3 of Monkey Ball. But version 1.3 or 1.03 or something, I do not understand the versioning scheme for this app. Like, so the initial release was of course called 1.0, but then, you know,
Ready?
with the App Store and everything, of course, you can update apps. So they made a few small changes over development. In 1.0 there was not a tutorial. And in 1.0, the stages 11 to 20, at least on the first world, but I think this applies to all the world, were not called like stages 11 to 20, they were called the hard stages. So you play the easy stages and then the hard stages, but then they changed it in the later updates to be 1 to 10 and 11 to 20, and I think that's probably, and I'm just guessing, but like, I can imagine that like people were like just picking the easy one and then like not playing the hard ones because they thought they were too hard or something. Like they didn't realize that hard comes after easy, not that it's not like a difficulty level selection, it's just like a different set of levels. That's my guess. They also changed the numbering when they did that. In this version,
Ready?
the numbers from like the level numbers go from like 1 to 20, but then like in the original version it was 1 to 10 and then 1 to 10 again, and I think this scheme is more sensible because like the numbering it has, like when you load into a level, you can't see it right now, but there's like a little indicator down here with like what world you're on and what level, and like you'd see the same numbers again when you're on the, like the numbers would apparently repeat if you didn't pay attention to if it was easy or hard, because it didn't show easy or hard down here. So it makes sense that they changed that, I think. Good question. So yeah, I'm currently using a game controller. It's an Xbox One controller. And like, hang on. I just think it'd be funny. here you go. This is the control I'm using right now. So like, I use the like left stick for tilt control, and then I use the right stick as like a, for some weird reason the right stick doesn't show up as a stick here, but it is a stick. The right stick is used as a like virtual cursor for touch input, and then you can either click the stick or the shoulder button to do a click. The reason I'm using an Xbox One controller is simply that's the controller I had. So I am a like Final Fantasy 14 player, and it's my controller of choice for that game. But also like I'm on PC and I don't have like something with an accelerometer in it. Like, so I obviously added tilt rotation as the first thing I did. Wow, okay. With like less than half a second to go, I completed that while distracted. I'm kind of impressed with myself. So yeah, with the controls, if you're playing on like a Steam Deck, or you have like one of those controllers with an accelerometer, like a PS5 controller, the DualShock, or like a Switch controller, or even a Wiimote or something, that obviously has an accelerometer in it, so it could be used to play this game, and it's not a lot of work for me to add support to the emulator for doing that, like using a real accelerometer. But yeah, the Switch Joy-Cons have it. But like, I haven't actually added the support yet, and the reason is simply just I wanted to get the release out, and it's like a bunch of work to test, and I had limited time. I mean, I have unlimited time now, but I just didn't want to delay the release again, or like potentially like release something that was broken, because yeah, but like probably within like a week or two, sometime this month, I'm definitely going to have a release that adds the accelerometer support, so that you can use like a real accelerometer. I'll probably test it with like a Wiimote and a Switch Joy-Con, because I know I have access to those. Oh great. Oh yeah, okay, so this game does remember your name, but annoyingly it doesn't remember your name between play sessions, so like, you have to enter it from the first time every time. And what's really annoying is they don't like support the iPhone keyboard. Like, it's not an emulator glitch or something, like there is no keyboard support in this game. You have to enter it in that kind of arcade style. And I have a suspicion the developers just did it that way, not because of any real commitment to the arcade game feel, but just because, like, using an actual keyboard prompt would have been a bunch more integration work. Like, there's a bunch of, like, extra, like, iOS system APIs they'd have to deal with, and they probably just didn't want to do the effort. That's probably why this game doesn't just use a keyboard for entering the name. Yeah, laziness, but it's also, like, the name entry is, like, the least important part of the game. Also, they only had like 6 weeks or something to finish up the game, I think. Like, this game was developed... I mean, it's a port of the Nintendo DS game to the iPhone, basically, but with like mostly new levels, and like a new menu screen and like improved graphics and all this stuff. But it's derived from the DS game. But they were porting it in a few weeks because Apple like gave the developers... Apple just phoned up some game developers and was like, hey, we want to try out the new iPhone SDK, do you want to try it? Can you make something in a few weeks? And Sega, or rather, probably Other Ocean Interactive, I'm not sure what their relationship to Sega was, maybe contractor, maybe owned, I'm not sure, but Sega or OOI, they ported this game from the Nintendo DS and like made the graphics beautiful and stuff in the space of a few weeks to make a demo, and then a few weeks later they had a finished game and it was shipping on the App Store. Yeah, it is remarkable. Like, Apple were clearly impressed, but Apple were kind of also like, they were doing it like they gave them a few weeks because they wanted to show this is how easy to use the iPhone SDK is, this is how easy to use the iPhone platform is, this is how quickly you'll get started. Look at what you can do with just a few weeks. And that worked out very well for Apple, obviously. Yeah, like the iPhone SDK, I've never written an iPhone app using the official iPhone SDK. I have used an alternative SDK once, and it was like really easy. Sorry, right. I haven't written one using the official iPhone SDK, but from what I've seen of Monkey Ball, writing apps for this thing must have been really, really easy and really fun and really powerful. Like, because like iPhone OS, it was a brand new OS, right? But it was like nothing like any existing mobile OS at the time, because it wasn't this weird mobile thing that can only do mobile stuff, right? iPhone OS was OS 10, like Mac OS 10, the Mac operating system with all of its, like, you know, 10, 20, 30 years of legacy and all the power it has, but on an iPhone. Like, the UI is a bit different, but the underlying OS is extremely similar. And so it has all the power of the Mac, and it makes sense that they could port games to it so quickly. But like, they were obviously pressed for time, and I know from staring a little bit at the code in a different game that getting the keyboard to come up on iPhone OS would have been quite annoying for the Monkey Ball developers, so I can see why they didn't do it. Anyway, yeah, time to go through this world again. Just a sec. I'm gonna take a quick drink, but I will be back in a few seconds. Yeah, so I assume you can hear me again now. I forgot to unmute before. So, like, I'm wondering a bit about the situation with, like, early iPhone apps, because, like, obviously this game is the product of, like, Sega rushing to make something for a keynote, and so Sega got early access to the SDK. But I think that's all they got. They got early access to the SDK, and, like, almost certainly they had, like, some contact people at Apple who could quickly resolve problems they had. But, like, they didn't say anything about it. I don't think Sega got, like, financial support for making this. I assume they didn't. And, like, I have this, like, personal, like, belief that, like, Apple, I kind of wonder if mobile gaming became as bad as it did, like the cynical mess of terrible, like, money, like, games where extracting money is the only objective. Like, I wonder if games became so bad because Apple didn't invest enough. Because, like, with a console launch, right, the console creator, Sega or Nintendo or Sony or whatever, is going to spend, like, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, paying a bunch of developers to develop first-party titles. I don't think Apple, like, did that kind of investment. Like, at the launch of the iPhone App Store, there was this game and there wasn't much else. And, like, there did appear, like, a few really high-quality titles, but generally it was only, like, either an existing game got ported, and that's relatively cheap, right? Or it was some big publisher that managed to take a bet like, I remember the EA, I think EA took a big bet on the iPhone and made lots of titles for it, and some really great ones, some ones I really want to get running in this emulator because I remember them fondly, but like, I don't know, my memory is bad and my perspective is very subjective and probably wrong, but I feel like mobile gaming might have been very different from how we know it today if like Apple had just like given a blank check to a bunch of game developers rather than like not doing that. When they launched the iOS SDK, one thing they did do was announce a venture capital fund, the iFund, that would fund startups doing iPhone apps. And I think like one or two like notable companies came out of that. Was it like NG Moko or something? It might not be NG Moko, but like one of the like big early iPhone game developers, like one of the names that was as familiar as NG Moko at least, came out of that startup fund. But it's like, you know, it's venture capital. They didn't just bankroll the game. They were expected to deliver profits, and yeah. Also, God, I had this like internal belief in me that like NG Moko is a company you would have heard of like if you were like really familiar with the iPhone circa 2008, but like became less relevant later. But like what was I saying? So I had this belief, right, that iPhone games originally were like largely premium rather than free to play, and I think this was true. Like this game is a great example. There were no microtransactions. There is no internet connection in this game. There is no online. This game does not connect to the internet at all. By the way, which is nice. It does actually. Let me just show this off. It does actually have one online feature. This button. If you press this button, it goes to sega.com/apps. But that is the extent of the online functionality in this game. And like obviously it's not connecting to sega.com itself, it just opens a web browser, right? Anyway, so I thought that like early games like this one, yeah, it's a link. It's literally a link. I thought that early games were generally premium and not microtransaction, and I thought that Apple like initially hadn't anticipated microtransactions, but then I went back and rewatched the iOS, the iPhone SDK release keynote, the keynote where the first demo of this game was shown off, and like they showed off the SDK and everything, and they announced the iPhone and all this stuff, and in the first keynote, Apple already anticipated free-to-play games. Apple said in the keynote, and what's the best price for your game but free? People will want your app if it's free, and we've added a system for microtransactions. And I'm just like, they didn't say microtransaction, I think they said in-app purchases, but it was like, oh no, like the seed of the rot that infected the entire sector was there from the very beginning. Like, I can't forgive that. Like, I wish Apple had just waited like a year or two before adding microtransactions to iOS, because I don't know, maybe we'd have ended up the same place we are now anyway, but like, because like there were definitely lots of people who wanted games for free, but the microtransactions, I wish they were not a thing, and I wish Apple had not actively encouraged developers to do it. Anyway, time to get the crowns.
Ready? Go!
By the way, Glace Acute, are you someone I know, or are you just someone who's like seen the link and jumped in? Yeah, they do make a lot of profit off off microtransactions. That's part of the problem. Like they created an incentive model where like there's no there's no, like, there isn't much downside. Like, there's a lot of short-term upside for Apple in allowing microtransactions, but there's a lot of long-term downside in that, like, people just don't care about your platform. Actually, you know what's the worst thing? Apple probably make more money than they otherwise would because they have microtransactions. Because, like, all the, like, top grossing games on the App Store, on every App Store, also on, like, Google Play and stuff, are all, like, free-to-play microtransaction things. Because, you know, like, why get $10 out of 1 million people when you can get $10,000 out of 100 people, right? Oh, great! I'm glad to know some people are watching the stream who don't already follow me. That's fun.
Go!
Hope you're having a good time. So, like, yeah, did I miss a banana on this last time round? What the hell? Oh, no, yeah, okay. You really need to, like, accelerate immediately on this one, and you need to go, like, straight ahead. Ah, okay, I see. I missed the banana. Here, this game is like, I really like this stage because it's a combination of like easy for newcomers, but also rewards, but it has a reward for like daring a bit, like, but it's not like too tricky. It's a very good stage design. Yeah, so man, yeah, I will never forgive Apple for some of the decisions they made with launching the App Store, but hey, I can't, I will say, despite Apple, like, anticipating microtransactions and free-to-play, they did, like, despite that, like, app developers kind of seem to expect games to be premium from the get-go. Like, it was a new business model, so, like, most games were premium in the early days anyway. And that was good. And I'm glad because it means we can save things like this. Another thing about early games is, I swear, like, it's an early game thing to use the accelerometer, like, as the exclusive control method. Like, there must still be games like that, but, like, it was a novelty, but also, like, I mean, a genuinely really cool thing with the iPhone that you had tilt controls like this. So, like, there were lots of games that used it. So, so lots of early games use tilt controls, but right now I think it's pretty unusual for a new mobile game to use tilt controls, and I assume it's because it's like kind of...
Ready?
It's a really fun and exciting control scheme, but it's like kind of incompatible with the whole mobile part of mobile phone, because like you can't really play an accelerometer game comfortably when you're on like the subway or a bus or something. So it's like really not suitable for people who are out and about, and that like detracts from your revenue as a mobile game creator, I guess. What's the, you say something about $96 for N64 game or whatever. What are you reacting to in this case? I don't remember what that could be related to. Oh, okay, so the new Apple Arcade games that use the primarily accelerometer? That's cool. I mean, I feel like Apple Arcade is the right... Apple Arcade is a good idea. I mean, I don't like subscription services, but they may be the savior of gaming, so... Yeah, it's upsides and downsides. Ah, yeah, cost of console game versus mobile game. Yeah, so this game, if I want to say that the original launch price of this game was like $9.99, but $9.99 US dollars, but I might be wrong. Maybe it was like 19. I want to say it was $9.99, which, considering the development cost to Sega, that is an incredible profit margin. Like, holy shit. And like, I think $9.99 is a very reasonable price for this game. Right, the thing was before the race to the bottom on the App Store. Yeah, no, like premium games, like race to the bottom, like that actually describes it really well. I mean, because it's not just like the transition from premium to free. It was the competition on price. Like, there was no, like, effective price floor. So initially you have games, like, initially your expectations are set with this game, and this game is $9.99, and that's a reasonable price for this game, I think, but also kind of an unfair expectation, because most games are going to need 2 or 3 times that to recoup the development costs, right? And so... God, I love this level, it's so pretty. But like, the prices started going down. Like, who wants to buy a $10 game if you can buy a $5 game? Who wants to buy a $5 game if you can play a $1 game? And then, you know, hey, hi, bad idea. Thanks for the support. I am so excited about having shipped this, and yes, MVP is exactly what this is. I was thinking like, okay, once I get this game fully working, I'm releasing this, and so I did. Yeah, like, so the race to the bottom of pricing. The thing is though, like, I feel like a race to the bottom can happen in any marketplace. But like, on like a typical console, there's certain price pressures that prevent it going too low. Like, $10 was relatively expensive for an iPhone game, but that's really cheap for a DS game. And like, there's a bunch of reasons for that. But one thing is the distribution channel, right? For a DS game, you have to actually manufacture the cart. You have to give like royalties to Nintendo and stuff, and you have to like physically ship it, and the retailer takes a cost. And so like, the minimum price that makes sense to sell a game at, like a game that's not shovelware, is probably more in the like at least $20 range. But with the iPhone App Store, because like it costs as much for the app developer to sell something for like $1 as for $100, there was no like price floor, and Apple did not have a strategy to do like price protection for game publishers to prevent the race to the bottom. So like, I guess Apple just... I think the problem is basically Apple weren't interventionist enough in the market because they didn't care. I mean, and that's fair enough, they don't have to care, but it's like, the free market does not produce good games. Like, the free market likes a race to the bottom, and a race to the bottom is exactly what happened with this game. So like, by the way, this stage is taken exactly, I think, from the DS game. Like, the file name of this stage is the same as the file name of the same stage in the DS game. Or so I'm told. Like, it wasn't me who discovered that, but they, a friend of mine poked around in the files. And that stage is also in the first Super Monkey Ball game, I think. The one on GameCube, which I played a little bit of. Okay, hi, bad idea. How plausible is it that random older 2D game would work right now? As the emulator is currently, I know that basically exactly 0 other apps work. Like, I know this because a friend of mine, like, downloaded a, like, obviously totally legitimately obtained archive of, like, hundreds of thousands of early iOS apps, and, like, just ran the emulator on each of them to see if any of them started, and none of them did. Which sounds really bad, right? But it's just, like, right now the subset of stuff implemented is just only what Monkey Ball supports, only what Monkey Ball needs. Like, my entire workflow on this is just, I run Monkey Ball, it would crash because something was missing. I would implement that thing, run Monkey Ball again, something else was missing, rinse and repeat, like, do this like 200, 300, 500 times, I don't remember how many times it was. And so only games that use exactly the same subset as Monkey Ball work. So actually, there is very likely to be one other app that works. Christ, I still didn't get the crown on these. What? Okay, yeah, so like, I know that there's actually one other game that's very likely to work. And it's a game that's very similar to Monkey Ball. I won't tease so much. I'm pretty sure the light version of Super Monkey Ball, the demo, and light, for those kind of unfamiliar at this point because it's an old thing now, it was very common, not initially at the launch of the App Store, but within like a year or two. Many commercially sold games would have a demo version available, either called Demo or Light, which is like the game cut down to like 1 or 2 or 3 levels or something. How cut down really depends on the game. Monkey Balls was extremely cut down. It's like the tutorial and 2 levels, and that's it. But Monkey Ball Lite, obviously, and it didn't come out at the launch of the App Store, it came out like a year or 2 later. Monkey Ball Lite, I don't have a decrypted copy of it, and the reason I don't have a decrypted copy of it is, you know what, I shouldn't say that on a stream, but like, a bit of thinking about this is why. I definitely can obtain a decrypted copy legitimately, because I have Super Monkey Ball Lite downloaded from the App Store on my device, but the Monkey Ball Lite I can definitely get, I can probably get that running. I expect the code is almost exactly the same as the standard game. But like, yeah, so like, there's like just various limitations that mean other content is not going to work. But like, yeah, there's like some really, I'm certain there's a bunch of really common startup functions that other games use that I just haven't implemented yet. And once I implement like a handful of other games, I think the app compatibility will rapidly improve. And by that I don't mean suddenly like half the game library is playable. I mean suddenly half the game library maybe manages to get halfway through startup or something. If that, I mean that's a bit optimistic, but there's definitely a lot more games out there that are pretty similar to Monkey Ball in terms of how they use the APIs. So like, as in they're like, so, this game was ported from a DS game. The core of the game is in C++ and possibly C, I'm not sure. The main bits I've seen of C++, but like, it's probably a mix of C and C++. But like, it's a port, right? Like, I mean, it's a new game, but it's based on a port of an existing engine. So it interacts with iPhone OS like minimally, basically. Almost all of the like stuff, like all the rendering of the UI and stuff, is done by the game engine itself, rather than using like the iOS UI libraries and stuff. And I know there are other games on iOS like this. Like it's especially really early games. Nobody's writing a from scratch for iPhone only game engine in the early App Store days. I mean, people would have been trying, but like the earliest apps released are going to be ports. So those apps are going to be similar internally to how Monkey Ball works, and I should be able to get them running. Crap. Am I really going to have to play this stage again? I want to get all the crowns. Maybe I'll come back to this world later. It's, anyway, so the basic criteria for is a game likely to work with not too much effort. Like, nothing works with no effort right now, right? But some things will work with a bit of effort to add more functions and stuff. The basic criteria is the game needs to have only a single view, and a view is like, it's just an on-screen thing, like a button or a window or like a radio button or like a tab bar or something, right? Monkey Ball and a bunch of other games use only a single view, like from the OS's perspective, and that view is just used to render in OpenGL. Then the game needs to use only touch or accelerometer input, but those are the only inputs, so that's fine. I don't have multi-touch, but that's not important.
Ready?
The biggest thing is it needs... The less the game uses Objective-C, the better.
Ready?
Because I have the full C++ standard library supported, because I just used the C++ standard library from iPhone OS, because it's free software licensed under the GNU GPL and all that. Thank you, Free Software Foundation. So any C++ based game, heavily C++ based game, is probably going to work with not too much effort. But if it uses even a little bit of Objective-C, that's where the problems come in, because all the Objective-C code is completely custom, and like I only have implemented stuff that Monkey Ball needs right now. Obviously it will improve a bit as time goes on, but it's stuff like if a game reads strings from a file in an encoding other than UTF-8 or UTF-16, it will fail, because those are the only encodings Monkey Ball uses. If it splits a string using the other function for splitting a string, it will fail, that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. But like, there's definitely more games like Monkey Ball I can get working. And I'm aware of how much of it... I'm aware it'll be like a massive amount of effort to get all the Objective-C stuff working. So eventually I need to figure out if I can like share code with another project that tries to do Objective-C stuff. Like, there's one called Darling, there's the classic GNU step, there's Apple's own open source code for some stuff. Because I'd really like to do that. Oh my god. You worked on the SMB demo? Hi! That's really cool. So I already had like one iPhone or developer, but like, no, that's super cool. I have a like simple question. Was Other Ocean Interactive the developers of the demo, or were they only brought in for the full game? Because like, it's clear that Other Ocean Interactive was like the... hang on a sec, where's the credits? It's in the settings. Other Ocean Interactive were the like... seem to be the main developers. Yeah, just... If you're gonna say something like super confidential, don't say it, because this stream is recorded, but like, otherwise, please tell me. You know what, let's just scroll through the credits, why not? This is exciting. I'm really glad so many people like this project. Oh wow! Oh, iPod! Hi Joyce. Right, no, I remember iPod games. I've never played any of them, but like, I know that for a while they were doing games for the iPod Classic, right? And I think there was some from Sega and like a bunch of other developers. There were like it wasn't like, I don't think it was like open for general development, but like there was something like maybe 24 games at least from a bunch of different developers. So Apple are clearly letting some developers make games. But wow, okay. It being for the iPod makes sense. Man, you know, it's a shame because like the games for the iPods, like the actual iPod games, I remember those. You could download them on iTunes. That's fine. Yeah, okay, so I'm sure it's readable in the if I was reading this in future, like yeah. Right, okay, so the word so I wasn't remembering wrong. Wow, okay. Great, okay, I'm glad the stream's back for you. Okay, just tell me if it cuts out again, I guess. Yeah, so... Yeah, I don't remember anything about those games, just how the like, store pages looked, but I had no idea. Did the iPods of that generation, like, even have 3D hardware? Because, like, I can imagine they might have had it just for, like, rendering the UI, like, doing the transitions and stuff efficiently. I mean, that's the main reason the iPhone has a GPU. It's not for gaming, it's so that it can render, like, the entire OS. Apple have been using the GPU to render everything for a long time. But I would have kind of just instinctively assumed that the older iPods, before the iPod Touch, didn't have a GPU in them. Yeah, stuff like... I think it was stuff like Solitaire, like simple puzzles and stuff. Like, Tetris is the kind of thing you would port to the iPod, or like... whatever. Oh! Perspective corrects texture correction. That's such an early 3D thing. Perspective corrects texture correction. Oh... One axis control, one button activation. Yeah. Oh right, of course. Super Monkey Ball. It's all a checkerboard, right? And checkerboard is like when you try to render a checkerboard, right? Like if we just go in like the world for a sec. The checkerboard in checkerboards are like the example you go to demonstrate whether perspective correction is not working properly. Like, there's an example, perspective correct texture mapping affine checkerboard. Do they have it? Yeah, this image. So, the checkerboard is a classic part of the Super Monkey Ball look. You always have checkerboards at the base of the level, or at least it's really, really common, right? And checkerboards look terrible unless you don't have working perspective correction. For reference, like, perspective correction is so common now that most people are probably not even familiar with like games that don't have it. But a really good example, if you're interested, is just look at old PlayStation 1 games. The PlayStation 1 couldn't do perspective correct texture mapping, whereas like the Nintendo 64 could. And like all later generation consoles, PS2 and so on, can do perspective correct, but the PS1 couldn't. And so I bet PS1 games almost never have checkerboards on the ground because it just will look terrible. So that makes sense. And so like, yeah, so what Feeble Bob is describing is you can like, instead of rendering like a single square textured with like checkerboard, or like 2 triangles textured with checkerboard, you could render 1 texture per like square, but now you have like almost infinitely many more polygons. Ah, okay, so that's why a lot of work was done to write a porting layer. Okay, that makes sense, because it's like, I mean, instinctively, porting a DS game to the iPhone can't be that hard, but like, I assume the original codebase was written for the DS, and like, yeah, like, I assume the original DS was not, like, you would have used the DS APIs directly, and it wouldn't be like using, it wouldn't be in a state that's very easy to port. You'd have to do a ton of work to like move things out to an abstraction layer, and like, I imagine like the 3D rendering in particular on the Nintendo DS like is so different from what you do on the iPod that like you might have to completely rewrite parts of it. So that's interesting. Oh, compiler crashes. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if you mean the iPod compiler or the iPhone one, but I do get the sense, just staring at some of the code in Ghidra, that like the iPhone SDK was like not fully optimized yet. One thing I'm kind of curious about is like, it seems like the game engine renders everything using fixed point rather than floating point, which is a bit strange because so far as I know the iPod Touch and the iPhone have like real floats. So I wonder if the fixed point is a Nintendo DS thing and they're using it just because the DS did. Ah, right, the iPod compiler. Yeah, I bet the iPod compiler had like, yeah, so like, I assume the iPhone SDK is basically like a macOS SDK, and the compiler is fairly robust, and then the iPod SDK is probably like embedded device hell, I'm guessing. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You see, I could tell a few things about the game's development history just because Monkey Ball, during the startup and all the menu screens, it's almost all floating point, but then once you actually get in-game, it's all fixed point. Like, at the start of the project, I was like, oh great, I only have to do a floating point, I don't have to support fixed point, great, this saves me so much work. And then I actually get in-game and I'm like, ah crap, everything is rendered with fixed point. So that was really annoying. But I got it working. Man, no, it's incredibly cool you're on the stream. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so... Oh, okay! So the older iPods had some 3D and the newer ones didn't. That's really interesting. I bet that's not because Apple, like, had some reason to remove it. I bet it's just because Apple were using, like, an off-the-shelf, SoC. Okay. Yeah, I noticed Other Ocean's website is still around. I don't remember if they mentioned this like old project, but Okay. Somehow I thought that... Man, I completely misremembered where Other Ocean Interactive was from. I somehow thought they were Australian. I'm glad to be reminded that they are Canadian. I'm glad they're still around. I'm glad that the... like... yeah, so like Other Ocean did the whole thing from start to finish. They weren't just pulled in like after they'd done the demo, I guess. That makes sense. That's really cool. Were Other Ocean doing the original iPod work as well? I'm guessing the pre-iPhone part was also Other Ocean. I guess there wouldn't be a reason to move the project over at that point. Oh, speaking of like just history of this game, here's a fun fact. So I'm not certain of this, but I'm pretty sure the... Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So I'm pretty sure that like these credits are missing the credits for the artwork and the music that were taken from the DS game and the Wii game respectively, which is, what's it? I think the DS one is touchHLE and the Wii game is Banana Blitz. And funnily enough, the music that I love so much in this game, which comes from Banana Blitz originally, that music, I think when Sega recently ported Banana Blitz, they removed the music. I'm not sure if it was this music, but they removed some music, and I think it was I think it might have included the music that's in this game as well. And that's really interesting. So like that music is like potentially memory holds because it's not going to appear in future ports because I think Sega messed up the licensing or copyright or some sort of licensing situation with the music. But yeah, something that kind of makes me sad is, so far as I can tell, do not get on the plane? Oh, is this when they told you about the iPhone? They told someone about the iPhone SDK. Way back to the Apple. Let me know his paperwork was sold. Right, yeah, okay. So that explains a lot. Wow, okay. That's an amazing story. But okay, yeah, this explains a lot about how it was able to be ported so quickly because, yeah. Wow. How's the stream doing? I'm just curious. Okay. Oh, right, like, I think I've heard about the fact that Steve Jobs has played this game. I think it was mentioned somewhere in, like, news reporting or something a long time ago. Might be misremembering, but I think I've heard of that. There's this interesting. There's this thing in the like iPhone SDK presentation where Apple launched it and of course showed off this demo and stuff. the guy from Sega, don't remember his name, who's presenting it, he says this whole thing about, oh, I'm a hardcore gamer, but after 2 weeks with the iPhone, I can, I'm pretty sure it was 2 weeks, you know, it'll be hard to go back to playing with an analog stick because, you know, tilt control is so good. Ah, yeah, that guy. Yeah, but that 2 weeks, that's not the development period, right? Is that the 2 weeks they'd had the demo finished and were testing it or something? I don't know, it's a very specific detail. I'm just kind of curious what that period of 2 weeks he was referring to was. Oh, I'm glad he's good, because it's like I feel like kind of awkward, like, learning about the story of this game, because of course, like, in all the, like, public stuff, you mostly just see Sega, and so I have, like, no idea what the relationship between Sega and Other Ocean Interactive and stuff was like. 3 days? Oh, wow. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I guess you did a good job on the porting layer, huh? Was the... incidentally, was this whole, like, menu system, like, based on a few clues in the code? I can tell this menu system must have been written by Other Ocean Interactive, but was that, like, written after the demo, or was it like something that was already there and reused? Because it's just like there's a few class names and stuff that, and like it's done in a relatively complicated way, which makes me wonder if it was like an existing system or something that you already had. But also, that explains the whole mystery of, like... okay. This explains a bit the mystery of, they mentioned in the presentation that, like, oh, they had to bring in an extra artist to improve the art. It makes sense you'd have to do that if you were not there originally to port to the iPhone, because the iPod probably wasn't much more powerful than the DS once you got all the 3D sort of working. Overlays! Oh, like the like binary overlay thing that's kind of like a dynamic library, or you mean like the HUD elements? Ah, okay. Okay. Shit. Oh, right, I should just show the credits again here. I apologize to those who wanted to see gameplay, because I guess I'm going to be occupied by this conversation for a bit. But hang on a sec. Oh well, yeah, so I will get back to gameplay eventually. So, hang on. Staff credits. So... Lead programmer Gordon Wood, programmers Wendell Harding, Bob Shand, Nigel Banks. I'm guessing you're Bob Shand, just going by your name. Hang on. I should really not use the touchHLE cursor right now because it's black and you can't see it against the credits. I should use the standard cursor. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, it was that kind of like oh, Jonathan Winthrop Innes, I don't know how that's pronounced, I guess. So okay, so yeah, overlays is exactly what I thought, because like I've heard about overlays being used in like Nintendo 64 titles. Like Ocarina of Time apparently uses overlays a lot. Okay, cool. I guess that means I got the credits, picked up the credits correctly. Oh! Ethan Einhorn is lead producer. I hadn't noticed that. Ah, okay. Suddenly I can, like, piece together in my head, oh, that's who these people are. Because there's, like, such a long list of names, right, in credits. And, like, everyone here has had some involvement in the game being a thing, but you don't know, like, how directly involved or what their particular role was, even just by reading the credits. Oh, that's cool. Is the DS game written in C? This is just a quick guess, but it's just like I know that the menu screens and stuff, like the kind of like front end, I guess, is some partly or mostly C++. But but just looking at the function names, I guess the DS would have been C code. I guess what else would it have been actually? There's not many other things that people use for embedded development. Oh, right. The porting layer and everything. The tiny bit of Objective-C++. Yeah, that sounds right. That matches what the stuff for C++. Tiny bit of Objective-C++. Yeah, that matches exactly what I would think from looking at the code. Because I can't tell for sure, but there's like, you know Objective-C when you see it, and you know like C++ when you see it, and the C is just a guess from like all the function names being unmangled and all that. Haha. I was thinking like, I guess one of the things I noticed that's like C++ is like the whole system for loading textures and stuff. So I guess on the DS that was handled by some completely different system, and the C++ is porting layer or something. Man, I wish I could think of more things to ask you, but I'm probably running out of questions, but it's been incredibly... honestly, I'm amazed this happened, so thank you for joining the chat. I think... okay. So... Incidentally, if you search the source code, there are a number of game-specific hacks in this emulator. So like there's two kinds of hacks. I mean, the one thing is just generally I've only implemented stuff. Oh great, okay, I'll follow you soon. About the emulator, there's a bunch of like hacks in the sense that like I took some shortcuts in some cases because Super Monkey Ball doesn't make like really like complicated uses of the iOS APIs, so I'm able to just like implement stuff so that so sometimes it only works the way Monkey Ball uses it, not like for all kinds of general uses for many of the things in the emulator. But then there are game-specific hacks, as in something is broken either in the emulator or in Monkey Ball and I have to work around it. And there are a few things that like I'm not sure if they're bugs in the game or if there's some hidden issue in my emulator I'm having to work around, but I did find a few things that are interesting, and that's I did find a few like apparent bugs I had to work around. This is not a criticism, it's mostly just kind of fascinating to find out like what kind of stuff lurks behind the surface in a game like this, because I know that like the priority with a game is like the priority with shipping a game with a game is like to ship the game and get it playable, not to have like the most beautiful internal code. So it's not surprising there's bugs. Oh great, yeah, yeah, please tell them. And honestly, it's really exciting that anyone who worked on this game knows about this project. I've been so the reactions to the announcement that I've been happiest about have been just the ones from people who know about the Super Monkey Ball series, because like there's a bunch of people who know about this game and remember this game and know that there's not like very practical ways to play it these days. It's technically possible to play it, but firstly you have to do piracy, and secondly you have to use an ancient device. But like there's a bunch of Super Monkey Ball players who either played this and were sad that it couldn't be played anymore, or who had never played it but had heard of it and wished they could play it, and they're really happy. But like, oh, the team that made the game, I'm really I really appreciate your porting work. And I think I am obviously a bit obsessed with this game, but I'm really happy that this port happened in the first place. Thank you for telling me all this. I'm going to take a short break, but I will be, because I should probably like do things. Oh yeah, sorry, about SMB2. I know almost nothing about Super Monkey Ball 2 because I never played it. Super Monkey Ball 2, the iPhone game, or iOS game. Super Monkey Ball 2, I never played it while it was around. And then there's the Sakura edition, which is like Super Monkey Ball 2 but made free to play, I think. And that is 64-bit. You can still download Sakura edition, actually. Unfortunately, I don't know... I know almost nothing about Super Monkey Ball 2. I'm kind of embarrassed by it because, like, for all I know, Sakura Edition could contain every single level that this game does, and I wouldn't know it because I just haven't looked into it enough. But I'm guessing it doesn't, and even if it did contain every level in this game, I would still want to do this project because I really like the aesthetic, the like gestalt, the overall product that the original Super Monkey Ball iPhone game was. Yeah, it's wonderful to have released this. But yeah, I hope the other Ocean team will be happy to see this release. And I hope that Sega do not try and like pursue legal action against me. I've been very careful to firstly be clear that I'm not redistributing Super Monkey Ball the game, and that I'm not going to tell people how to get it. And like, if I ever do redistribute a copy of Super Monkey Ball, like publicly or something, it's going to be the light version. But I'm probably not going to do that. Yeah, Sega, please don't sue me. I love your games. Yeah. Right, right, I was going to take a break. I will be back in a minute or two, and I will start playing the other worlds then. Okay, I am back. Let's just see how the stream is doing. Once again, I know this is going to be a joke at this point, but like, does anyone here know of a way to move a window on Windows using another app? Like an app that can move on-screen windows? Because I would really like to play this in 3x resolution, but I can't because the window gets positioned in the wrong place and I can't move it either with the mouse or with the keyboard because the keyboard input gets like captured, which is like not good. So if anyone knows the trick to that, I'd love to know it. But like, if anyone knows of an app, you know what, I'm gonna just Google it. I should just Google it at this point. Window organization powered toy. Maybe this will work. Let's see. Is there like, is there a tool for this? Free app sizer. Thank you, Assi. Sizer. Windows. Oh, this thing. Okay. Binaries only. The good stuff. Everyone loves binaries only. That's how I ship touchHLE. It's good enough for me. Though I should really put all my zip files in a good place. You know, one of the best things about macOS is that all apps are shipped this way. Technically that's true of iOS, but you never get to see the file system unless you're using an emulator like this. So yeah. Oh, okay. But that should be good enough. So hang on a sec. Let's just quit the app for a sec. Let's just see if this works, and hopefully it doesn't infect my OS with horrible malware. Configure sizer. Okay, let's try this. Let's just see. Oh, that worked. So it failed to resize the window, but it jostled it into the right place. Perfect. Okay, thank you so much, Assi. I now have, I now can stream in like full resolution. Should I just hide this behind the? I think I should. It's kind of distracting, and it's no longer necessary to fill the screen or something. Yeah. Okay. I will resume playing in a sec. Yeah, that's true. By the way, if anyone wonders, yeah, so yeah, now we have 3x resolution. So I've tried actually as high as 8x resolution with this emulator. The problem is I don't have like a 4K monitor or 5K or whatever you'd actually need for that. So what I did was like, so obviously it spawned, like the visual effect was as if you had a window like all the way over here, right? But the thing is, on macOS, you can take there's a shortcut for taking a screenshot of an individual window, and you can take a screenshot of a window even if it's not fully on screen, because of like how composition and stuff works these days. So I was able to take an 8x resolution screenshot that way, and I don't think the performance was negatively. I don't remember. I know that like you can run it at like 4x resolution, and it doesn't affect the performance on like. the really funny thing is I was running it at 8 times resolution on a passively cooled 2017 Retina MacBook. Like, you can just do that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, GPUs have advanced so much that, like, Moore's law and also just the general development of systems means that, like, yeah, we have much more powerful computers now. You can run old games with higher resolution with no problems. But also it helps that, like, this game isn't CPU heavy and this game isn't GPU heavy either. I mean, it's not like a lot of work for even a very old mobile GPU to render this, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure you could. I'm sure you could get this game running on like the cheapest, very cheapest SoC on the market today would definitely run it, and the cheapest SoC on the market 5 years ago also would. Anyway, on the GPU side, that is, CPU is a bit more tricky because of the emulation, but eventually I'll find a way to optimize that enough that it can run on really low-end devices. I'm actually getting an Android phone soon that is, like, ridiculously underpowered. Like, genuinely something that shouldn't have been manufactured in the era we live in, and yet. But we'll see. Did I implement the dead zone wrong? Did I implement the dead zone wrong? I implemented the dead zone independently on the 2 axes, which means that its behavior is kind of weird in the center. Is that what's going on? I have a feeling that is what is going on. Can you tell I'm not an experienced game developer? What I'm referring to here is the when you have, like, a stick-based control. So like this little grey box that's moving around, that's the virtual cursor that I added for controller users like me, because it's not very convenient to have to keep using the mouse all the time while you're trying to play the game. Because you're using the controller to move, you can use the controller also to interact with the UI. That's the idea. But the sticks, when the analog stick is in the center, the movements are meant to be ignored. But what I actually implemented is when it's in the center of a single axis, it's ignored on that axis, which means it's kind of awkward when you move around the center point, I think. I don't know. That's my guess. It's something. Anyway, I'm going to do. What if I go with Baby for once? Why don't I change to Baby for the new world? Smooth Sherbet. Yes, this one has nice music. Yeah. I'm just going to do a little bit more self-promotion because I like doing that and it's fun. Okay, here we go. God, look at this, like...
Ready?
Increased
Go!
internal resolution is really nice, especially in Smooth Sherbet. I just think Smooth Sherbet is a pretty set of levels, but like... I love the art, I love the... Look at those... Oh look, we're so high resolution that I don't know if you can see this on the stream, but there's like tiny like texture seams that you can see on the trees. Nothing I can do about that. It's like the game was not intended to run at higher resolutions, and so there are going to be some glitches like this. That I mean, I could add a hack, but I'm not going to add a hack for that. It's not worth the effort. Oh god. I love this game, But I love playing this game with increased resolution even more. It's not that I'm proud of the hack or anything. It's really horrible code and it's like really simple code. But like this game looks really nice in HD because it has kind of fittingly that like Nintendo DS game aesthetic. So like, what I mean by that is like it has pretty low poly geometry but really nice textures. Lots of DS games are like that because the DS, like, weirdly enough, the main limitation in its hardware was how many polygons you could draw at once, not how many pixels. So like, DS games tend to have like really high resolution textures but like really low poly. Oh, I'm allowed to be proud. I'm just
ready.
Go. But like this has this kind. But anyway, I feel like that kind of like I say DS game aesthetic works really well with super resolution like this. Also, it's like stylized cartoony art. It's not trying to be realistic, and that also helps. Like you may notice that there's no like dynamic lighting in this game. There is lighting, but not anything you'd recognize. Oh, what you can split the screen into two halves. Oh, is it because you have to give it like do you have to give the Nintendo DS like a list of all the polygons before rendering a frame or something like that? Is that what's going on? Because that sounds kind of like the NES but for polygons or something.
Ready? Go!
Ah, okay. So, yeah, okay, so the polygon list. Yeah, okay. Because the DS is really interesting hardware. Like, the DS, it's a scanline rasterizer, isn't it? So it's like... Which is, like, completely different to how every other thing... Yeah, no, like, I'm pretty sure the DS thing is, like, it's, like, heavily custom. And the reason I think that is just, like, it uses a design that nobody would use if they weren't trying to, like, be compatible with the Game Boy Advance, I think. Like, namely, it's scanline rendering. God. This game is so pretty, and this game is so pretty in HD. I kind of regret... I'm kind of sad about this. So for like really silly reasons, the website I made for this project, touchHLE.org, is made with Dash code, which is, you know, ancient Apple software for creating websites for the iPhone and also dashboard widgets, you know, widgets back when those sort of things. And like, because it's so old, it doesn't have like any kind of proportional scaling going on. Like, it limits everything to the width of the iPhone screen, and so all the screenshots on there, you can't see their full beauty. And perhaps for that reason, I have like almost no HD screenshots on the website because you wouldn't be able to appreciate them. But I should probably.
Ready?
The DS had custom Wi-Fi? Wait, was it actually custom and not just a like slightly strange vendor chip? I mean, I guess it's semi-custom. I mean, everything's semi-custom, right? I am not playing well. The problem is, I really like speedrunning this game, but I like kind of instinctively gravitate to speedrun techniques that are like actively not a good choice when you're just trying to play the game normally.
Go!
Like, because speedrun techniques have like a chance of failure. You don't want a chance of failure when you're trying to get crowns.
Ready?
Ah, okay.
Go!
I'm interested here, like, 'cause, like, the thing is, like, I believe that, like, I don't know in what dimension it is, but, like, the DS's, like, Wi-Fi hardware, not Wi-Fi hardware, but, like, the way DS download play and stuff works, it's, like, not normal Wi-Fi as far as I know. but I don't
Ready?
remember in what way it's not normal. It's been so long since I read about it. So yeah, I am not going to get the crown on this level. Also, I'm sure someone noticed it at some point. There's probably a lot of background hiss in this stream, and I'm sorry, my microphone is just terrible. I should fix it eventually, but like, it works is the important thing. By the way, this series of levels, what's this called? Smooth Sherbet. The music in it is nice, but I think it's one of the tracks in this game that suffers most heavily from the fact that they're using ADPCM, IMA4 ADPCM audio compression. Like, it sounds like you can barely even appreciate some of the like singing in the iPhone version, whereas the Banana Blitz version of the song, which is the same song just differently compressed, sounds a lot better. Christ, it's 2048 polygons per frame. That is so small. Like, I knew it was something really small, but I guess that if you asked me how many, I might have said 4096. Like, wow. I guess I kept the memory bandwidth down. I love this stage. I love these. I love the like. I love the ripples going on here. It's so nice. Also, like, can we just appreciate for a second, like these background art objects, like the like this thing over here. That looks so nice, and it looks nice despite the fact that the texture is pretty low resolution. I think it's just that the texture is like really well suited for something that's going to end up being upscaled.
Hurry up! Go! Ready? Go!
Okay. The developer sent me something off stream, but I can't tell you what it is, alas. Nothing like, I'm being a bit, that makes it sound like it's something really bad. It's not, but it's, yeah. Ah, bananas. Look at the ice pattern on the underside of the stage, it's so nice.
Hurry up! Go!
Oh, that's interesting.
Ready? Go!
Ah, so the sound falls off in the DS game. That's interesting to know. It's interesting to know that 16-bit Crash. I noticed, so I did some reading, of course, did lots of reading for this project, and I like learned a bit about audio on iOS, and it seems like Apple must have like substantially rewritten some components of like how audio works versus macOS 10, because like, for example, OpenAL, which this game uses for the sound effects, the set of OpenAL capabilities on iOS is completely different to the set on macOS 10, even though they're both Apple implementations, so far as I know. Like, most of the features are missing, so probably they had to optimize it either for the different hardware or for or to improve the memory use. By the way, Feral Bob, haha, yes, HNY is Hikai no Yume. it's not the best acronym for typing into stages. My favourite I've done so far is Win32. If you look at the website and then the screenshot of Windows, I type in the name as Win32. I just thought that was cute. Yeah, the problem is Hike doesn't fit in like 5 characters. So Bob, if you don't mind me calling you Bob, something I noticed is the background music in this game is in mono IMA4, aka Apple ADPCM, adaptive PCM, which is kind of interesting to me because like the iPhone has the ability to decode like MP3 and AAC files and so on. So I'm kind of surprised that wasn't used here. Like, do you know anything about that? Like, is there like some CPU usage limitation to using MP3 or AAC or something? Because it's like the background music's audio quality could be a bit better than it is. Oh, okay. Something I do notice though is that IMA4 is exactly what Apple recommended using to iPhone developers, so it may just be that it simply was the thing that works best on the platform.
Ready? Go!
Can you skip the first bit on this stage? Ah, okay. But yeah, incidentally, 12-bit audio is not supported by this emulator either. I only support the kinds of audio that are like... I only support 8-bit and 16-bit, I want to say. And the reason for that is simply that Monkey Ball doesn't use anything else. But it's also just that it's tricky code to test correctly, and I didn't want to... Christ, I missed the banana on this stage again.
Ready? Go!
Straight to 16. Yeah, I've seen a bit of how, like, Hang on, what format would you even use for 12-bit audio? Because, like, WAV files don't support it to my knowledge. They only support, like, 8, 16, and 24. I think it might be possible to encode 12-bit in, like, core audio format. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's possible. It looked like it was when I read the spec recently. But, like, it must be really uncommon that people use anything other than, like, 8, 16, and maybe 32. Oh, and 24 is a thing as well. Some people use that.
Ready? Go!
Incidentally, if you're writing just software, writing the ADPCM decoder was really annoying. Rather, it was super easy to write because it turns out the ADPCM spec, it's like literally the original spec that defines it. They just provide you like 2 pages of C code, so you just implement what the C code does, and it's really simple C code. Like it would actually fit on 1 page if there wasn't the comments. But you implement the code, and then you get sound that roughly resembles the background music, but is extremely distorted and noisy, and you have no idea why, and you have no hope of debugging it. And eventually you find out that the core audio format, Apple's ADPCM framing includes apparently deliberately invalid values in the bit stream that you must clamp in your decoder. Otherwise the audio comes out as garbage. And I have no idea why they do this, because like it makes the decoder more complicated, and like the encoder has no reason to include garbage in the stream, but you have to tolerate the garbage and clamp it. And like, goddamn. No, so like, so to be clear, Asi, the thing is, clamping is required, right? You have to do clamping after each sample, right? That's not what I mean. every PCM sample, you get like 64 samples or something in a packet. No, it's 128 samples in a packet. The packet has a header. The packet header tells you the next, like, it's either one of the values, it's like step table index or something.
Time over.
The value in the packet header can be illegal. There is no reason to make the value in the packet header illegal. No encoder would have any good reason to do this. But it can be, and you must clamp it in the decoder, because otherwise the audio sounds like garbage. I don't know why. Like, clamping after each sample makes sense. Clamping the data coming from the header that has no reason to not be pre-clamped, I don't understand who decided this. It's so strange. Anyway, at PCM. AdPCM is a really cute format. I would implement it again. I just wish I'd known about that problem before I implemented it.
Ready? Go!
Incidentally, in case you're wondering why I didn't like use an off-the-shelf decoder, I don't know if there was one, but the other thing is just it's such a simple format that it like makes no sense to pull in a dependency for it. Just like implement it yourself.
Ready? Go!
I should pay more attention to the game because I keep missing crowns on levels, and that's not good. I want to play the hidden stages. Well, this is what real gameplay looks like. Oh, there's a nice like ice block decal going on here. That's cute. It's a different texture to the one on the other stage, I think. Huh. Oh, you can see the seams in the level geometry here.
Fallout!
Oh, hi,
Ready? Go!
What is time extension? I don't want to, like, look at a vlog right now. Look at this. You can see, a bit in the level geometry where it's the texture coordinate gets reset. That must be annoying to avoid. Ah, okay. That's cool. Ridiculous passion project. I'm glad they used my self-description because this is a genuinely ridiculous project. I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm just being a bit like self-deprecating. I think I think my own project is cool. Obviously, otherwise I wouldn't make such a big deal out of it. But like, the scope of what I had to implement, like staring that down and just deciding to do it, despite how hard it would be, is kind of like.
Ready? Go!
What I'm saying is, starting a project like this and seeing it through to the end requires a bit of hubris. The hubris worked out in the end, but it's like... Yeah, no, it's like, I put in all that effort, so much effort, like, oh god, I really need to take a fucking break, but this is a break for me. All that effort to get, like, one game working. Now, mind you, that effort is not this game specific. Like, I can only run one game right now, but it will not take me, like, the same amount of effort to get another game running. Because, you know, now I have a dynamic linker, now I have, like, an Objective-C runtime, now I have an OpenGL ES 1.1 implementation that works on desktop operating systems without pulling in a ton of dependencies. Now I have, like, font rendering, now I have OpenAL, now I have audio cues, now I have audio file loading, now I have AdPCM decoding, etc, etc, etc. Now I have accelerometer. There's so much stuff. Like there's so much. Like it's kind of weird talking about this project because like I wrote all the. I am not going to tell you where you can get old iOS games because many of the ways that people might do it are illegal. But if you have an iOS device, you can dump devices from them. Though one problem is just like you'd need to dump things you've already downloaded on iTunes. So like, you know, I can get a ton of games by dumping them that way because like I bought lots of games and downloaded lots of free ones way back in the day. But like for other people, you have less options, shall we say. But I will tell you that if you wish to break the law, it is not difficult to do so.
Ready? Go!
But I'm not going to encourage you to do so. Right. There are definitely legal ways you can get games. One is, of course, to use... there are, of course, games that were never made to be installed by the App Store. Games that were made for jailbreaking. I have somehow not tested any of those yet, and I suspect some of them won't work because they're probably built against, like, custom SDKs that do really weird stuff. But, like... There's probably some homebrew out there that have like normal code and would work in the emulator, and eventually I'm gonna get some of them working. It's just that like homebrew games are not like my priority. What I want to preserve is mostly commercial software and free software that's just like stuck on the platform because it's what I remember. The other part of the 3DS's video stack? Oh, do tell. Right, yes, of course, textures with palettes. 512 kilobytes of RAM. Wow, that is a lot of texture RAM for something with palettes. Crap, what was I talking about? Right, it's weird talking about this project because, like, even though I've written all of the code in the past 2 months, like, there's so many areas I've worked on, and also I haven't taken very many breaks. Like, I have worked weekends on this project, right? I've not dedicated like every available hour to it, but I devoted most of them. This stage is tricky. This stage is tricky because of the curve. You don't go in a straight line in terms of your controller inputs. You have to like do a curve because of the tilt. Because of the tilt layered on tilt. It's interesting. Oh yeah, I did it, right. Yeah, so the thing about this project is despite it's so big, and yet even though I've done it in a really compressed space of time, like there's so many goddamn areas involved, like that I can't like reliably remember like some things about the sequence of events. Luckily I have Git history, right? And like I can remember the stuff I did really recently. Like I could tell you all about how the OpenGL ES stuff works, especially the screen rotation. Oh god, the screen rotation. That was really annoying to
Ready? Go!
And like accelerometer in simulation, because that was one of the last things I added, right? Like once you have accelerometer simulation was the last big hurdle to getting this releasable. There were a bunch of like cleanups I had to do, but that was it. But like there are parts of this code base that I kind of just don't want to touch again. In particular, the part that reads Mach-O files, the like binary format on iOS, that code is horrible. I tried my best, but it's just not possible to write that code neatly with the library I'm using, and like I don't fully understand it, and I don't, and I kind of don't want to understand it, honestly. Fuck, did I get all the bananas and then die? Yeah, but yeah, so in conclusion, this project isn't ridiculous, but I think it's like it requires a certain kind of person, which I must be, in order to like dare to attempt it, because I I will simply implement every iOS API call Monkey Ball makes is like kind of ridiculous. But in fairness to me, Monkey Ball is the perfect first game to try this with, I think, because it has that porting layer that Bob talked about. It makes pretty minimal use of Objective-C, and it's almost all C++. It doesn't do various complicated things. It doesn't use dynamic libraries and stuff. And like, I looked at the project, I looked at the binary in Ghidra, and I saw like the number of functions and the kind of functions it was using. I just thought, this is doable, I can do this, and I did it. But like, still, I think it required some hubris and self-belief. Most notably because I could not do this while I was employed. And the fact I am not employed right now might have something to do with the fact I wanted to do this project. I mean, there were other factors as well, but like, I knew that doing this project was incompatible with my previous employment, so... Ito, this is not native resolution, but this is native aspect ratio. The aspect ratio of the iPhone got taller over time. The original iPhone was 480 by 320 in landscape, or 330 by 480 in portrait, which is the native orientation. But then with the iPhone 5, they made it into whatever the current one is. Is it 69 now? I'm not sure. Yeah, 3.2 is exactly the aspect ratio that the old ones were. And this is not native resolution, and this resolution increase is a hack. Like, this game does not have high DPI support. The game was never updated for high DPI support, as far as I know. I think this game might not even have iPad support. I might be wrong about that, but I mean, the iPad wasn't out when it was developed. The iPad came out 2 years later? 2 years after the App Store. 3 years after the iPhone, I think. I want to say that's when the iPhone came out. And I think the project of this game was well and truly wound up by that point, so I don't think it was ported to iPad, but I'm not sure. But like, because this game is relatively simple technically, it was not hard to hack it to run it to high resolution. And actually, I think there's several ways you could hack it to run at high resolution. The game is quite permissive. Okay, so OI has a QA sister company. That makes sense. I keep falling off.
Ready?
I would play this game better if I was not trying to talk, but talking is fun. The old iPhone. Yeah, so I strongly suspect, but have absolutely no basis in actual knowledge to suspect, that like the scale hack I've done for this game won't work with other games. I'm sure similar hacks can be done, but like the problem is I'm not maintaining a perfectly consistent worldview. What I'm doing right now is I ask the game asks what size the screen is in a few places. Well, sort of, it either asks what the size of the screen is, or it asks for the size of a view that I know to have the size of the screen.
Ready?
And then I just lie, and I tell it, no, you have the normal size of a normal iPhone screen. But then when it does the OpenGL calls, I recognize that it's setting the viewport to 0, 0, screen size, and change it to 0, 0, screen size times 3, screen size times 3, right? And that works pretty well, but it's not, this level is tricky. What if I just speedrun it? I've already lost.
Ready? Go!
Yes! Yes! First time! Look! It collided with the bottom of the level geometry. I love it when this game does that. It's so cute.
Go!
Yes. So yeah, I just basically I intercept the OpenGL calls. I mean, all the OpenGL calls are intercepted, and then I just like replace the size. But like, there's no way that works in every game, and like, if the game tried to query the device's size in the wrong way, it would get the wrong result and bad things could happen. So like, the resolution hack, it will probably work in some other games, but I'm gonna have to, you know, work on it a bit to get other games working. Let me just... I'm just gonna soft promote again. Hopefully Twitch doesn't, sorry, Twitter doesn't try to stop me for spam or something. Yeah, but yeah, the resolution hacks, I'm pretty sure I could do this resolution hack for other games, but I'll have to work on it a bit. But I mean, I haven't gotten other games running yet. I just, I have some ideas. Right, I remember the one thing I forgot and then that made the resolution hack not work for a while, and it was kind of weird, was this game, and I think all iPhone games, are basically entirely rendered to texture. Like you basically render to a texture and then pass the texture to iOS. That texture may be a frame buffer, but it's the same thing, right? More or less. But that means that you have to ensure that the texture is the right size. And I wasn't doing that, and so I was getting the large window, but it looked upscaled, and it looked upscaled because it was upscaled. But then I fixed that, and then it worked. CPH 2000, I hope other people contribute to this. I hope that too. I really hope this eventually becomes a multi-person project for various reasons, but it's partly because I don't want it to like live and die with me, you know? With that being said, if people do want to contribute right now, I'm probably gonna be like, hold up, can you tell me what you want to do? Because like...
Ready? Go!
If people start trying to rip out certain hacks, they're going to miss the like tower of Jenga that stands on top of them and break things. Or it's also just that, you know, it's my code and I feel pretty protective about it. I'm going to want to like ensure that contributions that kind of fit the same general style and don't like push things in a like direction I don't like. But I'm definitely hoping for some contributions. Okay. It was really great having you here, Bob. Like, I'm kind of just in awe of the whole thing. I'm glad you were here. Yeah, no, per game hacks. Well.
Ready?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Go!
Per game hacks are unfortunately necessary to a certain extent. Like, they are unavoidable because, like, you have to not just be compatible with iPhone OS, you have to be compatible with bugs in iPhone OS and bugs in applications that do things they shouldn't do and yet nonetheless somehow work on iPhone OS. Yeah,
Ready? Go!
There's a bunch of games from the App Store. I think the one I remember... how many of those has I played? I didn't play very many of those, I want to say. But one I did play a bunch was Fastlane Street Racing, and I'm probably going to try and get that working at some point. Fastlane is like on a completely different level in terms of complexity to this game, though. I'm not sure in terms of the like implementation complexity. I don't know. I haven't done it, but but like it has much more detailed geometry and stuff going on. Yeah. So
Hurry up!
CXDX is like a good comparison because this is limited in similar ways, probably. Like like,
Ready?
yeah,
Go!
yeah. So the thing is that the Xbox was a console and the iPhone is not. I mean, the iPhone is comparable to a console in many ways, but it's not. So like the iPhone never gives you like direct access to the hardware. You're supposed to use Apple's APIs. So for this project, HLE should always be possible. Like there is no universe in which HLE is not possible. It just depends on how much work. Whereas with the Xbox, you get to the problem that like, okay, a few games are HLEable, but then you have some games that just completely bypass the OS, and what the hell do we do with those? iPhone OS is not like that. Like, you have to use OpenGLES, you can't speak directly to the GPU, and if you did, Apple would have rejected your app from the App Store, and that kind of stuff. So HLE should always be possible, but there are some clear limitations to the emulator, and I know there are definitely games that will never get running in this, and I'm kind of okay with that. We'll see. Like, there's like necessary limitations, unnecessary limitations, and then just limitations that make things a lot easier. One of them is just, right now I'm only interested really in games, and the main reason, it's not just that games are what I mainly care about, because, you know, they're artistic projects, and I like art and I have nostalgia for them and they're fun, but also because games like don't use the UI framework very much, and the UI framework is just going to be an incredible amount of work to implement. For the way UI kit works right now in this is just like, it's not a game specific hack, but you could say it's a games-specific hack. It's only going to work in apps that work like Monkey Ball in this way. But I'm practically certain there's lots of games that work exactly the way Monkey Ball works in terms of how they interact with the UI. Eventually I'd like to change that. It's all the question of like, how much effort is it worth it? Trade-offs. Then there's stuff like, I'm a bit scared if I ever implement an app that actually relies on like C++ or Objective-C exception handling, because that is probably completely broken and probably an incredibly massive pain to fix. But like, hopefully apps don't rely on exception handling in normal operation. We'll see. There's ways to do it. Yeah, that's also a thing. Like, even if I only preserve like a bunch of early iOS games, I'm pretty happy with that, because like early iOS games, you know, they were often for iOS. Like, you know, the Android we know it today either did not exist or was not good enough in that era. Like, it wasn't worth targeting, or wasn't an option to target, or people didn't have the resources to target it in that era, and there weren't abstractions yet, right? So like, there's lots of early games, like this one, that never got ported to Android. And if I can preserve all of these, I'd be really happy. If LLE eventually wins, that's fine. This is still a fun project, and I've still gotten my slightly vain moment of stardom, I guess, from this project. But also, HLE, even though it has some limitations, it also has some like really interesting advantages, like this higher resolution you see right now. Like, I can do high resolution. I can do like, I can offload, like, for example, getting GPU emulation in LLE is going to be a ton of work. It would require someone with a completely different skill set to me, and like a more complex and difficult to find skill set and a lot more time, right, to get GPU LLE. Like, the only reason people have gotten iPhone OS booting at all in QEMU right now is because iPhone OS has software rendering as a fallback. But the software rendering is not fast, right? At least I believe it's pretty not fast. I don't know if games will even run in it. It's something someone should try, I guess. Yeah, that's the thing. You'd need to figure out how the PowerVR GPU works. Like, how... God, look at this level geometry. I love these, I love these... it's so cute, right? I love the, So PowerVR GPUs, yeah, you'd have to reverse engineer the PowerVR GPU,
Ready?
and I'm sure that like some existing work is available for that. So like some possible examples are like the PS Vita, because the PS Vita is also PowerVR based, and it's not a lot newer hardware than the iPhone, I think. Oh right, and we can like you can just pick and choose which hardware you want, right? You can just pick a particular iPhone to emulate. So you could pick like the iPhone, like the iPod Touch 3rd generation or 4th generation if that's easier than that 1st gen or something, right? So like, there's Vita emulators, I think. I've never used one. I assume that some effort has been done there. So that's one source for existing documentation. Then like there's a driver called Turnip, which is a... No wait, Turnip is Arduino, isn't it? There's some PowerVR open source driver effort for Android, I think, or for Linux. So they must have done some reverse engineering on some generation of GPUs. Then of course there's like the Asahi Linux projects. Asahi Linux is doing like porting to the Mac, and the modern Mac, the Apple Silicon Mac, which is not the Mac I have, those have a PowerVR based GPU. I mean, it's Apple's GPU, but it's derived from PowerVR, or at least all signs point to it probably being derived. But it's probably too new for that reverse engineering to be much use. But like, I think iOS LLE, getting the GPU working would be really hard, but it's possible. But the nice thing about HLE is we don't have to do like GPU reverse engineering. Like all I do is implement OpenGLES, and like this OpenGLES implementation is a hack. We need a version of OpenGLES that isn't on normal desktop operating systems. So this is actually legacy OpenGL 2.1. And then I have like a thin layer on top of that that does like fixed point to float translation and stuff. And it works. And it works well enough that I bet like a bunch of games would work fine. Eventually though I need a like better driver, but it's fine. Another nice thing about HLE is not only do I save effort like doing like GPU low-level, semi-low-level emulation, but I can just increase the resolution. I can do all sorts of hacks. CPH 2000. So, is it possible to recycle Vita 3K's GPU emulation? I don't know, but I'm suddenly curious. So, Vita 3K. What does Vita 3K do? So I'm not going to look up Vita 3K because I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's doing HLE GPU or low-level GPU. And what I actually mean in this case is whether it like sends buffers of like commands to an emulated GPU, or whether it's like hooking some like Vita OS driver and providing the driver instead. But like this GPU, PowerVR SGX 543 MP4. So that's some GPU. January 2009, 543. That's the 2009 one. This is probably 3rd gen iPod Touch. List of iOS devices. I have a 3rd gen iPod Touch, so the only reason I'm looking up iPod Touch is just that I'm more familiar with the iPod Touch generations than the iPhone ones, and the reason for that is just that I have some iPod Touches, but I don't have any old iPhones. And like I got iPod Touch for nostalgia, but also they're the most practical devices for this purpose, I think. 3rd gen. What GPU is this? Materials, power, release, processor, graphics, SGX 535, SGX 543. Is there a newer one? 543 MP2. Okay, so that's the iPod Touch 5th gen. Okay, CPH 2000. I don't know how Vita 3K's GPU emulation works, but judging by these Wikipedia pages, I would say there's a good chance some or all of that could be reused for the iPhone, LLE, or iPod Touch LLE at least. Yeah, and 5th gen is old enough that it still runs like all the old apps, I think. Does it? Christ. That's the thing with was thinking, like, surely this one's too new to have that GPU, but no, because, like, the iPod Touch always has, like, kind of slightly outdated hardware. Yeah, that never ran a 64-bit only OS. Okay. Yeah. Oh... Ito, do I have a working network stack? No, I don't. Monkey Ball does not use networking at all. The only networking, if you can call it that, is this More Games link, and that just opens a web browser. Networking, I think networking would probably be really easy to add. I'm sure I'll do that eventually for Wi-Fi multiplayer and stuff, and I'll do some like HLE stuff so that you can like do that without having to do really complex proxy server setup. Network should be super easy because it's just Unix. Hi Aaron. Yeah, networking being Unix is what I'd expect because, I mean, macOS is a BSD and so it has the Berkeley sockets API and all that, so... the thing is, like, I don't need to do any, like, complex sandboxing or anything complicated like that. I can probably just pass the networking through directly to the host OS's networking. And the nice thing is Windows, of course, has the same networking API as Unix. More or less. I am aware there are differences. So, it should be easy, but yeah. Don't know about CF Network. MDNS is interesting. Windows supports MDNS now. So, like, I might not need to do anything for MDNS. HLE Online Hub. God, you know what networking would be interesting with? I want to be clear, this is not a promise by any means, but I do want to try to port this to WebAssembly eventually, and like get it running in the browser. Oh, okay, that's weird they didn't expose MDNS in Windows. Well, XGF, you know what I can just do? I can just use Bonjour. Bonjour. I can just grab Bonjour DLLs from old versions of iTunes and ship them. No, I won't. I think there's even like a Bonjour redistributable. I could just tell people to do that if I really wanted to. I absolutely am not going to do that just because I feel really weird about it, but it would be funny. I actually have one of the old versions of Bonjour installed on this Windows PC that I'm streaming this off. No, I have like Bonjour printing services or something. It comes with Bonjour. Why do I have that installed on this PC? Well, because it's really convenient to be able to use MDNS from my Mac to connect to this computer. So I just installed some ancient Apple software that came with Bonjour so I could MDNS it. It's convenient. Does it work the other way? I guess so. But yeah... Bonjour is the name for MDNS on macOS, or rather, it's the name for Apple's implementation of MDNS. I don't know what Avahi is. Oh, I guess MDNS is. I guess Avahi is like the common Linux implementation of MDNS, whereas Bonjour is like Apple's implementation of MDNS. And then I guess Microsoft have their own version, but it probably doesn't have a cool name. Bonjour is, I don't know how cool it is, but I like MDNS, it works nicely for me, but I have a simple networking setup. Okay. Yeah. Right, the thing I was going to say though, if I port this to WebAssembly, which, again, I am not promising this because I know there will be a lot of things that make that difficult, but if I do eventually port this to WebAssembly, then networking will be interesting then, because I would have to, like, simulate it via like WebSockets or something, like tunnel it or something, and then it would become a pain to implement. But like normal networking is probably easy, I say, having done zero research whatsoever. Oh man. I'm sure you can tell that I am having an absolute blast right now. This is so fun. I was scared because there wasn't many people on the stream earlier. Yeah, so Apple after a while, I don't know when, it might have been like 2010 or 2011 or something, Apple added this thing called Game Center, and Game Center is like, it's Steam works for iOS. Like, it gives you like achievements and like probably some kind of friend system and usernames and like that stuff. I don't know if it had matchmaking, I don't think so. But achievements and stuff. And so I guess there might have been a friend system in Game Center, but obviously I don't remember. And I'm probably never gonna do any real Game Center support in this because, like, Game Center, I mean, I can't pull in the library, it's proprietary, right? And I don't want to, like, try and emulate the user interface because it will be horrible. So, like, I don't know, if there's some important Game Center function, like saying achievement unlocked, I'll implement that, but, like, not much more. Yes, 2011. Yes, I think I have that version of Bonjour on my Windows PC, my Windows 10, modern Windows 10 PC, and it works fine. Game Center is probably not very fun. I'm definitely going to have to implement it at some point, because, like, obviously, slightly newer games are going to immediately call Game Center first thing when they start up, so that they say, welcome back, Hikai no Yume, or whatever when you log in. So I'll have to do some, like, stubbing to get Game Center working. But that's fine. Wolf RPG. Yeah. I have a friend. I told them that I was working on this project, or that I was thinking of working on it. Anyway, that friend was like, I was curious if they had any old iOS games, really early iOS games that they wanted to get, that they wanted to play again. And Wolfenstein RPG, the iPhone port, which, as I understand it, has like a lot of changes or improvements or something versus the older mobile games, which are easier to emulate, I think. That game, I'm definitely going to try to get that working at some point. No idea how easy it is, but given it's all 2D, maybe it's easy? Guess we'll have to see. It's also written... Is it written by id Software? Or is it by some subcontracting party? I don't know. I just have a feeling that id Software would write it in a way that's easy to port, but might be wishful thinking. Okay, I'm gonna proceed to the next one. The next set of levels. Did I unlock the? Let's play as baby for a bit. No. Ah, I cleared the first set. Right. Yeah. I was hoping to like 100% each of the levels first time on this playthrough, but I'm too distracted and I'm a bit tired and having too much fun streaming, so I guess I'll just try and play the game levels in order, but not necessarily best them. I am really excited for what like HLE can do in the future, like with this project, because like in Monkey Ball's case, the only thing this emulator can do that an LLE couldn't do, well, couldn't do without more effort, I guess, is the increased resolution and stuff. But there must be games where there's more interesting possibilities.
Ready? Go!
Mind you, the thing is, iOS has been pretty thoroughly hacked to jailbreak, so I'm sure that with any LLE, if you want to do certain hacks, you could just do them, like, in iOS itself by jailbreaking the emulated iOS. But, yeah, HLE is a fun project, but, like, yeah, what possibilities does HLE open up that we wouldn't have otherwise? I'm curious about Vibio game. This definitely is a Vigio game.
Ready? Go!
It's weird, control input is actually Windows specific. Is that an STL2 thing? Good question if I'm gonna ask for help. I will tell you, I already have, during this project, made use of resources from iOS jailbreak people, but I've never, like, talked to any of them so far. I mean, I've kept the project under wraps for reasons. I think it's more fun to, like, surprise people with, like, holy shit, I got Monkey Ball working, rather than, like, being like, hey, I'm working on this project. But, like, so I've been secret about this stuff until, like, the day of the release. But, like, and partly for that reason I haven't talked to many people. But so far I haven't had the need to, but I have looked at, like, iPhone dev wiki pages, and I must say, shit, I need to update the README, I forgot about this. I need to update the README with a thanks to various iPhone hacking tool devs, because I owe them an enormous debt of gratitude in terms of, like, there are tools I used during the development of this that, like, for various iPhone hacking purposes that were just necessary. Like, for example, one of the really annoying things without, almost everything is HLE, right? But, like, there are two libraries that aren't HLE, libgcc and libstandard C++. And the reason they aren't HLE'd is two reasons. Firstly, they would be annoying to HLE, especially libstandard C++. I think this project would be non-viable if I had to re-implement libstandard C++ because the ABI is just a nightmare. It's not a fun thing to HLE in the way that like C and Objective-C APIs are. But I was able to use libstandard C++, and why was that? Well, because libstandard C++ is free software. It's GNU GPL, it's by the Free Software Foundation. Of course, it's under a very strong copyleft license. But, like, and that means, of course, Apple have released the source code to those libraries. But, like, releasing the source code does not mean it's easy to compile, right? Like, Apple's own build scripts do not work. Like, I did try at a very basic level to build them, and I just realized, no, since these are copyleft, and, like, very strongly copywrapped, it's guaranteed that I am allowed to just grab the blob from iOS and redistribute it. So I just did that for standard C++ and GCC, yeah. And I'm pretty content with that, and it makes me really appreciate the Free Software Foundation, because this is software freedom in action. The blobs I ship are the blobs that Apple shipped. I have not recompiled it, and that's okay because of the GPL. But how do you get the blobs? You can't just copy them off a device. Well, you can actually. They're not. I don't think they're encrypted. I'm not sure. I know that, like, kernel's encrypted, but I don't think, like, the userland libraries are encrypted. But maybe they are encrypted. I'm not sure. In any case, I actually tried to copy the libraries off my device, but then I realized, oh no, my device has a 2.0 version of iOS. So, fun fact. iOS greater than, like, iOS 3.2, iPhone OS 3.2, but that was also the first version that supported the iPad, so it's kind of weird that it's not named iOS. They renamed it to iOS only once 4.0 came out, but by that point it was practically deserving of the name, right? That, in iPhone OS 3.2, I want to say, they got rid of all the shared libraries on the system. And you might think, what do you mean by that? Like, oh, they still have shared libraries, everything is dynamically linked. Yes, but there aren't shared library files anymore. They have one massive single binary that contains every shared library linked together in a single global cache that can be mapped read-only into an arbitrary number of processes, and it's like position-independent code, probably. I assume. I don't know how it would work otherwise. And, like, that means that on newer versions of iOS, there aren't just libraries you can just grab, right? So I needed to get an older version of iOS, and as you may know, you cannot downgrade iOS on devices. Apple have made it very luckily, iPhone hacking people out there have, for various reasons, including security research, of course, decrypted the iOS system software. You can download the iOS system software from Apple's website, but it's encrypted. And to decrypt it, you need some like obscure software that like is on some wikis used by jailbreak enthusiasts, and you know, obviously the software which is open source, but the source code is no longer available because it was hosted on the source code hosting site dead or something like that. And it has a macOS version, a Windows version, and the macOS version of course does not work. But the Windows version does, on Windows only. But you know, Windows never broke old app compatibility support for 32-bit, and so thankfully I can use the tool, and I was able to decrypt the iOS system image, and then pull out the two libraries that I needed for Monkey Ball, which is libgcc and libstandard++. And incidentally, it's not just Monkey Ball that needs it, you need that for practically any code on iPhone OS, I would guess. I don't know if there's... Maybe Objective-C only apps don't need libstandard++, but you need libgcc. And when I was pulling out the binaries, I also pulled out the acknowledgements, the original license acknowledgements from Apple, because I could. It turns out the legal, you know, in the like iOS settings, you can like view all the open source software licenses and stuff. Well, I pulled out that page, and it turns out it's just an HTML page. Who is surprised? Surely nobody. Why? How else would you do that? I mean, they're not going to be using NS attributed text, right? So yeah, I'm using globs for GCC and C++, and I owe a massive debt of thanks to iOS hackers who've come before me, and also iOS, what was the other thing? Right, and the Free Software Foundation. That's where the Free Software Foundation is credited, but I really need to add, yeah. I could name the specific hacking tools I use, but the thing is, I didn't document my process for that really well, so I'm not exactly sure, like, what sequence of websites I visited to find the tools. Like, I was checking, like, pages about iPhone OS decryption on multiple websites at the same time, I want to say, and I don't know how I came towards the tool, and I don't know, like, attribution in the hacking scene is not always very good, so like I don't really know if the tool author is actually the real author and all these kinds of problems, so I'm not sure if I'm going to add a detailed credit, but I definitely need to credit them. XGF says, I'm half surprised it's not RTF because AppKit loves RTF. I think that's probably just like an AppKit thing, rather I think that's kind of like a next thing, whereas like the Apple thing, the like post jobs Apple, post WebKit existing Apple, post Safari Apple kind of just likes HTML instead because it's convenient, right? But that's just my speculation, I don't really know. Someone told me at some point something about how NS attributed string works on iOS that I don't want to believe. I think I'm just going to forget that fact because I don't believe it. Like, did they say it was rendered with WebKit? I don't believe it's rendered with WebKit. Surely it's not rendered with WebKit. Like, you wouldn't render it with WebKit. Man, NS attributed string, that's gonna be fun if I have to do that. I implemented text layout from scratch. I shouldn't have done that, but like...
Ready?
Oh, that makes sense. Wait, is that RTF compatible with like Windows RTF? Like, is it the same format? Or is it... Oh, beautiful! Like, it's like sometimes Apple and Microsoft are nice and actually agree on formats for some reason. Oh, but I bet that wasn't Apple. I bet that was Next. I bet it was Next who implemented Windows' thing. And then Apple absorbed it. Look at those, look at the background art. I love this. Oh, I love these spinny things. The spinny things are fun. Cool dynamic level geometry. How's the stream doing? Oh yeah, cool. Hi, David MC. Should I recognize your name, or are you just saying hi? Let's go. I like I. Yes, volcanic pools. Yes, time for volcanic pools. Yeah, it's like single vendor formats just generally suck. And they don't become better formats when another vendor implements them necessarily, but they do become better understood. And they have compatibility problems. Man,
Ready?
now I'm curious.
Go!
So, I really love the aesthetics on this level, like orange and black. It's just, it's good. And also the skull and crossbones works really nicely here against the black. I love these levels. Fuck. Oh, okay. Well, hello. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I'm having a fun time. I really like the aesthetic in volcanic pools. The music is kind of fine. In my opinion, the music in Monkey Island is like the standout song of this game. Everything else is kind of... I mean, it's good, but it's nothing, like, especially amazing, right? RTF. Right, that's the thing I was thinking about multi-vendor formats. So, I had to implement a bit of audio file reading for this project, because, like, of course, Monkey Ball, like, it's written like a normal, like... I mean, like, the thing about iOS and iPhone OS is it's a derivative of macOS, right? So, apps are generally structured on iOS very similarly to desktop apps. So, you know, Monkey Ball, it just reads audio from files like a normal application would on a modern system. It's not like an embedded system where it's like files and like arrays embedded into the binary. So it reads .wav files, you know, classic riff waveform or whatever it's called, files for its sound effects, and it reads core audio format files for the music. God, I love these skulls on posts. This is so cool. My interaction with this level is not sight unseen because I was trying to play through a bit of it like really quickly yesterday to verify all the levels work. But like I hit this after not having played it in God knows how many years, and like I was like, no, I need to stop playing through all the worlds. I want to experience this in a more laid-back setting like this later, so I'm playing this now. But like core audio format, it's like wave files but good. I'm really curious like what compatibility issues there are between wave files on Windows and macOS, because I'm sure that there's like some case where Windows interprets it differently from macOS, and like some apps have accidentally shipped relying on this. Core audio format though. Core audio format is a good audio format. I wish core audio format would be used instead of wave files. David MC. Yes, this is my emulator. I wrote this over the past 2 months. Although in some form the project existed a bit longer than that, because I had been like planning to do this for longer than I was actually writing the code. But like not like structured planning. But like yeah, this is the emulator I wrote. It currently runs only one game, but it runs one game really, really well, if I do say so myself.
Ready? Go!
Oh, sorry to hear that, Jez. I'm assuming the stream is working reasonably well for other people. It's like 5 megabits per second. I'll be honest, I didn't test the stream defaults at all when setting this up. It's like, hi Nettie, I'm glad you like it. The stream defaults I'm using, I set them up when I was doing, assuming that NVIDIA haven't reset my settings for some godforsaken reason. I think I'm still using the same defaults I was using when I was streaming Half-Life 2 in Half-Life Source. That was a fun stream series. I should resume that someday. That was fun. But like, yeah, it's, I don't know, it's something that works. You can blame Twitch. So just so you know, smaller Twitch streamers, you get like the exact bitrate that like the streamer is uploading. Like Twitch doesn't re-encode it if you're a small streamer. So if you don't have a fast enough internet connection, then you're just kind of screwed. Like if the bitrate chooses a high. Ah, okay. Yeah, maybe Twitch is just having problems. The problem with internet connections is like they'll say like download 30 megabits. But it's like, that's the maximum speed. It all depends on like how much bandwidth like your internet provider has to another provider, which has to in turn to Twitch, and then Twitch has to me, and so on. So it's like complicated, right? Speed is never actually a guarantee. CPH 2000, sorry, I didn't get back to you. What do you mean by type of encoding down the WAV file? Like, what was it you were wondering about? Because, like, for the... I can tell you, like, the WAV files in this game, the WAV files are just normal PCM 16-bit, 22.05 kilohertz, I want to say. Are they stereo or mono? I don't remember. Like, all the sound effects are in that format. And then, like, the background music is in a core audio format container instead of WAV, and it's IMA4 add PCM.
Ready? Go!
Oh wow, this level is cool. I haven't seen this level, either I haven't seen it before, or I haven't seen it before in, like, literally years. Oh my god. Oh, I love this level. Fuck.
Ready?
So, the WAV file reading I'm doing, I'm not using Windows' API, I'm just doing, like, I'm using some Rust library someone wrote for reading WAV files. In general, I try to avoid relying on platform APIs at all in this project. That's why it runs on Windows. Because, like, you know, the thing is, if I wanted to, I could have just used macOS's APIs for everything, and that would have made the project a lot easier, because, like, you know, macOS is almost the same as iPhone OS. Like, I could just call through to the equivalent macOS functions for everything. But, like, I am a Mac user, but I don't like writing software that only runs on macOS, because Apple do not have a good track record with compatibility. I wanted this to work on Windows and Linux and everything. I'm kind of a Linux user at heart, but a macOS user in practice. I might end up using FFmpeg if I have a game that needs like MP3 or AAC decoding. We'll see. Another thing I might use is there's some nice single file libraries for it. There's probably a Rust crate that can do it though. I'll probably just use one of those. But right, there's that Rust audio crate. I think it can handle a bunch of formats, including like AAC and MP3 and stuff. So at some point I'll do it.
Go!
Sorry to see you go, Jess, but yeah. Thanks for the nice words. But yeah, audio formats. Audio formats are really annoying because abstractions, right? Like, in this project, I've sometimes used like lower level libraries than people might expect, because you might think, okay, I'm implementing a high level audio file reading library from from iPhone OS, so I should just use the high level audio file reading library someone would use in Rust. But that's often not a good idea, because like, they're two different, like, it's really difficult to layer a high-level abstraction on top of another high-level abstraction. it's much easier to implement a high-level one on top of a low-level one.
Go!
It dies on dynamic. Ito, what OS are you on? Is it on Linux or Windows or
Ready?
Mac OS or
Go!
something Linux-like? Okay. Yeah, Linux builds are semi-working. I know someone who has built them, but they're not like supported, and I need to put the time in to ensure they work smoothly eventually. David MC, yeah, no, that's exactly the kind of problem. The two different abstractions, they're limiting in like ways they let you access the data, and incompatible. Like, and so there's a bit of a hack here right now. I made the mistake of using high-level libraries. So like, the WAV file reader only lets you read a sample at a time, and the CAF core audio format reader only lets you read a packet at a time. But you see, the API I'm implementing lets you read bytes or packets. Both are options for any audio format. So it's completely incompatible with both of those abstractions, and I basically just hope that it only reads an integer number of samples or packets at a time. And eventually I'm going to just rip this out and like write my own WAV file reader, because I think WAV is like some super simple format to read, and like it will be less code and the code will be more understandable and more reliable, and I'll have one less dependency, so why not? So like, yeah, that's how it is with audio files, and there's probably some other examples in the project like that. High-level abstractions. Yeah, like one thing is like, yeah, another thing that's like kind of troublesome, this is one that is my own problem, is like, actually it's not from Monkey Ball, but like the file system I implemented is much simpler than the iPhone OS file system. So like, eventually I'm going to run some title that does stuff like check the permissions on files, and I don't know what I'll do then. Yeah, no, that's the problem with Wave. Like, it's simple in the simplest case. Like, it's like BMP. Like, everyone thinks, like, oh, it's easy to read WAV files. Well, it's easy to produce them, because you can pick which format. But there are, like, too many sub-formats. Like, there are too many ways to specify, like, different, like, what format it's in. Like, I think there's, like, at least 2 different ways to say this is PCM. And then there's the problem that there's like Microsoft extensions to Wave, and then non-Microsoft extensions to Wave. So like, yeah, maybe I'm being a bit hubristic when I say like, oh, it should be easy to replace the WAV file reader. The CAF file reader though, core audio format is really, really simple at the binary level. I could probably replace it. On the other hand, the CAF library I'm using is actually really nice, so I probably don't need to replace it. Wave format ID MP3. You know, I would be able to handle that eventually, because like core audio, not core audio, like audio file services and core audio abstract over like both really low level formats like add PCM and PCM, and really high level formats like MP3. So like, it would just be another case in the WAV file loading code, and then I would put it in the struct and it should all work, assuming I implement the MP3 decoder and everything. CPH 2000. I mean, every library is some kind of headache, right? Like FFmpeg has its own abstraction, but FFmpeg is a pretty low-level abstraction, I assume. So, yeah, FFmpeg is probably the best long-term solution. I don't know. I'll have to look into it eventually. Maybe GStreamer is better, or something. The only problem with FFmpeg is just I expect it's like too big of a dependency to build and too much of a hassle, and like, I bet the API isn't very nice to use. And also, where possible, it would be nice to use dependencies that are written in Rust rather than C++, but hey, I'm kind of forced to use C++ sometimes. CAF is all fun games until it contains ALAC. Wait, are CAFs containing ALAC like cursed or something? Sorry, I'm just checking Twitter right now. ALAC. You know what? You know what's funny? You know, one of the things I find funny about ALAC, sorry, I'm still checking Twitter, is like, right, hang on a sec, I need to check something real quick. How much memory is this process using? Because, no way. It really was a macOS bug. Okay, explanation for what I'm talking about. This emulator leaks memory on macOS. It doesn't leak it like fast enough that it's a problem for an average length play session. It's not even going to be a big problem for most users, even if you play it for like an hour or something. But it leaks memory, and I can't figure out why. And given the entire emulator more or less is written in Rust, it's pretty certain. I was able to rule out like almost all memory leak issues because like Rust handles memory allocation automatically, right? And deallocation more importantly. And like there's some places where I do it manually, but I was able to check and like I could not explain the memory leak. But I've been playing for ages now, right? And look, it's still at 69 megabytes. Like if it was on macOS, it'd be up in like 400, 500 megabytes now. So that's fantastic. That if anything was proof that this is a macOS specific issue, this is proof. That feels good because I was, to be honest, I suspected there was still some other memory leak I hadn't found that would appear on Windows. One of the memory leaks I fixed just before release was that when it spawned a new thread, it would allocate a stack for that thread, but that stack never got freed. So it would go up in memory usage by like half a megabyte every level. When it loads a new level, it spawns some threads. But I fixed that. Wow. Yeah, sorry, back in a second. Hi, Ember! I'm assuming you're the Ember I know. Nice username. I assume that's the sex number there. Yeah, sorry, I'll be back in a sec. Oh my god, I'm getting so much Twitter engagement now. I'm kind of surprised because I thought that I would get like more of it like I released this late in the day Europe time, end of yesterday, and so I kind of expected it would take off immediately, and I mean it did take off immediately, right? Like just, you know, I'm not to be like egoistical or whatever, but I recognize people would think this was cool, right? But like I expected, since at that time people on the US East Coast would have finished working on everything, it would have taken off a bit. But now it's taking off in quite a big way, even though, like, you know, most people in Europe are gonna be at work right now. Oh wait, but people on the US West Coast are currently waking up. That must be what's going on. Ah, okay. Shit, I was talking about something, wasn't I? But I don't remember what it was. Yeah, right, oh, right, ALAC. I know almost nothing about ALAC, except the following fact. ALAC is fundamentally almost exactly the same in terms of how it works as FLAC. You could probably write a program that converts ALAC to FLAC and back without, like, I mean, it would be lossless anyway, but like, it would probably be a fun project to write a FLAC to ALAC converter, because they're like almost the same audio format. And the weird thing is ALAC is like, it's not even like proprietary, it's also open and free like FLAC is. So it's like, we have two lossless audio codecs that are almost identical for some reason. Did I? Ah, okay, I haven't done the second set on volcanic pools yet. Okay, let's go. Right, I should drink something. By the way, there used to be a really bad threading bug that just happened to work on my systems, that happened during the loading screens. Basically, this software... Oh, this is cool. Oh, yes. Lovely set piece, that. I mean, it's just a gimmick, but I can't help but like that. There used to be a really bad bug during loading screens, because the loading screens are the main part in this game where threading is used. The game doesn't use the threading that much, and to be honest, I suspect that you could modify the code so it doesn't use threading at all. I'm kind of suspicious as to why they need it in the first place. But like, this game uses threads, but not heavily, and not persistently. It just spawns a thread and then forgets it. And the thread does some like loading tasks in the background. And it does this during the loading screen and level transitions and at no other times. And by threading, what I mean is using threads other than the main thread. Like for most of the project, I didn't actually have threads implemented because I didn't need it. And actually, I was expecting that Monkey Ball didn't use threads, but I think that was me forgetting the fact that one of the first symbols I saw in the executable was actually NS thread, so I should have known what was coming. Anyway, threading bugs on the loading screen. This emulator is a high-level emulator. What does it mean that it's a high-level emulator? Well, a lot of things, but in this case, it means that the emulator takes the place of iPhone OS. It does everything iPhone OS would do for the game, but it does everything in usually pretty different ways to how iPhone OS does it. And in practice, what that means is I have CPU emulation, right, and it emulates the CPU so it can run the Monkey Ball binary and also two libraries. And then God, this is a cool set piece, isn't it? Volcanic Pool, I'm just like anyone, I just think orange and black is cool, and this is lots of orange and black, so it's cool. Also it has skulls, like, who can't like this? It's very...
Hurry up!
You know, in a way it's kind of edgy, but it's also just cute and pretty. Very pretty. And it looks so good in high resolution. Anyway, threading bug. In my high-level emulation system, basically almost all the code is written in Rust, I run as little as possible on the emulated CPU, and the reason I did it this way is, well, I felt like it, and also it's easy, and it's fun. It's fun because I get to write an entire Objective-C runtime in Rust, and many other things. And also it gives me really interesting sandboxing and like memory safety properties, although you absolutely can break the memory safety in interesting ways. Yeah, so most of the code in the emulator is written in Rust, but of course the iPhone app is written for the iPhone. It runs in ARM code, whereas your computer is running x64 or ARch64 code, as the case may be, though only one of those is officially supported right now. And the app just makes function calls to what it thinks is iPhone OS, and those are normal function calls. But like, how do I implement things if everything is written in Rust, and everything is written in Rust that is compiled to run on your system, not compiled to run on an iPhone? Well, basically I stop CPU emulation every time a function call happens, which is very often, so that's pretty hot code, and I need to optimize it a bit more, but it works just about well enough for Monkey Ball. Anyway, I stop the CPU emulation every time there is a function call. And a function call to a host function, which is basically anything iPhone OS provides. Host function is my terminology, it's not some formal thing. And when that happens and the CPU is paused, the Rust code will do its thing. It will like compute the result iPhone OS wants. For example, if you called the square root function, then it will compute the square root, and then it will put the square root into the registers for the emulated CPU, and then it will resume the execution of the emulated CPU. And all of this works fine. It does mean that the threading support is slightly imperfect. I can switch threads, but I can't switch threads when inside a host function. I can only switch threads when I'm inside emulated code. This is fine though, because that doesn't mean I can't switch threads while in host functions at all, just when host functions are right at the top of the stack. How this works you can understand if you read the code. I don't want to explain it right now. Anyway, long story short, threading. It turns out that when a thread is waiting for a host function to return, you should not execute code on it. However, I had a bug where I executed code on threads that were waiting for a function to return. I have no idea how this worked at all. It is incredible that Monkey Ball managed to work when this happened. And I only needed like one game-specific hack that I've since removed for that to work, and it's like, I do not... That was a really strange bug, and I am really embarrassed by it. But that bug is not in the release version of the emulator. I would not want to ship an emulator with that bug in it.
Ready? Go!
What if I post a screenshot on Twitter? Oh, wait, did I press the wrong screenshot button? Please don't tell me it captured the screenshot key. Oh, good. Yeah. Hang on, sorry. I know I'm gaming the algorithm. I don't feel good about it, but you kind of have to do it to a certain extent. Cool. So, yeah, threading bugs. Honestly, it's kind of a miracle that the threading code works at all. I have had to learn the POSIX threads API. I did not know it before this project. And my implementation of the POSIX threads API is imperfect, to say the least. And my scheduling algorithm sucks. There is no thread prioritization. Like, it kind of just works because modern CPUs are fast, and they are fast enough that it doesn't matter that the thread prioritization is wrong. I'll fix it eventually. One interesting thing, right, the reason the threading code is like it is that this emulator is deliberately single-threaded. There is no actual like host threading. It's all single-threaded, and this is like, it's partly because I didn't realize I needed threading when I started development, but it's also just it makes it easier, and I didn't want to have to like. It makes it easier, and in particular because I can avoid a certain important design change, which is in Rust. There are rules about when you can use pointers and stuff, right? This is nice. Barry O'Donnell. Fuck! Okay, no, I hate this app, actually.
Ready? Go!
So like...
Go!
The thing is, Rust has rules about what you can safely share between threads.
Ready?
Rules that I would either have to break or avoid. And I simply avoided those rules by not sharing stuff between threads. I just have a single host thread and it does everything, and it's fine. I mean, the original iPhone was only had a single core and single thread, so it's fine. But that is definitely one of the major HLE limitations I've got. And it's possibly solvable eventually, but I kind of... I don't know, it's probably not worth the pain it would be to make everything atomic. And like, I don't really want to play fast and loose with Rust memory safety by just saying, I promise everything is atomic when it's not, so... Oh! Skulls.
Hurry up!
Skull zone. Entering the skull zone. I love that screenshot. Oh crap, it didn't save. I must be pressing the wrong key.
Go!
I assume people are still here and the chat is just like quiet, right? Yeah, okay, people are there. Oh god. This project is something I'm very proud of. Oh, cool. Hi, Nettie. I'm kind of curious what kind of people are around at this time, because I know that these are like... This is daytime Europe, and why am I able to stream at this time in Europe? Well, because I am unemployed. Deliberately unemployed, by the way, so don't worry about that. But like, most people in Europe are... If they are in full-time work or something similar, are not going to be able to stream it unless they're like on a break or something. But I know there's various reasons why people tune in. And then of course there are people from other parts of the world, and yeah, I guess, I don't know. I'm kind of curious if anyone wants to tell me what time it is where they are, and what they are up to other than watching the stream, if anything.
Ready? Go!
This stream, this level is... This is like pinball game. Like, not pinball as in Space Cadet 3D pinball, but like... pachinko kind of pinball. Not pachinko, but like, you know, the original pinball where it was just a board with pins. That's what this reminds me of. This is pinball. Oh, right, and I'm literally a ball. This is pinball. 9 PM UTC. Oh, are you in like East Asia or Australia or somewhere around there? Hey, let's play the final level. I either haven't played this at all or haven't played it in like long enough that I remember it, so I'm excited. Let's play Space Case. Ah, okay. I should have just said Australasia. It's not like I thought Australia specifically.
Ready?
I just keep forgetting Australia's not a continent. Shh! What the hell? I did not know this level had like neon effects. Like, I have not seen this level before. Like, I mean, I know it exists and I should have tested it, but I didn't want to test it because I didn't want to spoil like the fun of playing it before release for myself. So I just prayed basically that it worked. And like, oh, this level is so beautiful. And it looks so good in HD. I know this is becoming a common refrain. Oh my god, is that why it says new chat message? God, like, I mean... Why do I use software in Swedish? It's just, I mean, it's partly as a learning aid, that was the original reason, but like, it's also just kind of fun, but it's like, it's fun in a bad way, because it's fun usually because the translations are bad. God, this is additive blending, isn't it? Shit, you know, it's a good thing I made the GL Blend Funk implementation be, like, generic, because it would have really sucked if the game crashed once you got to the final roll. And that could have happened if I put a different assert in GL Blend Funk.
Ready? Go!
Oh my god, this feels so much more Monkey Ball-ish than the other Monkey Ball levels in here. Like, I've played a little bit, it must emphasize a little bit of the GameCube game. I wanted to play the GameCube game because of playing this game. And I bought the GameCube game. Yeah.
Ready?
The problem with, I'm guessing Wolf RPG is probably like partly C++ and like reverse engineering C++ code sucks. Well, it sucks in stuff like Ghidra because the problem is like decompilers, decompilerese is kind of understandable if the origin code is C code, and then if it's C++, there's so much implicit bullshit going on. You have a long. It's a lot of effort to figure out what's going on.
Ready?
That's not really fair. I mean, it's not like it's much easier for C. C++ can kind of be easy, you know, because you get type information in the form of name rank. But like, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I should encourage you to do this, but if you want to see if this runs in touchHLE, I'm certain Wolf RPG currently won't boot in touchHLE. There's just too much stuff missing. I'm sure it does something that means it won't boot, but like, you might find that like, if you try to run Wolf RPG in touchHLE, it crashes in an interesting place, and you can look at the backtrace and see and learn things from the backtrace about what's going on in the app. You need Ghidra or something like, I mean IDA would something like that would probably work too. For debugging, by the way, I don't have like stack trace symbolification, so you just get like the addresses of the functions, stack frames, but nothing else. Oh god, I'm probably gonna get out of time on this level, aren't I? Where where's the other banana? Wait, where's the exit?
Hurry up! Follow!
What?
Ready?
What?
Go!
Oh, goal must be... Oh.
Ready? Go!
The flip side of what you say about Swedish software translation embers is Swedish software translations into English.
Ready?
Yeah, if you wanted to learn an LE language, like if your goal is like learning how to write an emulator, I would recommend like learning C. Like if you're not familiar with it, not because I think C is a good programming language to write new code in. It absolutely is not. If you can avoid it. I say that despite the fact that I kind of like writing code in C. I did that a lot in my previous job, and that was a lot of fun. But like, C has a lot of problems. But the thing is, C is still the lingua franca of like low-level programming. Like, it is like, you know, when you use a decompiler to reverse engineer something, like Monkey Ball, it will try to explain what's going on by disassembling the code and then trying to turn it into something resembling C code. Because C code is like the agreed upon, the most commonly used way to represent those concepts. Fuck. Oh, that's such a bad feeling. Whenever you get like 10 out of 10 bananas, but then you die. Like, you almost got the crown. You were so close, but you failed. Yeah, so like... Oh, I gotta continue. Fucking hell. What if I just start this set of levels again? I feel like it. What if I play Gombon? Why not? Have I done that yet? I don't remember. But like, yeah, C is the like lingua franca of everything, and then C++ is like...
Ready?
I mean, C++ is a really strange language. And I mean that, like, it's weird because, like, because of this project, mostly because of this project, not exclusively, but mostly, I've ended up, like, really liking Objective-C. I've gotten a real appreciation for language, and I think Objective-C is beautiful. And, like, it's funny because to a C++ programmer, Objective-C is the weirdest thing in the world. But, like, Objective-C is internally consistent in a way that C++ is not. Objective-C is like a nice language, I think. It's a sensible language, it's a small language, it's like well designed, it has some drawbacks and legacy, right? But like, it's sensible. And the nice thing about Objective-C is if you learn C and then you also learn Smalltalk, then you immediately understand what's going on in Objective-C. Now I haven't learned Smalltalk, so what I just said is just a guess. But like, it has the internal logic of those two languages stuck together, and like, you might think, isn't it weird to just smash them together like that? But like, it maintains the internal logic of C and the internal logic of Smalltalk, and like, doesn't do like weird violations of either. Like, C code in Objective-C looks like C code. Objective-C, object-oriented code in Objective-C looks like Smalltalk with a few C elements, and like, it creates a whole that's greater than the sum of its parts. But like, as a bit of a C programmer, Objective-C just C++ kind of upsets me at a deep level, because it takes C concepts and changes their meanings in ways that make them no longer able to do the things that they should be able to do in C. And like, it's like, it's a really... And then there's templates, and I don't know, I feel fine about templates. The syntax is horrible, but I mean, like, I like Rust, and Rust uses templates a lot. Not templates, but generics, they're basically the same thing, so... Oh, that's where the goal is. Yeah, okay, the problem with this level is it's really easy to just lose sight of the goal. Like, I honestly think they should fix that somehow, like, make a sign that points to where the goal is, because you can just get lost, and...
Ready? Go!
But yeah, if you want to learn... But like, if you want to learn, if you're trying to do low-level emulation and you don't know C, learn C. And then like learn an actually good language for modern code like Rust or something. But C is a good foundation for that. Mind you, the interesting thing is like Java is not... It's funny because like Java is derived from C, like fucking half of all modern programming languages, probably most of them can be considered C-like at this point. Though I mean the word C-like doesn't mean anything these days. But like Java, Java and a bunch of other languages like it are just like C without pointers, but it turns out C without... Oh god. Oh, they're oscillating tile heights. Oh, this is one of those levels that's easier to go around when you're moving fast because you can jump gaps. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, hot take, Objective-C is a great language. Objective-C shows you how you should do text handling in C. If you want to do text handling in C, just use Objective-C. I'm only slightly joking here. I mean, nobody wants to actually include an Objective-C runtime in their C app, but Objective-C has pretty good string handling. It's designed in Next Step's like OpenStep was written in the 1990s, I think. So it's like it is unfortunately UTF-16 based, but like it's really good UTF-16 based string handling. Like, one of the benefits is that because Objective-C makes everything go through dynamic dispatch, and I mean everything goes through dynamics dispatch, almost every single function call in an Objective-C app, including Monkey Ball's Objective-C code, is just message send calls. But because it's so dynamic, Objective-C is really good at making abstractions for things. The abstractions are not fast, but they are otherwise good abstractions. And like Foundations NS string is pretty nice. Objective-C, so I mean both. I mean Objective-C, it's C plus like Smalltalk basically. So like you have everything, all the C string handling is there if you want it. And you'll need to use it sometimes. But you also have like this library of objects with strings, and Apple's standard library for Objective-C is called Foundation, and it has a type called NS-string that is used for strings, and it's a nice abstract object, and it does all the things you could hope a string object would do, and more. And it's pretty nice. Slightly annoying for me to implement because it's UTF-16, but it's a pretty good system. And in more modern versions of Objective-C, it's like not even too annoying to deal with. The only real problem with Objective-C's string APIs, in my opinion, other than them being UTF-16, but like you can avoid using the UTF-16. Apple have been careful about that. The only real problem with them, in my opinion, is that they are a bit verbose. Objective-C is pretty famous for how verbose it is, because like where another language would make you just write like string trim, Objective-C is like string by trimming characters in character set. Like that is the name of a method. Apple really think this is what a method should look like. Yes! Yeah! Oh, this is fun.
Ready? Go!
I implemented the Objective-C's standard library bits, like, that is to say, all of Foundation and stuff myself. But like, Objective-C doesn't use, Monkey Ball doesn't use very much of Foundation. You know, this app is mostly C++ and C. So it's just using a bit of Objective-C at the periphery to do stuff like interacting with, to do stuff like text rendering. There's a nice text rendering API on iOS, and of course it's in Objective-C, so it uses Objective-C for that. But it's like almost all of this game's core code is in C, and therefore it wasn't like a lot of work to implement the bits of Foundation that this uses. But like, it's probably not a sustainable approach to implement all of Foundation myself, because Foundation is big and does a lot of things. So eventually I need to think about whether and how to use something like GNU Step. The problem is, like, with the approach I have, it's really easy for me to integrate, to implement stuff in Rust, and I've designed things around making it easy to implement stuff in Rust. But then, like, integrating with an actual Objective-C library on the host would be rather annoying. And, like, one of the problems is, like, Objective-C is super generic. Not generic, like, super dynamic. Like, Objective-C is a derivative of C, and yet it is as dynamic as JavaScript when it comes to the object-oriented parts, because everything is dynamic dispatch. So, like, it would be probably really annoying to, like, convincingly bind Foundation two-way between touchHLE and, like, GNU Step's Foundation, because there's so many, like, reflection capabilities and, like, introspection and reference counting and stuff. It's like COM or WinRT, but, like, even worse. Like, it's on a whole other level, but yes, it's all of that and more. So it's like, there would be a lot of work to just, like, do proxy objects without anything realizing they're proxy objects, and, like, preventing you using the 10 different ways of noticing it's a proxy object, all of that kind of bullshit. So for that reason, I feel like I should use Foundation, but I probably won't, like, directly expose GNU Step's Foundation or something. What I probably should do, and probably will do, is use Core Foundation. So Apple have open sourced part of Core Foundation because of Swift, and Core Foundation, for those not familiar, it's basically, imagine Foundation, the Objective-C library, but it's a C library. Like, it's a subset of Foundation as a C interface rather than an Objective-C interface, and it interoperates with Foundation. And, like, that, because it's a C interface, I could conveniently use that from Rust and, like, just wrap it to provide Foundation stuff. So, like, when I want to do the string handling, I could just call into the open source Core Foundation, do its string handling, and then, like, do my normal HLE stuff with the Foundation. So I'm probably going to use Core Foundation at some point. Though there is one other thing, which is I kind of get a kick out of the fact that, like, right now there's, like, no Apple code in this project whatsoever. I mean, like, it's all my own re-implementations, and it's a bit less fun at some level to start using, like, Apple open source code, but, like, I should probably use Apple open source code. There's a hell of a lot of effort I can save on there, and a hell of a lot of nightmarish debugging on certain tricky things, so, like, yeah. This set of levels really likes its big open circles in the ground, huh? It's pretty cool. It's a bit of a shame, these backgrounds. These backgrounds are fine, but I wish they were, like, animated or
Hurry up!
How compatible is GNU Step? Good question, I'm not sure. I don't know if she's still around. Is XGF still here? Let's see. Does it, like, show chat members somewhere?
Go!
XGF is still here. XGF might know a bit about how compatible Objective-C is, because XGF is, don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but it has been doing something Objective-C related. Not related to this project, but XGF has a lot of Objective-C related knowledge that has been useful to me in this project. Anyway, it's like, the thing XGF is doing is not an iPhone OS emulator or anything like that, but it's Objective-C related and Foundation related, so so it's been very useful knowledge, very useful to have someone to ask about how does this undocumented thing in Foundation work, or how would you guess it works, knowing what you do about what Foundation probably does. Anyway, I don't know how compatible GNU Step is. Like, because as far as I'm aware, like, GNU Step is, like, I think it's broadly API compatible, but it's not like exactly like where there are implementation details. They don't make the same implementation choices. Like classic example is like Objective-C. When you make a method call, right, you do that by calling Objective-C message send. It's sort of a normal C function, but not really. But to a decompiler, it may as well be a normal C function. Anyway, Objective-C message send, you call it and you pass like the ID of the object, the pointer to the object, the selector, and then the arguments to the method, like variadically. And the selector, that's just basically the name of the method. But it is a unique pointer or unique value identifying a method. It can't just be an ordinary C string. And depending on your implementation, the selector is different. So like, I think on Apple's implementation, it's always actually a C string, but it's a guaranteed unique C string. But like GNU Step supposedly replaces it with an integer, or at least I think I've been told at some point by someone that you can do that, and that maybe GNU Step does that. That kind of implementation detail, like apps are not meant to look at the selector's representation, but they do. That kind of detail differs between GNU Step and Apple's Foundation. But I would guess that stuff like the methods on NSString are broadly compatible. Though they're probably, like, I would bet they're not bug compatible. Like, stuff like if you weird string encoding edge cases in Unicode normalization, there's no way that behaves exactly the same, because the GNU Step project would have no reason to copy the bugs. But this project may end up needing to copy the bugs in some case, we'll see. So, yeah. The thing is, though, about GNU Step is, like, GNU Step, I mean, it gives you an Objective-C runtime, that's important, and it gives you, like, libraries, like a GNU version of Foundation and probably some other stuff. But, like, the critical stuff on iPhone OS is, of course, you also need to have the... Oh god, continue. What if I just restart this level set? The critical thing on iOS is you're gonna need the actual iOS APIs, like UIKit and stuff. And like GNU Step, I don't think they implement that. The other thing is... like... Yeah, it's a difficult question. Like, I think, like, I could wire up GNU Step's NSString to my emulator somehow, and, like, just advertise all the methods it advertises to the guest app, and then it could call, like, string by trimming characters in set, or string by replacing occurrences of string with string. Yes, those are real Objective-C method names, and it could probably work. But, like, I can't use the runtime, because GNU Step is not compatible with Apple's Objective-C runtime. Like, it's like source code compatible with Objective-C applications, but I don't need to be source compatible, I need to be ABI binary compatible. Like, I need to understand the, like, proprietary format that the classes are stored in the app and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that was an excessively long answer. I'm sure there's stuff I could reuse from GNU Step.
Go!
The interesting question is whether GNU Step is the best choice, because, like, there's also, it's not the only project of its kind that, like, tries to re-implement Objective-C in Foundation. Then there's the fun one, which is, there's a project called Darling, and Darling is basically an attempt to be Wine for macOS. And so, you know, any reasonable person would have, like, just seen, oh, Darling is perfect, I'll just fork Darling and make it support iOS stuff. Because Darling has already done a lot of stuff necessary to get, like, command line apps running. But... Well, there are two problems in Darling, I guess, for my project. One is that I'm not emulating x64 macOS apps, I'm emulating 32-bit ARM apps, so I need emulation in there somewhere. And that means I need to port Darling to run in 32-bit, and I'd have to add emulation, and wasn't fun to me. But honestly, it's just when I started this project, I did not think what other solutions are there out there that are just like 50% of the way there. I thought, is there a solution that is 100% the way there? I saw that there weren't any, and I thought, what if I write my own solution from scratch for fun and see if I can do the thing? And I did the thing. And so, like, I don't know. I don't know if and how much and to what extent Darling is implemented Objective-C stuff like Foundation. I think they've gotten like
Ready? Go!
Yeah, like I bet Darling, I think Darling borrows some code from Step on one of the projects, and like I could probably like load lots of stuff from Darling, but I kind of don't want to, especially because one problem with Darling is I think it's Linux specific. Like it is Wine, and this project like touchHLE is not Wine. Like, because what Wine is a port of Wine basically loads Windows binaries inside a Linux process and binds them to Linux stuff. And with some effort you can also get it to, and it can also do that on Mac OS. So but like Wine is like Unix specific, right? Its main task is to convert Windows NT stuff to Unix stuff. And then like Darling is an equivalent of that. So Darling is a port of Darwin stuff, which is already Unix, but the like non-Unix parts of Darwin to Unix, right? But touchHLE is not that. touchHLE is port to anything. touchHLE tries to be as portable as hell, basically. Like, I want this to run on anything, and eventually, like, the big one for me is WebAssembly. It would be really cool to have Monkey Ball in the browser. Not that I could legally upload that, and I will not, because I do not want to tempt the powers that be. But the touchHLE is like, it tries to be as OS independent as possible. Yeah, so Wine, I didn't know it was on OS too, so that's interesting. But what is Odin, and like, how does that even work? So I wonder if the port for ReactOS is just like,
Hurry up!
Wait, is there a Wine port to ReactOS?
Ready?
I thought, like, 'cause to my knowledge, Wine does. The thing I know about ReactOS is ReactOS reuses a lot of libraries from Wine, but the way it does that is because, like, basically, part of Wine is an abstraction layer that, like, converts Windowsy system calls into Linuxy system calls, right? But then part of Wine is just we re-implement the libraries the same way Windows does them. And ReactOS is able to make use of the stuff that is just done the way Windows does it. Because when ReactOS underneath is Windows, it's not Linux, right? But like, that means that Wine underneath I don't think is that portable.
Ready? Go!
Right, anyway, sorry, to respond to an earlier
Ready?
David MC... okay. Thanks for the confirmation, DC Nick, that Wine is fairly Unixy. So David MC said, the thing I was describing earlier with Darling or whatever, it sounds like Quemu plus Wine combos, theoretically possible, good luck, have fun and practice. Yeah, so I know someone who tried that. A friend of mine knew I was working on this project, actually, or whatever state it was in at that time, and they wondered, could they do the same thing for some
Ready?
coders? And I strongly recommended against writing their own emulator, because it's like, what I suggested in their case was, okay, so what my friend wanted to do was pull out the native binary for a certain Android game, like, because it's an NDK based game, like the main game is in a Linux ARM64 binary, right? Like most Android games. They had this Android game they wanted to run. They wanted to pull out that binary and somehow run it on Linux. And so I suggested to them, oh, you can use QEMU user mode. There's this thing on Linux where, I forget how it works, but basically QEMU will just emulate the process and then translate all the syscalls, and that should work fine, right? But the problem with that is, like, you don't just need to translate the syscalls, you also need a 32-bit graphics driver that can run in the or 64-bit graphics driver for the right architecture that can run in the same process and speak to your kernel. You need, like, all the libraries to be in the same process and speak the same language. And, like, yeah, I mean, theoretically possible, but good luck, have fun in practice is, like, the thing I'm have been kind of scared about with trying to do things with Darling or similar approaches. Like, because the nice thing about this user mode emulating, the user mode emulation I have in this, is it's like, I only have to emulate the game. I don't have to, like, emulate the graphics driver. Yeah. What David MC says about bin format MISC, that sounds right.
Ready? Go!
And I assume Darling is using bin format MISC as well, actually. Oh, by the way, a thing I think is kind of cute is you can if you get Monkey Boulder app and try to run it on a Mac, on a modern Mac, like, the OS just recognizes it as an application bundle, because it is basically a macOS application bundle, but with a different layout. But it will say, this application is not compatible with your Macintosh. Because, well, the application binary format is wrong. It is indeed not compatible with this Macintosh. It's just kind of funny to me. Like... This is a cool level. Oh.
Ready? Go!
You really get the sense that, like, the level designers were just having fun on this. Oh, on that note, I should pause actually here. I want to show off something. Monkey Ball. The hell is, right. Monkey Ball app. Levels. Here are, how do I show more items? Here are, like, all the, here are the names of all the apps, sorry, all the levels, and they're like some fun ones, like Deathly Hallows, Drop Down Turnabout, Electric Dentures, Feet Flavored Water, Half Pipe, Holy Smoke, Restricted, Riddle Me This Too, Rotisserie. I get the feeling that the guy who made the levels for this, I think it was mostly one person, but maybe a few more, had a lot of fun making these levels. There are some levels that are pulled from other games though. Like, I'm not even going to give you any guesses for where DSSMB1 underscore levels come from. I'm also kind of interested in these MM underscore ones. I don't know what that means, but yeah, there's some fun names. I'm definitely, eventually, right, gonna write the Cutting Room Floor wiki page for this game, because there is Cutting Room Floor stuff for this game. Like, there are unused sound effects, for example, though I would guess all the sound effects are just... The sound effects are probably just pulled from the DS game, so chances are there's nothing interesting there. But there are new sound effects, for example. Yeah. Okay, back to the game.
Ready? Go!
I'm really curious whether any of the kind of like level geometry things, like these animated things, they must need like somewhat custom code to support. Like, I assume that there's like two kinds of level entities, like normal static things, and then some like dynamic things that probably contained by custom code. Did they add any like new entities for this game, or is it all stuff that the TS game also supported? I kind of wonder. But like, maybe they just have a generic thing for anything moving.
Ready? Go!
I am not good at this. I intend to become speedrunner of this game, but I am clearly not there yet. Let's just continue. I want to get past this stuff.
Ready? Go!
Oh god.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, sharing code with other projects. I definitely should do this eventually, even if it's like aesthetically less beautiful.
Ready?
And egotistically, of course.
Ready? Go!
Okay, that works, but I need to decelerate a bit.
Ready?
Continue on. You know, I used to think that the signposts that pointed arrows were just like decorative for effect, but I'm realizing with some of these later levels, like, no, they needed to add those so people would realize they needed to fall down sometimes. I love the star effect when you fly up, it's so good.
Ready? Go!
You know, I'll be honest here, like, I'm obviously really happy about it, but I am kind of, like, deep in my heart, I am surprised that the game has not crashed while I've been playing it, because, like, you know, all the, like, known crash issues I had have been fixed. Like, I haven't been experiencing any random, unexpected crashes recently, but, like, when you've gotten used to the fact that there are crash bugs that you haven't fixed yet, you know, it just kind of worms its way into you, and, like, you know that the emulator is always incomplete, and you're always scared that, like, oh no, at some point during the stream it's going to crash, right? But somehow it's not crashed, and it's not leaking memory, and the performance is not degraded, and, like, I mean, that's good. I'm happy. I mean, this is great. It means that my initial release was a good candidate. But wow. On that note, shout out to the Rust programming language.
Ready?
I have had many problems during this project, but seg faults in host code are not one of them. Well, there was that time I failed to load the OpenGL functions. Then it's seg faulted, but like, I have had no host memory corruption issues, no host memory leak issues. no host memory safety issues to speak of whatsoever, basically. You may think that it's annoying to write code in Rust, but it makes debugging a breeze. Like, just, you know, the complexity of this project. The number of things that can go wrong if you write this in C and C++, like, Rust just eliminates all of them. Like, all of them. And this is despite the fact that the project is only partially Rust. I mean, it's 99% Rust code, but there are some really significant C and C++ components I have to use from... Hi, Mysterio.
Ready? Go!
So, this is... I'm glad you like it. This is, to my knowledge... So, I did want to check whether this would be unique, because... ego and curiosity, and I don't know why I did this, because it would be end up demotivating, I guess, but like I wanted to know if there are other projects. There are a handful of various iOS iOS emulation projects actually, but like, so there is another person who wrote was IMU. I heard of it, but I couldn't find out what the fuck it was.
Ready? Go!
Like, did that actually get somewhere? Like, was IMU released? Was it a thing that worked? Could it run applications?
Go!
Was it a commercial service? I've heard of it, but I don't remember anything about it. Anyway, about other iOS emulators. So, this is not the only high-level emulator for iOS apps, but it is the only one that can run useful applications. Someone else wrote, I discovered during development, like, interestingly enough, someone else wrote their own high-level emulator, like, as a, like, master's thesis project, I think? Oh, I see. Apple pressure, that's interesting. So, like, So there is another high-level emulator out there. Someone wrote some like kind of thesis, master's thesis, PhD thesis, some kind of thesis project, that is called IPA Sim, which is a good name for it. It like takes an IPA file and simulates it. But that project, they were focused on like UIKit focused stuff, and basically they got an extremely simple Hello World UIKit app working, and it's written in, I don't remember, it's like C# or C++. So that app, it's basically the same approach as what I'm doing, almost exactly. Like, I mean, I haven't looked at the code, but based on the description on the like GitHub repo or whatever, it's doing the same kind of thing. But my project is interesting, right? Because they've got a fairly complex real application, Monkey Ball, working. And also I'm focused on games rather than like normal applications, which is a big benefit for what I'm doing. And then like, there is Corellium. Corellium is a commercial company that somehow has not been sued into oblivion by Apple yet. Apple have tried, but somehow not succeeded yet, which is strange. And they, as software as a service, like you can't download it, you have to like rent it from them online, let you get an emulated VM of iOS. And I don't know what they're using, but it's probably QEMU or something. But like, their like niche is like security researchers, like people who want to do advanced app testing. It's probably unusable for playing games. I mean, because you have to stream it from the servers and stuff, and like, I don't know. I mean, it probably can run games, but like, not something anyone would use, and it's commercial, and normal people don't have access to it, and all this. Then there are like 2 different recent projects I'm aware of that run like iPhone OS or iOS in QEMU. One that runs an iPhone 11, I think? Or either iPhone 11 or iOS 11 inside QEMU. And then another one that runs an iPod Touch 1st gen inside QEMU. The iPod Touch 1st gen thing, they got iOS 1 running, so iOS without apps. And of course there's no GPU emulation, so the GPU rendering is probably really slow, I don't know. I found out about that project partway through developing this, and it was like a big loss of. Honestly, I was like, fuck, I need to hurry up and get this done even sooner, because if I don't, it will steal my moment or something. But it's like, they're not really competing efforts, because it's like low-level emulation. High-level emulation can do things that low-level emulation can't do as easily. And I have a game working now on multiple OSs, and importantly, an interesting thing is I can legally defend what I'm doing, right? You do not have to pirate any code by Apple to use this, right? Now, where you get the apps from is a different question. There are legal ways to obtain them, and you can and should legally obtain them, and I will never condone not doing. I will never condone or promote obtaining apps in non-legal ways, of course. But the emulator itself, to use it at a basic level, if you have an app obtained legally, you can use the emulator legally. It doesn't use any code stolen from Apple. It doesn't use any code that you aren't authorized by an end-user license agreement to use. It's a completely clean implementation. That might be an advantage of this project, because I've no idea, maybe Apple will eventually get aggressive and try to shut down every emulation project they have the practical ability to do. But I do feel like low-level emulation is probably the future, because if people can get the GPU emulated and the touch input emulated and the sound working and all this stuff, then you could run any iOS app if you had an iOS app image, if you had an iOS image and all this. But yeah, this project has an issue, and this project is really easy to use, and this project is definitively legal. Definitively is the wrong word, but definitely legal, and those are all pretty big advantages. So yeah. But what's weird about iOS emulation, Mysterio 203, if you good question. So I'll get back to you in a second, CPH. Mysterio 203. The weird thing is every iOS emulator seems to be to not take off in a big way. I'm really confused about this. There are actually a lot of iOS emulation projects. I know, there's even one or two more that I know about that I didn't talk about. And nobody's heard of them. If you Google for iOS emulator, you won't find them. You have to use more specific search terms. And it might be just because none of the emulators out there are actually useful for running real applications, except this one. And this one can only run one app at present. Maybe two. I haven't tested Super Monkey Ball Lite yet. But yeah, it's also the problem that people aren't that interested in mobile apps, especially other mobile apps. The thing is, for most apps you would want to emulate that were for iOS, there's also an Android version, so you could just run it in an Android emulator, right? And then there's older mobile games, and nobody cares about them, sadly. I mean, people should care about them. There's some wonderful things. Oh, God, Pocket PC doesn't have a cross-platform emulator. That is a tragedy. But there's but early iOS games, stuff like Super Monkey Ball, didn't get ported to other platforms. Actually, this game did get ported to another platform, but that platform was Windows Phone, not Android. Maybe there's a way to run it on Windows Phone. If that's true, then maybe I wasted a bunch of effort, but hey, this effort will be useful for running other iOS games, right? But yeah, it's weird. There are actually a lot of iOS emulation projects out there, but none of them take off, and it's probably because none of them are very useful for running games, at least. Because I'm sure people want to run old games. I know there's more people like me that want to play Super Monkey Ball, and I know there's people like me out there that want to play a ton of games. I remember. Here's an example of a game I want to emulate eventually. A game I probably can't because it's probably too complicated, but we'll see, is EA's Monopoly game, I think Monopoly Around the World edition for iPhone App Store. That game, Monopoly, like, you know, the board game Monopoly, but it's like virtual board game and Wi-Fi multiplayer and all this stuff. I just really like the music in that game, and it has these really nice panning 3D scenes picked randomly when you start the emulator on the menu screen, and just like looking at the menu screen and listening to the music and seeing the 3D scene pan around and stuff. I would want more people to be able to have that experience. And I mean, yeah, you could watch it on YouTube, but like, I mean, maybe you can, I don't know if anyone's filmed it, but like, so many classic games I want to be available. And I'm definitely going to try to get more games working. I don't know what I'm going to do next. I mean, the thing I'm going to do next is I'm going to take a break, because I really have not taken enough breaks during this project. The breaks I took were the ones I was forced to take, basically. I have spent most hours of pretty much every day since December 1st writing this. And I'd been planning to do it for longer than that, so it's like been occupying my thoughts. It's been in the back of my mind a lot for much longer. And now that I've released it, I can relax a bit, because it's no longer the sprint to like get it done. It's I can pursue a more casual pace, right? It's not that I had to sprint to get it done, but it's also like motivation is like a precious thing, right? You don't want to waste it. And so even if it's unhealthy, sprinting to try and get it done like this was the most effective way to actually get it done, the first release. Later releases will be easier, because like I can try to get multiple apps working at once. If I get into a problem with one of those, I can take a break from that app and try a different app. It'll be fine. Yeah, but yeah, Mysterio 2003. I guess this is the first useful iOS emulator for games, or at least easily useful. The QEMU work people have done, I mean, you probably can get it's probably possible to boot iPhone OS 2, it's probably impossible to start this game in QEMU, but like, you'd have to do so many steps and hacks that it's like not acceptable to a normal user, and also you have to break Apple's EULA and all this stuff that is not very legal, and it's not good. EA's Dead Space Mobile. EA made a lot of games, and it'll be great if I can get some of the EA games working, because like, it's just my perception, just my memory, but it feels like EA really invested in the iPhone platform in the early days. Lots of high quality titles from EA I remember, only a few of which I actually bought, but like some of them I bought and played, and some of them I just looked at the App Store pages for and then decided not to buy back in the day. Of course, back in the day I had very limited money, so I was only buying things and I was really convinced I wanted to buy them. Yeah. This is DC. Oh yeah, DC Nick 3. Yeah. I should have responded to this earlier, but the type system stuff in Rust is really nice. I really like the enums and, you know, algebraic data types everywhere. They're just so elegant for so many things, and God, I wish C had them. Yeah, like, it is legal grey area. Like, I can say I mean, it's not a grey area. Some of this stuff is like, people say legal grey areas, but like a lot of what people call grey areas are not grey areas. They're just straight up illegal. It's just things you can do that you probably aren't going to get in trouble for, which is a different thing. Well, DC Nick will just have to change the mainstream. But like, the thing about paid for apps is, so in terms of like getting things legally, some things I have hope for. you can like find the gold nugget, which is like finding a used iPod Touch on eBay that someone hasn't reset the software on, because then you can pull the apps off it, decrypted, and play them. And from my point of view, there's nothing illegal about that, though I am aware that there are things like the DMCA and there's like DMCA encryption, not DMCA encryption. There's a thing about DRM in the DMCA, and I don't know if it applies in Europe or no, but that might be an issue. But like in terms of copyright, things should be. If you can find an old device and you want to pull the apps off it and run them in the emulator, that's mostly legal. And also, if you've bought the app before, that's mostly legal. And also, it's possible, yeah, none of these apps are still going to be listed on the App Store, so you can no longer buy them. So the other thing that we can hope for is just, there will be some like indie app developers from 10 years ago who want their games to continue to live and might be willing to just release the unencrypted binaries like publicly for free, or for payment even, just as a courtesy so that they can be played in tools like this. I'd really like it if that happens. I think the chances of Sega doing that with this game are 0, but like there's definitely some iPhone classics out there that someone is gonna, that the developers are going to just be cool with piracy. And if the developers are cool with it and they own the copyright, then it's no longer piracy. It's only piracy if it's illegal, right? There were a lot of cool indie games. I mean, the iPhone was like a perfect platform for an indie game developer in the early days. Extremely easy to develop for, extremely easy distribution, and easy to get paid for. And like the entry cost is $99 a year, and well, I wish it wasn't $99 a year, because God, that's still a problem for lots of people, but it's a lot more accessible than developing games for lots of other platforms. Hang on a sec, I'm just curious. Wow, 18 views. Wow, 4 hours and 41 minutes. This has been going on for a while. Yeah, hi InitMD. I'm glad you like the site design. So, the site design. So, let me just talk about that a little bit. So, I thought, wouldn't it be fun, wouldn't it be cool if just like the site looked like an iOS app or iOS web app from like 2008, right? Looked like iOS before the Scott Forstall, before iOS 7 happened and Johnny Ive destroyed all of Scott Forstall's glorious legacy. I thought it would be funny. And so I just happened to know, like from 10 years ago or some, more than that, like 15 years ago, 14 years ago, 13 years ago, 10 years ago, don't know exactly when it was, I remember there was some way to get like the like pinstripe background and like title bar assets legitimately from Apple. Like they had like all these themes. Apple made like a theme you could use for a website. I remembered that this was a thing Apple encouraged you to do, to make absolutely this. And the reason Apple encouraged you to do that was simple. In the first year of the iPhone, there was no native code SDK. The only sanctioned way to make apps was web apps, and Apple wanted to pretend for a while that a web app could do anything a native app could do. So they were like, they gave you the tools to make a web app look like a native app on iOS, even though it was based on completely different tech. And that tool they gave you was called Dashcode. And Dashcode is fun because, so macOS used to have widgets, if anyone remembers those. It had this thing called the dashboard, I think it was called dashboard. It had dashboard widgets. Like you could have a little clock and calendar and photo gallery and all that stuff and stocks. Everyone thought those were cool in 2005. And they made this tool called Dashcode. And Dashcode, like, dashboard widgets are actually just little HTML pages. And like Apple wrote this tool called Dashcode that let you create those widgets, and it would like generate CSS and HTML and some of the JavaScript for you, and do like fancy styled buttons for you and all this stuff, so you can make a dashboard widget which was in HTML. And then then the iPhone comes out, and then they're like, ah shit, we need an SDK but we can't release the SDK, what do? And then I assume because of that they were like, hey, we already have Dash code for making widgets, what if we extend it for making iPhone web apps? So they did. It's really interesting software. Apple Active Desktop. Oh, savage. I mean, you're not wrong. With similar compatibility issues as well. So like, so the Dash code was this free software from Apple. You could download it free from Apple's website. Still can. That's how I got it. For making apps with like widgets. But this is like really legacy software. Like, this is designed for 2008 WebKit, and it does a lot of things that 2008 WebKit, aka Mobile Safari, supported, but no other browser did. And you know, now the modern web is all based on Chrome and on WebKit derivatives, and also Firefox has been forced to accommodate WebKit. So magically, it somehow kind of still works. But like, Dash code itself, the software, does not run on modern Mac OS. So I had to set up a VM for macOS Mountain Lion, and then I installed Dash code in the Mountain Lion VM and made the website in that, and then exported it and then copied it over SSH to my computer, and I made some tiny tweaks to make the website slightly less broken in modern browsers. And I'm glad everyone likes the cute aesthetic of the site, because it was definitely more effort than I should have put into it, and it's very silly. And I am aware that the website is varying degrees of broken in different browsers, and there's nothing I can do about it. But it's cute, and like sometimes it's important to do things just because they're cute. And yeah, Apple definitely were the dawn of progressive web experiences, applications. Like, Dash code, funnily enough, one of the things it really doesn't do properly is responsive design. You have to refresh the page for it to position things properly, because horizontal centering in CSS is hard, so they just did it with JavaScript. But like, Apple pushed so much stuff, like, that defined the web we know today. Like, one of the things I did, so a little while ago I wrote this blog about a silly project to turn 3D models into HTML, and that was fun. And one of the things I showed off was like Apple loved these page flip animations back in the day, right? Well, you can also do those in CSS. And why can you do those in CSS? Well, because of Apple. A thing I didn't know when I wrote this, but found out, I found it out when trying to make the website for touchHLE, is actually Apple have an example almost exactly like this of a flipping card which you click on their website as an example of how to use CSS 3D animations. Like, it's all Apple. Apple just loved page flips, and they were right, because page flips are cool. Bring back page flips. Bring back linen. Bring back the iBooks bookshelf. Apple are gonna have to remove me from the premises when I protest outside their headquarters that iOS 6 was beautiful and iOS 7 is the devil. No, XGF, no! Yeah, I mean, Apple, it's like, it's a mix. It's like, Apple, they're sometimes very self-serving in their decisions, but they're also sometimes push things forward. Like, they genuinely made the web better in a lot of ways because the iPhone needed it, and I am thanking them today because a lot of my favourite things in CSS and stuff Apple added. But yeah, and yeah, that's the story of the website. I did the website in like a day. Doing the website delayed the release by a day, but it's a good website, so it's impossible to say if that was a bad decision or not. God, I've been streaming for a long time now. I should probably... Where the hell? Ah, okay. 6 done. Yeah, Apple 2009 was a different Apple, but also the same Apple. It's Shipper Theseus. I think what I'll do is I'll play through all the levels fairly quickly one last time, and then I'll probably end the stream, because I should probably stop streaming at some point, but this has been incredibly fun so far.
Ready?
It's still like, it's still not completely gotten old to me that like, oh my god, this code works. I can run Monkey Ball at 30 FPS on my laptop, though this is on my PC, and
Ready?
At
Go!
1080p-ish. This is not 1080p, but it's close enough. There definitely were times where skeuomorphism went too far, but what I would say is Johnny Ive went too far with getting rid of it. Like, especially like a lot of the app icons in iOS 7 and that have been kept until today are just really ugly, and you just kind of get used to it over time, but like, what the hell is that Photos app? Like, the photo of sunflower is fine. They could have drawn a like cartoon sunflower, but they didn't. Like, what the hell does the Game Center logo even mean? Like, the old logo at least gave you the feeling of games, right? The new one just bubbles. Like, what does that even mean? Like, it's also kind of ugly, and I've got used to it, and like, I still am a loyal iOS user, but like, yeah, I don't know, if I somehow became CEO of Apple, I would probably make them undo the anti-skeuomorphism a little bit.
Ready? Go!
I wonder if, like, eventually someone will care enough about this game and this emulator to try to do custom textures for it. Like, for example, making more of this environment map, the background image, or it's not an environment map, it's a, what do you call it, is it a cube? What type of texture, what is the name for the type of texture that's used here? It's a skybox. The skybox texture, I mean, it is a skybox, but like, is it a cube map? Is it an environment map? I guess it might be neither of those things. Anyway, it's a skybox. The skybox. I wonder if someone will ever try to make like an HD version because they really like playing this game in this emulator. Not me. I think there's a lot of things I might want to do, but not that.
Ready? Go!
And I think it would not be hard to add code to the emulator that just like does. It might be. It might be harder than I think, but I think it might be possible to add some code to the emulator that does texture replacement. Like basically recognize an image with a certain width, height, format, and like texture data, and then like swap it out with a different one when it's loaded. I could probably do that. Alternatively, someone might like reverse engineer the texture package format that this uses. I'm a bit confused about this, whether the texture's compressed or not.
Ready?
Because they have like what kind of looks like JPEG artifacts on them or something. But like I can tell you for sure that this doesn't use like any host OS image decoding facilities because I would have had to implement them, right? So for all I know, it's like comfortable has a JPEG implementation in it and I just haven't noticed.
Ready? Go!
But maybe it's not JPEG, maybe it's like some other texture compression format. Yeah, but the thing is, like, there is no GPU texture compression in this game, so far as I know. Yeah, like, this game, for example, does not use PVRTC. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's a port of it.
Ready? Go!
I would say it's not even the fact it's a port of the DS game, because these are new textures, I want to say. I think it's probably just that there's few enough of them that they, like, didn't need to compress it. Like, that's my guess, at least. Like, it's not like, because I mean, using PVRTC, I mean, you'd use that for download size, but you'd also use that to reduce GPU bandwidth, right? This game, I don't think it has either of those problems. But yeah, I can't tell.
Ready? Go!
I think the most messed up possible answer would be if all the images are in bitmap form, but they accidentally saved it as JPEG at some point during the production process. No, PowerVR texture compression is its own thing. PowerVR texture compression is pretty unusual, actually. Like, it's an oddball among compression formats. It works in a completely different way to basically all the other ones. It will be a fun time whenever I have to implement a game that uses PVRTC. I'll have to like decode that on the CPU and then
ready?
Replace the GL calls or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I also need to remind myself that if I do see texture artifacts, it's not because of, Oh wait, you know what it probably is? I just realized this, and it's obvious in retrospect. The texture compression artifacts possibly come from these just being paletted images. Like, they might be dithered to a palette and then upscaled, and like, when that happens, like, when it's upscaled, it's less obvious that there's like, artifacting going on. But it's like... Wait, hang on. What's my ranking like? Oh god, Gamma. I should look into that. There's a good chance that the Gamma is wrong. Like, I think...
Ready?
Like, this game should be rendering in sRGB, but it's... like, the Gamma, like, exponent is different on macOS versus Windows, so presumably it is on iPhone OS versus everything else, so... Oh, but it's also quite possible that the developers themselves fucked up the Gamma, so my emulator might be faithfully rendering things wrongly. That's everyone's favourite thing with emulators, like when, you know, the users will be like, oh, it's in the wrong aspect ratio. No, the developers designed it that way. Oh, it only runs at 30 FPS. Yes, it's a 30 FPS game. I mean, that's... Alpha compositing is one class of Gamma problem, but I think what XGF is referring to is the thing where, like, Gamma means you bunch up things in certain parts of the range. some of the noise here might not be visible if you do the correct gamma decoding, because like the noise wouldn't be invisible, it would just be scattered in such a way that it wouldn't be as noticeable.
Ready? Go!
It's funny, I've never had that problem before, but I like when you said gamma, I immediately knew, oh, that would make sense.
Ready? Go!
Oh god. I'm gonna need to use practice mode a lot if I want to speedrun this.
Ready?
I'm more consistent when playing on the controller or on the real device. I'm really not sure.
Ready?
Initially I thought this game is easier when you play it on controller, but like, at least with the way I'm simulating the accelerometer, it's just hard in different ways.
Go! Fallout! Ready? Go!
Man, you know, because I've been streaming for like 5 hours, I've also not been checking Twitter or Go to Social, which is like Mastodon but good, recently, and it seems like things are heating up because people were waking up on the like US West Coast or something. So like, oh god, there's gonna be a massive flood of notifications when I get back. Gamma sure is a thing. The color problem that really annoys me personally is
Ready?
I suppose some of you may have heard of Flux and similar things. These days Apple has it built in, I think it's called Night Shift maybe? The thing where you make like the monitor colors more orange, so that it's more like evening, like indoor light-y and less bluey light. There used to be this really annoying issue on my Mac where I had to disable it for QuickTime, because when I was in QuickTime and playing a video, the brightest white in the scene, and only the brightest white in the scene, would be rendered in the wrong color, like noticeably different from all the colors around it, like only that exact value, when color shifting was on the entire display. And I have no idea what kind of technical problem happened there, but yeah. HDR is a thing. HDR is a thing, and a thing I will never care about for this project, incidentally, because of course the early iPhone did not have HDR, and I don't have HDR either. I am playing this on a 1080p 60 monitor from like, God knows, 2011, 2013. It's a perfectly good monitor. It is lovely. I hope it never breaks, and 1080p forever. If I have to increase screen resolution at some point before we go to 1440p, and like, I won't use HDR. sRGB all the way.
Go!
Not that like HDR is bad, it's just sRGB is comfortable and familiar and never has viewing range problems. And won't burn out your backlight or whatever. And also it's broadly accessible. Like, something I love about this project is like, it's not some like elite exclusive thing that's only going to be accessible to people with super fancy hardware, right? This runs on like the kind of computer normal people have, like not tech enthusiasts and not people with more money than sense, right? Okay, have fun, Timdy. So like,
ready? Go!
And writing software that works for lots of people, not just like rich people or like people, tech enthusiasts, is important to me. Because it would be kind of like really insulting in a sort of way, like in like in terms of the like the way things should be, not in terms of like practicality, if like, you know, the iPod Touch was a relatively democratic device. It was like less than £200 if I remember correctly, which like UK pounds, which is like not I bet I'm getting that price wrong. It was like not cheap, but it's not expensive. Less than half the price of a even moderately non-terrible computer. I want the emulator to be at least as democratic as the device it is trying to emulate. You know, the problem with HDR and stuff is like, humans have this like intensity bias. They think brighter things look more colourful, and they think louder things sound better, and they think like just more intense colours are good. But it's like, you ever wish you could just like retrain your neurons to just accept sRGB as the most beautiful anything can be? Because I think that's probably the ideal to happiness in life, is to find the beauty in sRGB. Because sRGB is never gonna die.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, if only someone could find a better gamut than RGB that people could actually agree on. There's too many gamuts. Like, it's funny because it's like, it's just like, the thing is, it's like everyone kind of agrees that sRGB is a bit too limited, but nobody could agree on what should replace it, because I guess it's probably too inconvenient for monitor manufacturers. Oh god, tone mapping.
Ready? Go!
Yes, it does have symbols, but
Go!
I don't think I've looked at an app yet that doesn't. I guess the defaults in the iPhone SDK were just not to strip symbols. Something else it has a number of asserts, and I can't tell if that's because it wasn't compiled in release mode, or if it was compiled in release mode but they included asserts anyway, or they're like some special kind of assert. I'm not sure. You know, for all I know, there could be dwarf metadata in this game, and I wouldn't know. I mean, the thing is, DN debug, I assume that, like, Xcode would set that by default for release builds, so it's like, thinky face, why are there asserts in the app? But, like, I don't know what generated those asserts, like, I don't know if they're actually the normal assert macro. Oh, whatever. Yeah, you know what, looking at the artifacts I see here, I think the main artifacting is just from the fact these are like dithered, paletted images that are then upscaled bilinearly, which never looks good. I regret to inform you that Xcode was probably the most common IDE for iPhone game development. God. I need to get stage 17. I'm gonna get stage 17.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, the game dev thing is obviously to use Visual Studio, and then to have that one guy at the office with a Mac who compiles the iPhone build? I don't know if that's what game devs do. I mean, these days they probably use external build servers, but like, unless you're making a game primarily for the iPhone, I imagine you're not using Xcode as your main IDE. as much as Apple wishes you would. But in this case, oh, I should ask. I mean, there's actually no doubt in my mind what the answer is. But like, so like one of the original developers of this game, one of the people who worked on the demo and worked on it subsequently, you know, porting the code from DS and making the iPhone game. One of the developers on here earlier. I should ask them whether what IDE they were using, because I know that Xcode was the SDK for the iPhone. Like Apple were extremely clear about that. Like they show it off many times in the presentation. But like, since they already had a toolchain for like the iPod. Not the iPod Touch, the iPod.
Ready?
It wouldn't completely shock me if for some reason that wasn't Xcode based.
Fallout!
I mean, the compiler definitely isn't one of the standard Xcode compilers,
Ready?
right?
Go!
But I don't know how dog foody Apple are. Anyway,
Fallout!
since they already had an iPod code base,
Ready?
like,
Go!
and using its weird toolchain, they might have been using a weird IDE and they maybe didn't switch to Xcode. On the other hand, building an iPhone app correctly with Xcode, without Xcode is probably a pain, so yeah, chances are they used Xcode.
Ready?
II is adorable in this game. I think like the combination of the Banana Blitz music with the like DS sprites is just wonderful. Like look at this cute little monkey, and like all the monkeys are so cute. Like it's like I know that like if you're a classic monkey ball enthusiast, right, you're probably gonna think, oh, 3D models all the way. Or at least I assume some are, because like that's what the arcade game and the GameCube game do. But like the sprites are just so cute. I love the sprites in this game, which are taken from the DS game. I mean, Xcode is an IDE. It's like NetBeans or whatever, right? It's the integrated development environment for everything Apple. I mean, it does everything your average IDE does and more, because it contains the entire like macOS SDK, iPhone SDK, tvOS SDK, watchOS SDK, Apple Car OS SDK, Apple VR headset SDK, Apple Spaceship SDK, and Apple SSBM SDK. Wait,
Ready? Go!
Did I mean to say ICBM? I meant to say ICBM, not SSBM. Bold of you to say NetBeans is terrible while we are discussing Xcode. I'm joking. I've like basically never used an Xcode actually. I just know a lot of people dislike it, and I guess a lot of people just dislike it because it's a large piece of software and it's written in like Objective-C, so it probably crashes occasionally. And also it does too many things, right? Dashcode is nice. Dashcode is like really lightweight. It's like probably sharing some code with the macOS, with Xcode in terms of the UI.
Ready? Go!
Apple Super. Oh, is that why the acronym SSBM was in my brain? Yeah, no, I was sort of just joking about how it has Apple platform in it, so I just thought it would be funny to say it has intercontinental ballistic missiles. But I guess I've been thinking too much about Super Smash Brothers Melee recently, and therefore SSBM. Apple Melee SDK. Can you imagine? It's the Apple SDK for the GameCube for creating your own Melee fighter. You have to use a Melee controller to test apps. But don't worry, there's the Melee simulator.
Ready?
I love this stage. I put a little bit too much thought into what screenshots I want to show on the site, and I took so many screenshots because I think a lot of these stages are really cool, and this stage is really cool. But in the end I didn't put them all there because I'm using Dashcode I have to use this terrible linear layout, and I didn't want to like include an excessive number of screenshots. Like, as much as I love this game, I only need to demonstrate basically that it works on the site. I don't need to show it off. There's plenty of places to show off this game.
Ready? Go!
And I hope that Sega do not sue me, and Apple do not sue me. Please don't sue me, thanks.
Ready? Go!
Nice. Yes, please sue them back.
Fallout!
That's actually a thing, isn't it? Like,
Ready?
counter-suing?
Go!
It's a real legal technique. Oh, so that's Swedish.
Ready? Go!
I love levels like this where they're like trying to just like, they're just being like, go on, take a shortcut. All the shortcuts you didn't think you could take. This level, you should take one. Yes, this level is in Monkey Ball 1.
Ready?
It was actually the one level I know for sure is from another game. Like, a friend of mine not long before releasing, had a look at some of the level files and noticed that they were the same as the DS game. And because of that, and then noticed that if you look at the binary, some strings are the same as the DS game, and started realizing, oh, this is a port of the DS game. And then I hadn't realized that until they looked at it, and then I was like, oh, this explains so many things. And this game is in the DS game. Sorry, this level. And this is of course based on Monkey Ball 1, though whether it's like the exact same level data or just a level that's meant to look very similar, who knows. I doubt that the original Monkey Ball engine was ported from arcade and GameCube to iPhone.
Ready?
I mean,
Go!
yeah, I mean both companies may want reasons to sue me. I mean, like, I don't think they have good cases, but they might try. I'm just hoping they won't. I am careful not to encourage people to do anything illegal. The thing is, the only thing I'm distributing, right? I am not distributing the game Super Monkey Ball. What I am distributing is an emulator that can run Super Monkey Ball.
Ready?
Now, you could use it, unfortunately, you could use this for piracy, of course, but you could also use it for perfectly legitimate reasons. Ah yes, I finally unlocked this hidden stage. Yes, this one's cool. Love this hidden stage. Yeah, no, I deliberately don't, do not distribute Super Monkey Ball. All I do is I have screenshots, and actually I'm a bit paranoid about that, and that's one of the reasons why the screenshots are on the website, not on the GitHub repo, because I don't want, in the worst case, Sega to try and DMCA the screenshots because they arguably could do that. I mean, copyright law is surprisingly unforgiving. Or maybe not surprisingly, it's what moneyed interests always make happen. But, like, you know, is it legally safe to have a screenshot of a game that an emulator runs on a website for an emulator? Who knows? I mean, it might be fair use. There's a good argument it's fair use, but how do you know it's fair use? You actually can't know if something's fair use unless it goes to court. Hang on a second, I'm being interrupted.
Ready? Go!
My girlfriend has just reminded me that emulators did go to court once, at least once. They said Bleem, but I think it might be like, what's it called? Something Game Station? There was that emulator for the Mac, like, that was shown at an Apple event of all things, that could run, PlayStation games. Man, you know.
Ready?
That might be the one I'm thinking of, CPH, yeah, but I don't remember. I don't remember which of those it was It's funny because there's like 2 different emulators from about the same time period doing the same thing, emulating the PSX.
Ready? Go!
Okay, it was PSX. Yeah, okay. And like, yeah, I think, like, realistically, I'm not going to have the money to fund a legal defense for this, right? But like, if Apple, for example, were to sue me, like, I can argue that, like, this is a clean implementation of things. It does not copy Apple code, and that's true. And I'm pretty careful in general not to directly copy anything, even if I have access to source code, because that's like legally problematic. So yeah.
Ready? Go!
Also, like, I think, like, Sega are, like, generally pretty chill compared to some other companies. Like, if I was emulating a Nintendo game, I'd be kind of scared even if what I was doing was legal, because Nintendo would just, like, they don't have a reputation for being kind with their attitude to these things, right?
Go!
Yeah, I mean, I distribute copyrighted code, but it's copyrighted code that I am allowed to distribute under the GPL, so all code is copyrighted, but that's just me nitpicking. Virtually all code is copyrighted. Code produced by the United States federal government is not copyrighted. Thank you, NSA. Yeah, that's one of the things. One of the things I like about this project is you don't need firmware images.
Hurry up!
This emulator does contain things you can extract from firmware images, but the things that are under a license that mean I can legally do that.
Go!
God, it's still just amazing that this is working so well, right?
Ready? Go!
I still can't believe the memory usage thing. I'm gonna just check the memory usage. Like, touchHLE. Like, it's
Ready?
only 78 megabytes.
Go!
That is tiny. Like, It's funny actually because the original iPhone had 128 megabytes of RAM, but this does not need 128 megabytes of process memory to do what the iPhone did. But in fairness, this does not have to include the OS. The OS I'm using is the host OS, which is considerably more large. Man, how the hell does process memory count? Oh right, there's no banana counter because I already died on this stage. I'm using an Xbox One controller, just because it's what I happen to have.
Ready?
Beyond playing this game, I also play Final Fantasy XIV, and a while ago I was curious what playing it on a controller was like, so I got a used Xbox One controller, not the wireless model, just the one that goes via USB, and yeah, I've been using it ever since. It's pretty nice. Yeah, this should work on controllers other than this one. I should try testing it with a Wiimote, that would be funny. Not the gyro, the accelerometer. So that the first generation iPhones have an accelerometer. All like iOS devices ever had an accelerometer, and then the later ones added a gyroscope. The difference between accelerometer and gyroscope is you can use either of those for tilt controls, but like basically an accelerometer tells you how the device is accelerating, and what this basically means is it tells you, like when the device is still, it tells you what direction gravity is pointing, basically. That's slightly simplified from the physics perspective, but basically it tells you what direction gravity is pointing if the device is holding still. So if you want to do tilt controls like this, you can just look at like the way the device is, you can just look at how this apparent direction changes, and you get tilt controls. And of course a gyroscope gives you the same information. A gyroscope also tells you if the device is tilted, so a gyroscope does the same thing. But the thing is, an accelerometer also tells you about other reasons the device is tilted. Not just about gravity, but also like, you know, with a Wiimote you can do bowling, right? There's also bowling games for iOS, like those, and like some others where you just swing the device around. Accelerometer tells you about that as well. And so you might think, okay, but then why do you have a gyro? What do you need it for? Well, the problem is, it tells you about acceleration, but you can't tell the difference between acceleration from like tilting the device and acceleration from like throwing the device. So if you need to find out how it's rotated and like if it's being swung or something, then you need both an accelerometer and a gyroscope at the same time. Yes, accelerometer using things are completely useless on the ISS, or whatever, right? Like when you're in freefall, or if you, and like the ISS is in freefall.
Ready?
Go! You know, the feeling of weightlessness applies to the device as well, and the game would be completely unplayable. Good question. You know, there's a risk that it gets a divide by 0 in that circumstance, but I would guess that there's always going to be just enough error for one reason or another that it doesn't actually break. But it'd be really funny if it did. So if anyone in the chat is listening right now and they're currently preparing to go onto the International Space Station, please take an iPod Touch 1st or 2nd generation with Super Monkey Ball on it with you, so that we can conduct this important science experiment for science. You know, I could actually just test what happens if I set the acceleration to 0, but... yeah. You know, I should play around a bit with that. There's a bowling game I have on my iPod Touch, the iPod Touch I got for this project. Because, like, you know, in my Twitter thread I say like, oh, I knew that there was no way to play it and I want to change that, right? But I knew that I could get an old iPod Touch and play the game on that. what I was upset about is just
Ready?
like that's inconvenient
Go!
for me and for others. So I wanted to change that for, you know, other people. So I have an iPhone Touch. Actually, I have several. I have like 3 of them now, I think. Second generation, third generation, and fourth? Either fourth or fifth gen. And I have a bowling game.
Ready?
And you're meant to swing it, but I bet if I just tilt it in exactly the right way, really sharply, it would work as well. Because, I mean, accelerometer, it can't tell. Oh my god, yes,
Ready?
no, it would be really funny if I had a configuration setting for Earth's gravity. Oh my god, you know, I really wonder what happens if you go on to like Mars or whatever, and
Ready?
you like
Go!
and you take one of those phones with crash detection with you. Do they get confused by the
Ready?
weird gravity?
Go!
I mean, they probably wouldn't interpret that as a massive acceleration, right? But I don't know.
Go! Ready?
How have I not
Go!
done this one? The trick with this one is you have to decelerate at the peak. Oh! You also have to accelerate there as well. Yeah, that's true. Lower gravity.
Ready? Go!
Someone told me recently, by the way, that Apple Silicon MacBooks have an accelerometer in them. I cannot fathom for what reason Apple would have added this. But it is very funny. So if there's some way to access it in macOS, I absolutely have to ensure that's supported so that you can tilt your MacBook and play this game. Oh right, this is probably obvious, but like the thing about how you can't play 32-bit apps as well anymore, like modern Macs can play iOS games, so you'd think, oh, you can play old games like this, but you can't, because modern Macs can only play 32-bit iOS games. Sorry, 64-bit iOS games.
Hurry up!
I wish they could only play 32-bit ones. They can only play the 64-bit modern iOS ones. An interesting question would be, like, whether
Ready?
you could have written a high-level emulator like this that works by just, like, bridging the 32-bit code in an app like this with the 64-bit iOS support code in modern iOS, because, like, maybe it's close enough, and maybe not enough stuff has been deprecated and removed that it would work. But that is a more difficult project, and one of the things I deliberately avoided in this project is like relying on Apple APIs whatsoever, because I don't want I mean, I mentioned already that Dash code, you can't run that on modern macOS, right? I know that Apple do not have a good track record on keeping old APIs working. The risk is just too high that like they do something that breaks broke the project.
Ready? Go!
So the thing Wine is doing is I mean, what Wine is doing is basically just implementing WoW 64, right? Like, because the thing is, Wine didn't have a like true Wine 64, oh that's beautiful. So like, for those unfamiliar, WoW 64 is like so on 64 with Windows you can run 32-bit apps. How does that work? Well, a very complicated compatibility layer, right? It's not actually a given that a 64-bit OS can run 32-bit apps. It requires quite a bit of effort to make that work. And Windows has that effort, and that effort is called Windows and Windows 64. And what they do is, like, I think they basically have 32-bit libraries that, like, call into 64-bit libraries. Like, they have so-called thunking and do some translation and stuff, and various tricks like this. But Wine, from what I know, I think Wine doesn't work like that. Wine's 32-bit, they have pure 32-bit libraries. For Wine 64-bit, they have pure 64-bit libraries. And so for Wine 32-bit, you actually don't just need 32-bit 32-bit Wine libraries, you need 32-bit libraries for everything on your Linux system. You need a 32-bit graphics driver. Sorry, one second. Okay, I'm back. But like, yeah, so Wine, weirdly enough, did not until recently, until sometime in the future, implement 64-bit, 32-bit support the same way that Windows itself did. God, now I know what ReactOS does. Yeah, that's the thing. On macOS, there's no 32-bit libraries, which meant that like Wine became completely broken for 32-bit apps on macOS, which was a bigger disaster, I think, in some ways, than macOS dropping support for 32-bit macOS apps, because macOS apps are usually dual architecture, whereas Windows apps are still really common in the year of our Lord 2023 for Windows apps to be x86 32. This is Microsoft's fault. They should do fat binaries like Apple do. But they stubbornly refuse. Oh god. I'm playing so badly. How are my records looking? So these are aced except for the hidden level. These are aced. Okay, yeah, I'll play through these one more time and I promise I won't show you these levels another time if I fail. You say biggest fan, but like, I'm definitely not this game's biggest. I know that's not true. I might be this game's biggest fan, but like there's definitely a lot of other people that fondly remember this game. I've learned that much just from releasing this, because like so many people have been like, "Oh, I was scared I'd never be able to play this game again." Yeah. The textures are completely. So what I mean by compression is, like, I know there's no compression at the OpenGL layer. I'm just, like, I haven't implemented GL compressed text image 2D, so there is no way for it to use compressed GPU textures. But I don't know how the image is compressed, like, if at all, before it's sent to OpenGL, right? Christ, did I miss a banana again? I'm so confused. Is there one up there that I missed? Oh, the file format is uncompressed. Oh, okay.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, you know, honestly, I should know that because I've debugged the texture loading code at some point, and like, I do remember that it's like basically just fopen and choose text image 2D, basically. Yeah, okay.
Ready? Go!
And it's not using one of the like complex paletted formats. No, I know it's not using one of the complex paletted formats. Oh, maybe the problem is partly just that, like, for some reason they have dithered source material, and couldn't avoid that when creating the packages. But, like, wow, it's not even RLE or something. That's interesting.
Ready? Go!
I mean, it's noticeable that there are many textures that don't have obvious, like, artifacting kind of thing. So, oh, that's a good question. I have no idea. Maybe. I think I have support for that in the emulator, so it's possible it uses notes. Wait, if I have support for this in the emulator, it's probably because it uses it. Yeah, that could be it. What I do know is that the frame buffer is RGB8. Is it? I think the frame buffer is RGB8. RGBA8, actually. You say just pass the GL in the processor. Yes, but the OpenGL constant layer is a bit...
Ready?
Yes, but the thing is I do a bunch of validation in the OpenGL layer, and the reason for that is that, like, basically I'm implementing ES 1.1 on top of normal GL 2.1 compatibility profile, and like neither is a perfect subset of the other either. There are things that are not going to work, and I want to catch them rather than like getting GL get error calls that are mysterious. So like I validate every single input into the OpenGL API more or less, just to check it's something I know works, or should work at least. The other thing is, the emulator is written in Rust, and I try where possible to enforce memory safety. So the implementation of GL text image 2D is like pseudo-safe. Like I check the bounds of the guest memory. Yes, and the other really nice thing and convenient thing that I probably should like mention in a comment somewhere is that GL enums are the same between GLES and GL. And like normal GL. Like, I am able to just not care about which set I'm getting the enums from most of the time. Oh, right, the GLX protocol, right, XGF, do you know anything about... Are you familiar with the fact that Windows meta files, you know, the vector graphics format, can contain OpenGL sections? Like, they contain a serialized series of, like, not GLX, but, like, the other serialization system of OpenGL. I really want to, like, just kind of, like, as a bit for fun, like, write a tool that, like, intercepts the OpenGL calls in, like, an old game, and then turns it into a WMF file. And then find whatever ancient version of Windows actually allows this and hasn't just disabled it for security reasons. Yeah, it is very wet.
Ready? Go!
The 90s in general was a wonderful time for software. I know, I'm certain next year you've read about that like virtual machine that was implemented with NS Invocation, and not even NS Invocation, it was like NS Expression or something. It's not OpenGL, so WMF EMF is not OpenGL, but it can contain OpenGL.
Ready? Go!
Like it's one of the like types of record is an OpenGL buffer of some kind of serialized thing. I couldn't figure out when I read the documentation, which is really incomplete, about what kind of data is in that chunk. But later when I was working on this project, I think, I discovered that the like OpenGL spec used to define a serialization format, so it's probably that. Oh! I mean, the thing is, I HLP files, I mean, they were never really intended to be distributed, like, as trusted files. They're meant to be included within the exe, right? So it's like... it's just unintended consequences everywhere.
Ready? Go!
Oh my god, what? Wait, so there are... not only is there both 32-bit and 60... oh god... oh no... I'm sure though that like HTML help like supports ActiveX or something. That would like, but that's ActiveX is less cursed, isn't it? Like,
ready, go.
Why is Windows a dynamically linked library is basically an executable? Let's use it as one. Why is it that the OS? Like, they do this far too much. I mean, no, I mean, I think writing Linux help is probably fine. It's just that, like, some help files have, like, special extra stuff. Like, because I think the DLL capability is in there for like... it's stuff like, in Windows 3.1 or 95 or whatever, if you went into the, like, help for the printer options, right, there would be a button that would open the printer options for you. So, like, I don't think most help files are going to have DLLs embedded, and when they do, it's probably not going to be critical, but I'm sure there's cursed stuff that some help files do. But that's just a guess. I really know nothing about that topic. It's just, you know, intuition from remembering ancient software. Oh god, am I really... I think I can quit out after I finish the second stage, and it will still save the records, so let's just do that.
Ready?
It was the first time.
Go!
I hope so. I'll find out soon. God. You know, I'm just so happy that the stream is going the way I guess I hoped it would. Because, like, I was just planning, like, I've been planning for a while now, like, thinking, okay, when I release this, I'm gonna, like, release it, right? And then sometime after the same day, and I'm glad it was the same day in the end because I was too tired, but sometime after I'm going to stream me speedrunning? But no, actually just playing through the game. And like, wow, I could not have asked for a more successful game than this, I think. Like, this is more or less what I hoped. I'm incredibly grateful, by the way. Like, just, like, I knew, of course, that, like, oh wow, it's an iOS app and people are gonna care, but it's like, it's still like, I don't know how to deal with all the praise, to be honest. And I'm glad, and I'm just really glad people are enjoying it. And like, you know, stuff that really made my day was like, I just saw in my mentions someone saying, oh, so I just, like, downloaded this and just, like, binged through the entire game in one session, and, like, that was great. And I was like, wow, so someone actually downloaded the software, obtained Monkey Ball, surely legitimately, and, played through the entire thing. And they didn't need my help for it. The readme I wrote was sufficient, the release I wrote was good, like, everything, like, just worked the way it should have, and they got to have the experience they wanted. You know, I have succeeded. It makes me so happy. Also, like, just people who, like, are familiar with the Monkey Ball series, like, hearing this and being like, oh my god, finally I can play the iPhone Monkey Ball. I thought I'd never have the chance. It's like, right, did I get the crown? I didn't pay attention. Yeah, okay, that must mean it saved the record, right? What? Oh, but I didn't get the... What did I do? What did I do? Let's try baby. And this might be slightly easier with baby because baby is lighter. Like, unlike in some other Monkey Ball games, in this game, the choice of character does actually affect the gameplay. It controls the, like, weight and speed and stuff parameters. And, of course, means you get different cute sprites to look at. That's very important for the gameplay, obviously. Oh, cool.
Ready? Go!
Oh, God. Thank you, everyone, for watching so far, by the way. What a day. I'm still, like... So I think I mentioned earlier, I'm kind of like still kind of shocked that this like works without crashing, you know, and doesn't leak memory and runs performantly even in long play sessions. I mean, that's excellent, but it's like, and I tried to make sure of that, right? But like, you can never be sure until other people try things. But like, and also just kind of, I just don't really believe in myself that the release binaries actually work. Like, I know that I tried to ensure every single important dependency was statically linked so that you wouldn't have any like dynamic linking errors, like missing DLLs basically, on but,
ready?
Did I succeed yet? But like, yes, okay, finally. Oh, this means we can play the hidden level. Yes. Oh, that's good. That's good. I played this level before. Oh yeah, that's familiar. I think that was a tilting stage. So yeah, but like, it's amazing that like, the release binaries actually work on multiple people's computers. I'm just always scared that there's like some hidden dynamic dependency, or that it's like accidentally specific to my machine in some important way, right? Just maybe have a slower upper speed or something? This seems a bit easier than doing higher. I mean, it's kind of fitting because baby.
Ready? Go!
But like, one of the great things I found was like, shortly after launch was shortly before it was the release candidate was, hey, the x64 binary works on Apple Silicon, which is great because I don't want to exclude AR64 Mac users, but I don't have an AR64 Mac. Well, not anymore at least.
Ready?
It's,
go!
yeah, apparently this works in Rosetta, even though it does JIT and everything. So that's cool. I assume the performance is not, like, as perfect as it should be, but M1 branch predictor go burr or
ready?
whatever.
Go!
I like to believe to myself that Apple have such strong, like, hardware because they have such strong CPU cores just because everything they do is Objective-C. Because when every function call is Objective-C measures, then you better have an incredible branch predictor. Rather, branch target predictor, I think is the right word.
Ready? Go! Ready?
Also, not that I expect anyone in the chat cares, I'm not sure if I'll ever do Linux binaries, because it seems like a hassle and Linux isn't really a thing, but like, hopefully it will eventually get building on Linux reliably. I know someone's done it. A friend of mine has gotten working on 1 or 2 or 3 really weird Linux systems, but they did have to do a bunch of hacking to get that to happen. And, like, I would not be prepared to ship their patches. I want to maintain a reputation for quality just because I think it's good.
Ready? Go!
Okay.
Fallout!
Yep.
Ready?
Yeah.
Go!
Yes.
Go!
That's nice. Smooth.
Ready? Go!
You know, I haven't posted this on Twitter in a while. We'll just do that quickly. You always want to try to catch different crowds if you can. Just a sec, what's the... Okay. Yeah. Go. I am told that this project ended up on a Apple Slack very soon after I announced it, which is kind of incredible because it's like
Ready?
very few people have retweeted it, so I guess someone who follows me works for Apple, but I know multiple people who follow me work for Apple. Apple is huge, it's not that uncommon.
Fallout!
Oh good, I've already got
Ready?
my crown on this one.
Go!
Oh right, I already have crown on this one.
Go!
I do not have the focus and attention to properly speedrun right now. I'm just like
Ready?
trying to get through things quickly, but that's not the same as speedrunning. I promise I can play better than I'm playing right now. It's just I've been streaming for several hours.
Ready? Go!
The chat is still working, right? I just haven't seen any new messages in there for a while. Okay, good.
Ready?
Nice.
Go!
I remembered right, this is still familiar. Yeah, I guess I must have played this relatively recently and went back solid. Relatively recently, I mean. This level is less annoying than expected it to be. It's really easy to compensate the rotation after one pulled off, I guess. There we go, all crowned on this world. Does that show up specially on the ranking? Oh, it doesn't. That's 1 to 10, right? Okay, now 11 to 20. I should take another break. I'll be back in a few minutes or so, I guess. The reason I type this in chat, by the way, is so that if someone joins the stream, they can at least see the message. Um, Hello, I'm back, for now at least. Wouldn't it be nice if you didn't have to take breaks? Well, that's not how life works. That seems like a dangerous thing to say on this stream. I've already spent way too much time on this project without taking breaks. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's try to get somewhere into... Did I set a timer? Did I set a timer? I did not. Okay, right. It was the second set of these. Yes. Fun fact, in Monkey Ball 1.0, before some of the updates weren't very big, but the levels 11 to 20 were called the hard levels. I think renaming them makes more sense because, like, presumably people get confused and think that it's the same modified version of the same levels, which it isn't. But I don't know. Why not? I like it. Yeah.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go! Go!
You know, I hope if I reduce the volume, it doesn't affect the volume on the stream, but I've no idea.
Go!
I don't trust the volume controls to be implemented completely. I'd be surprised if they aren't.
Ready? Go!
This goddamn thing. I know this one. There's like...
Fallout!
The really
Ready?
evil bit, it's not obvious
Go!
looking at it here, but there's like a slope a bit over on that side. So while it looks like it's just a narrow passage thing, it's also an acceleration thing, and that's like just devilish combination. Yeah, you can like kind of see it here, that sloped. Why did I point at the screen? I know nobody can see it. Oh crap, I need to... yeah, okay.
Go!
AFK again. Okay, now I'm back.
Ready? Go!
You know, it's kind of funny how it plays like, it goes, ready?
Fallout!
Wait, the music doesn't stop when it's paused, right? Yeah, it's funny that it goes ready, because if you're listening to the stream in the background and wondering if I'm AFK, well, it's, it tells you ready to, so, you know, when to switch back to the stream or something. I love the announcing in this game. I need to figure out who it is though. I don't know if it's the same guy from that Nick Robinson video though. Nick Robinson. I'm not going to talk about Nick Robinson, but I feel like I can't acknowledge without mentioning that it's with someone discussed. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, but it's not like the same recordings, right? Like in the original game, it's more like, ready, go! Which is like, you know, different kind of direction, you know? But it could be the same person. You see, this is of course the Super Monkey Ball that I know, so I'm like, so this is the one that I remember, and like, this is what the Super Monkey Ball announcer should sound like to me. But then, honestly, after playing the GameCube one, I kind of, I haven't played it very much. I played it like once for like 2 hours or something. I'm like, I think the GameCube Monkey Ball has a real appeal. It's like, you know, one of the things I've been scared about a bit with this project is just like, I don't know how Super Monkey Ball fans in general feel about this game. Like, it doesn't have a lot of the Super Monkey Ball-ness. Like, it's not like, it doesn't have that kind of like fever dream-ishness that the GameCube game has. I said GameCube game, but that's like a port of the arcade game, isn't it? It doesn't have the same kind of musical aesthetic. On the other hand, this is undeniably a Super Monkey Ball game, and it has things that some people like about Super Monkey Ball in it. But, like, if you were to compare those two side by side, it's completely different experiences, I think. I want to play more of both of them, though. Oh, hi, Kawa0FOM. So unfortunately I don't currently have a system set up for using the mouse for tilt input. I could add one, it's just something I didn't do before release. I didn't think about it that much. But I'm guessing this means you just don't have a game controller. There is, so there are potential workarounds. Like, there is software out there that can, like, emulate a game controller. Unfortunately, I don't remember what, like, that's called, or what, like, a reasonably modern one is. But, like, if you, like, Google, like, simulate game controller using mouse or something, you might be able to find some software that can do it. And in that case, yeah, you could use that. I guess eventually I'll need to add some sort of way to do mouse-based,
Hurry up!
Sorry about the fact it's not available currently, it's just, I have a controller, and I'm...
Ready? Go!
Yeah, I guess it might also be that I don't think... I'm not sure if playing with the mouse it will be as good an experience, but I do want as many people as possible to be able to play whatever game, so... oh, so the thing with the mouse, right, so... my wording might be a bit bad.
Ready? Go!
Oh, hi, Did You Know Gaming? So like, so I'm assuming you mean like using the mouse to do the tilt controls, but like there is a like sort of virtual mouse, but that's for the like, so like if you use a mouse, you can use that to simulate the touch input, but right now you can't use the mouse to simulate the tilt input. But like, you know, I can definitely add it. It's not a lot of work. At some point I should probably have like a configuration dialogue or something. Cause... Ah, okay. Yeah, exactly. Let's go on time. There was a bug at some point with this where like a gong sound would play during the loading screen. Like it was because the emulator was doing something wrong, right? It shouldn't do that. But it got me kind of used to the sound of the Gongon's kind of grunts. Gongon, you know, I wonder if like maybe the defining thing about Gongon is the like most monkey-like monkey.
Ready? Go!
Let's just go quick exit. I love doing it.
Ready? Go!
Let's see if we can make this. Stabilizing yourself correctly is a really tricky skill. You know what? For the moment, let's just play something on a different world. I can come back to this later, but I want to give a bit of variety. Right, I should check the rankings, but I'm pretty sure I haven't beat Detritus does it right. Yeah. I'm really hoping that people will end up speedrunning this. I am definitely going to speedrun this, whether other people care or not, but you know, it'd be more interesting if there was some other speedruns involved. On the other hand, of course, if like serious Super Monkey Ball game speedrunners get into this, then I don't have a chance of ever being the fastest, but that's fine. It's not for the sake of like being the fastest that I want to do it, it's just this game demands to be speedrun. Skulls. They get a lot of use out of that skull. You know, I should probably like add a hack for anisotropic filtering at some point.
Ready?
Hang on a sec. You know what? Let's just quit out. You can safely do that, by the way, because the game remembers your place. I mean, it doesn't remember like the state within the level, like where you are in the level, but it remembers which level you are playing. Where are we? Here we go. I think I can like open the NVIDIA controls and like maybe, okay, maybe I can like convince it to use anisotropic filtering. So for those unfamiliar, anisotropic filtering is like this thing where like, you know when you're looking at like the ground in a game, like things get blurrier the more they're tilted away from you. If you don't have anisotropic filtering. program extending it. Let's see. What? Oh. Oh, wow, it knows. Oh, that's really convenient. Wow, what the hell? Really? Is that right? Yeah, wow. Wow. Did not expect that to work that well. Okay, let's force it to use anisotropic filtering using the NVIDIA controls. Yeah, I think this is using, I think it's using trilinear already, so that shouldn't be necessary. Let's try again. Oh, right, I need to use the, I've already forgotten how to use the thing that made this work. Configure sizer, hotkeys, control WinSeat. Yeah, here we go. Right, I don't want to have the Firefox open all the time. Yeah. Okay. Does that
Ready?
work?
Go!
It's subtle, but like the I think the boards ahead are less blurry now. Oh, hi joystick. Oh, joystick, I guess.
Ready? Go!
Hi Audrey. Yeah, this has... You know, I'd have to do a side-by-side image comparison to tell the anisotropic filtering is applied, but like, yeah, it's that. I guess since people can probably use the like graphics card settings, I'm not sure if it's worth adding a hack to force anisotropic filtering, but we'll see.
Ready?
Yeah, no, that's always like...
Go!
Yeah, like look at this. Like the checkerboard is perfectly smooth, always. Game is louder than my voice. Okay, hang on, I'll just adjust it, sorry. Oh, weird. I don't want to like adjust it too much, but like, is this better? I'm kind of just scared of like making it too quiet for some reason. Sorry. Oh, great. Glad to hear it. The classic problem of when you're streaming, you don't get your own audio mix. It's like playing in a band or whatever. Except... Yeah, anisotropic filtering works, that's nice.
Hurry up!
Are you sure they're upside down, DC Nick? Because upside down is the correct orientation for OpenGL. GL text image 2D loads the bottom row first, and the top row last. So that's actually the correct orientation if it's GL text image 2D. But a lot of people don't expect this, so they get confused, and then they then have to flip their texture coordinates. This problem, incidentally, does not exist if you use BMP files.
Ready? Go!
It's kind of just a classic, honestly, it's probably a meme amongst graphics programmers that this happens, like with the coordinates being wrong. Just for so long, the graphics industry has just dealt with APIs all having different coordinate systems and you're just having to flip them constantly, and that's now finally changing. I think Metal, Vulkan, and DirectX 3D12 all use the same one, but oh god. What? You could do that? You could just set a negative pixel
Hurry up!
Oh my god. Can we do it?
Perfect!
Bananas in chat, folks. Bananas in chat. Oh crap, I accidentally paused for some reason.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, okay. I should really, I should take some screenshots for the site with anisotropic filtering on because, oh yeah, Monkey Ball with anisotropic filtering is great.
Ready? Go!
One line before the oh, right, yeah, that makes sense. I love unsafe integer arithmetic. Wow, it's amazing how not blurry everything suddenly is. It's like, I didn't really notice the blur at all because I think my brain has just accepted that like anisotropic filtering is not a real thing. Which is weird because real life is not like that.
Ready? Go!
Oh, I guess Super Monkey Ball Adventure is like Star Fox Adventures or something, like where like the brand becomes popular enough that they start making spin-offs that have questionable relation to the series.
Ready? Go!
Oh no! I just realized that the fact that the anisotropic filtering is working so well now is like confusing my sense of depth because I think I've just gotten a like mental idea of how far away things are based on how blurry they are, and that's now completely broken. God. There's some racing games that could really be improved by anisotropic filtering, more so than Monkey Ball. Like, Monkey Ball, bizarrely enough, despite the checkerboards everywhere, I think it's not necessary for it to have it, it's just nice to have. But like, there's some racing games that like, they're doing like, mid-level offset stuff, I think, which is just like really ugly.
Ready? Go!
Why did I say mid-level offset? That's not what they're doing. They're doing like, well, they could start by having trilinear filtering instead of fucking, bilinear with nip selection. Everyone thinks that looks ugly. Why am I trying so carefully to get the bananas? I've already gotten these in this world. Yeah, so, I went into the NVIDIA control panel and I turned on anisotropic filtering for this because like Monkey Ball has lots of flat surfaces, and so if you turn on anisotropic filtering they'll look less blurry when they're tilted like away from the camera, which is positive at the time. Because I just wanted to see if it would work, and yeah, it looks cool. I should probably eventually add a hack to the emulator itself that does the same thing, because like, I don't know, not everyone has an NVIDIA graphics card or whatever. I mean, Intel's settings probably do the same thing, but like... Oh, right, it's the sixth one. Which is the sixth one? Oh, right, that goddamn one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, what if I... Wait, which records are we looking at? I do wish they'd tell you whether you've done all the things on the wall, gotten all the crowns on the world, like on the world select screen, but it's a minor complaint. Oh, 11 to 20 is not on that, okay. What about I? I like I. I is very Genki girl.
Ready? Go!
Is this the one that you can just fall through?
Fall out!
I'm like... I don't know if I've ever tried
Ready?
it, but I'm pretty sure that you can just fall straight from the start of the stage to the end and like skip just everything. But I don't know what angle I
Ready?
need to...
Go! Fall out! Ready? Go! Fall out! Ready? Go!
You know, I'm not gonna be Twitch streaming every day or anything. This is quite cool. Ah!
Fall out!
Come on.
Ready? Go! Go! Ready?
Yeah! I have like surprisingly much energy to do this today, and I feel like it helps in playing a game that isn't particularly demanding. Like, Super Monkey Ball isn't easy, but it's like not mentally taxing exactly in the same way some other things would be to play. Also, you know, I'm getting to talk about something I love, so that's nice. Oh, okay. This level's evil. Like, that was so uncertain. Oh, there we go. Hurry up, go!
Ready? Go!
This level is slightly overfamiliar to me because, just this level, it's in the Super Monkey Ball, it's in Super Monkey Ball Lite, the demo version of this game, and why have I played SMB Lite so many times? I think I was maybe hoping there was some kind of exploit I could get in it. Oh god, I do.
Ready? Go!
Crown! That's good. Det är bra. Hey. I'm curious where his background's from.
Ready?
Come from. I don't think.
Go!
I'm guessing, but they look too simple to be like something from Banana Blitz, right? But maybe they are. Maybe Banana Blitz has this, but also like a lot of level geometry. I don't know. I haven't played Banana Blitz. Kind of want to play it, mostly just so I can listen to the music. But I can listen to the music any day on YouTube. So.
Ready?
Oh well.
Go! Fall out!
Right, this is one of the ones where you have to fall through the...
Ready?
No, it's not one where you should fall through.
Fall out!
This is one where sometimes you should fall through the hole. Let's go back to the best world. I am sure I have some unfinished ones on volcanic holes.
Ready? Go!
Ow!
Fall out! Ready?
Something that slightly annoys about me about this game, and again it's a nitpick, is that you can't adjust the announcer sounds independently of the other sound effects.
Ready?
Like, they have a music slider and a sound effect slider, but there's no like,
Ready?
there's not like a slider for
Fallout.
the different kinds of sound effects.
Ready? Go! Fallout. Ready? Go! Go! Ready? Go!
I just like orange and black. I just think what I think. I just think it's good.
Ready?
Ah, skulls.
Go!
Skulls and rotating wheel. Yes, this is just very good level design. Good level design is when it looks cool, not when it's functional. I'm sure many level designers would disagree. And they'd be correct, so I'm just saying. The aesthetic in this game is really good. Like, the levels, like, honestly, I think the game is compelling in part just because of, like, how in some ways it doesn't try very hard with the graphics. Like, very simple polygons but with pretty textures. Like, beats, like, really complicated polygons that aren't particularly interesting.
Go! Fallout! Ready?
What's the trick?
Go!
You need to be patient. It's not one you can just blaze through. There's no trick to it.
Fallout!
Let's try the later levels. I feel like I'm not as bad at this game. I suspect that feeling is wrong because I remember the successes and not the failures. It's so cool. I love that set piece. It may not achieve like much in terms of the gameplay, but it just feels cool to roll through. What? Christ, have I not gotten the crown on this already? Ow.
Ready? Go!
You see, this is actually a great way to relax, for two reasons. Firstly, I just think this game is fun to play. I'm sure none of you have guessed that at this point. The other reason is, for as long as I'm playing this game, I don't have to check Twitter and go to social, and therefore I don't have to respond to even more replies about this project. Not that I dislike replying, it's just time-consuming and at least a little bit stressful. I really appreciate all the support everyone's given me. It's just, you know, it's Oh, the sky's put. Wow.
Ready?
Wait, is this the same background as all the other levels, or did it change? Is it not the same skybox in all levels? It just looks... Or am I just noticing it more than normal? ground looked really cool. Yeah. What's AF?
Hurry up!
Did I say anisotropic filtering? I don't know.
Time over!
Time over will prevent me getting the crown on this.
Ready? Go!
I mean, I do have anisotropic filtering on, but the thing I was noticing was like the skybox, which, you know, isn't affected. Well, at least any competently implemented skybox is not going to be affected.
Go! Ready?
Maybe all the stages really do just look the same, I just didn't notice. I'm just appreciating the skybox right now more. It's really cool. I love the purple at the top and the kind of like mist at the bottom. Does this have proper moving platforms, or can it move out from underneath you? Oh, look. Oh, I got crown already. Okay.
Ready? Go!
You know, I've listened to this song a bunch, just in the OST for some reason, despite not having heard it much in game. But it's such a different experience to like hear it with this like aesthetic attached to it, because like people always just like pair like OSTs of Banana Blitz with just like images of Monkey Island. And I mean, Monkey Island is great, I love Monkey Island, but you know, Monkey Island has a different aesthetic from all the other worlds.
Hurry up! Go!
Oh, I missed something.
Ready?
Okay,
Go!
this thing. I remember there's some like devilish acceleration at the end. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the skybox is definitely not changing between them. It's cool. It's definitely cool. What's the stream doing?
Ready? Go!
I do feel like there's a lot of stages in this where like the design concept was just like, wow, this looks really cool in overhead view, and I think that's a perfectly good way to design a stage, as long as you can make sure it's actually playable and, you know, somewhat difficult. But most of all, fun. Oh look, I'm really close to the bottom right now, you can get a really good look at it. I love the star effect.
Ready? Go!
One of the things you could do with controller that I think is much harder to do with a real device, and is why obviously this couldn't be the same speedrunning category as like real device, is just like you can like move really slowly and okay maybe you can't but like you can generally manage that, which is really hard on a real device.
Go!
How are the records looking right now? Space case. That's the space case. I know it would probably be more efficient to play the same level over and over again, but I want to have some like variety in what I'm doing.
Ready?
Incidentally, you can play the same level over and over again. You don't have to play them in sequence, but the thing is, you can only play the same level, not in sequence, in practice mode. And in practice mode, you don't get rankings, which is, yeah. I wonder how justifiable it is that games do that, but that's what this game does. And it does add a bit of a challenge, I think. It's maybe not a bad thing. Like... it's a game you'll have more fun with if you can play a level consistently, rather than just fluking it.
Go!
Now,
Ready?
you know,
Go!
I think most of the... I wish the background images were a little bit less blurry, but it's not a big deal, right? But Space Case, you know, I wish the stars like kind of looked like stars, because they're blown up so much, they just like look like mushy dots, right? They don't even look like dots. It could really benefit from higher resolution, but yeah, that's life. Oh wow, that's... wow. How are we doing? Okay.
Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go!
Oh, you know... you know what, I think it would be really cute if, it would be really cool to replace the music in this game with the music from the DS game. Because after all, it's
Ready?
a
Go!
port of the DS game with, you know, heavy modifications, right? I mean, it's not like marketed as a port, but that's where the engine comes from at least, and some of the levels. And the So, but like something people who aren't that familiar with Super Monkey Ball might not know is that all the music, the Banana Blitz, the music from Banana Blitz that's used in this game is, I believe, like remixes of the corresponding songs in the DS game. So like the Monkey Island one, there's a Monkey Island DS game, it's the same melody. And I really, really like the Banana Blitz Monkey Island one, but the DS one, it has its own charm. And I guess if you got sick of the music, the Banana Blitz music, you could switch to the DS music. I think that would be cool. Thank you everyone for lurking.
Ready? Go!
Also, like, I am gonna like archive the stream because I mean I didn't expect the developer to get in. Ah, hi. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, there's a lot of iOS games there's a lot of iOS games early iOS games people care about, and then there's like a small subset of those that I myself remember because, you know, I didn't have tons of money, I was a child, and I, you know, only had a limited taste in games, but there's a bunch of different things I want to get money, and I can, while I can't give you any promises on how many games this will eventually support, it's really hard to say. Super Monkey Ball will not be the last. I'm gonna like try to
Go!
So my immediate plan is to take just a break in general from this project because I've been spending too much time on it for a while. Not necessarily for a long time, right? But a week or something would be a longer break than I've had from this project so far, right? And then I'll have to start thinking about what's the next game I want to get working, because it's both it's a partly arbitrary, partly technical choice. The arbitrary part is, what's a game I care about, what's a game that feels worth doing, and the technical part is, what's a game that's like similar enough to Monkey Ball at a technical level that it should be like not too much work. I'll be honest, one thing I'm currently tempted to do is just see like there was that gimmick app thing, lots of gimmick apps. I remember the early days of gimmick apps called iPint and various clones of it, iBeer and all that. Like, I don't remember which was the original. I'm just remembering the first name that comes to mind. But like, where like it simulated a glass of liquid, usually beer, but there was also like a soda version, I think. And like, you know, you'd use the accelerator to tilt the device, and then the liquid would slosh around and froth and turn with the device, right? I get the feeling that one of those might be really easy to port, because those happened really early, and also like, you know, it's not as complex as Monkey Ball. But it's probably fairly similar at a technical level, so I might try to get one of those running just to say I have a second app running. But I don't know. It really depends how easy it turns out being. I definitely do want to focus on like non-gimmick apps, but if gimmick apps can work too, or are easy to add, then sure. Flappy Bird. People keep asking about Flappy Bird. I have not looked at Flappy Bird in Ghidra. I don't know how hard that would be. It's a bit late. Like, it's from like 2012 2012, 2013 or something. So like 5 years in, which means like it probably relies on a lot of like iOS system stuff that I just don't have because I'm focused on like really early days, like Monkey Ball. But who knows? I should have a look at it sometime. I have lost track of how many people ask me about Flappy Bird, but like it's 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, Angry Birds. If I can find an early enough version of Angry Birds, that would be interesting. The problem with Angry Birds is that Angry Birds was successful. So like, there's like, because I have looked for Angry Birds versions of Angry Birds before, and like, you know, I think I downloaded it legitimately right at some point. But like, the problem is it's successful, so like the app has been updated many times, and like, I feel like the app, I guess it probably has like every app feature under the sun at this point because it's been updated so many times. Like, I don't know, maybe it's not as difficult as I fear, but yeah, if I can find an early version of Angry Birds, I can get it running. Incidentally, I happen to know Angry Birds is like, I know people who are who work on GPUs for a living, who are very familiar with Angry Birds because it's like such a simple game. It's like it's like the perfect thing to test a brand new GPU in development with. Oh, cool. Well, that was improved a bit. Which set of stages was that? That wasn't the last ones, right?
Ready? Go!
I don't know if I mentioned this already, I probably did, but you can, if you want to, replace the music in this game with the music from Banana Blitz, just like higher quality versions of the same songs. It's, if I remember correctly, it's slightly tricky because you need to ensure it's a specific kind of WAV file, but like, you can kind of do it and it works. Angry Birds. Angry Birds for Symbian.
Hurry up!
No way. That wasn't the original target, right? Like, that was a late game thing when they were just trying to be nice to Nokia, I guess. Oh no. Oh right, cause
Ready? Go!
Rovio, or whatever they're called, a Finnish, right? Rovio. I don't remember. Poor Rovio, because like, you know, they also made some games that weren't Angry Birds. Games that possibly were better than Angry Birds, but you know, you don't pick your successes, right?
Go! Ready? Go!
Wow, have I not gotten this one yet? That's weird. Did I fall off? Nemo! Oh my god!
Ready? Go!
That's the thing that got folded into Migo eventually, right? And then came Tyson?
Go!
God, there's so many old mobile OSs that people just will never remember. Like,
Ready?
you know, obviously it's important to preserve games like this, but it's also like people like remember that the iPhone existed, right? Because it was successful, but like, who's gonna remember WebOS in 10 years? Who's gonna remember Maymo of all things? Oh god. Unmerged branches.
Go!
Tyson. Oh my god. That's just brutal. You can't just say that. And then these days there's like fuck, KaiOS. KaiOS, the problem with KaiOS is it's actually successful. Man, it's kind of annoying that like WebOS, that like there's multiple web browser OSs. There's WebOS, which was WebKit based I assume, and then there was
Ready?
there was Firefox OS, which was
Fallout! Ready? Go!
is Tizen just where like mobile Linux code goes to die? Because like when it is the product of so many merged efforts, I assume that this whole must be much less than the sum of its parts. Especially when the mergers are the result of failures. Like it's never a good sign.
Go!
Bonus stage!
Ready? Go!
Oh crap.
Fallout!
I feel
Ready?
more than branding, but oh god. See, but that's the thing, that's even worse in some way. Yeah, like... You know... Yeah, I can't help but be sad about what happened to Palm. Because, I remember
Hurry up!
the old Palm PDAs. It gives me a fondness for that company. They were good devices. Oh god.
Ready? Go! Fallout!
Oh wow.
Ready? Go!
What the hell? This game is still so stable. Like, how long have I been playing now? I mean, okay, I did restart the process because I switched to
Ready?
anisotropic filtering, but like, what the
Go!
hell? Like, it's not weird that it's stable. It's just, you just don't,
Ready? Go!
like,
Fallout!
when you're an emulator developer, you get used to things crashing and being broken
Ready?
all the time. It's hard to accept in your heart that something actually works properly.
Go!
Nearly simultaneous release on Symbian and
Ready?
Android. God.
Go!
Oh god. Cursor, wait, just that's distracting. How had I not? Oh, time limit, that's the devil at this stage. It's not that it's hard to navigate through a maze, it's just it's hard to do it in time.
Hurry up!
Oh no!
Time over!
Damn! Hi Luna!
Ready? Go!
The Nokia Nate. The Nokia Nate. No, it's the N8, but like I remember it as the Nate.
Goal! Ready? Go!
Christ, have I not gotten this one yet? This one is basically the same as that earlier stage with the line of bananas along the middle, except for this time it has the bumpy things. Don't know what they're called.
Goal! Ready? Go!
You know, it's funny, like, surprisingly few people have complained about the text rendering in this game to me. Not in this game, in the emulator to me. Like, when you have like a letter that kind of like extends a bit to the left, like a W or an A, it kind of like nopes the letter it's overlapping with out of existence when this emulator renders text right now, because blending was effort and I didn't want to do effort. But like, when you're reading quickly you don't notice stuff like that. It does look a bit amateurish, I'll admit. I suspect I will not be hearing any complaints from Japanese-speaking users about the text splitting. This is a joke about how none of the letters in Japanese overlap each other.
Fallout! Ready? Go! Fallout!
I'm
Ready?
gonna complete this without dying.
Go!
Nope.
Fallout!
What's the first one that I haven't aced yet? I aced these, right? Yeah. It's a letter set, right? Okay, let's try these again. What's this doing?
Ready? Go!
Wait, did I already click? I don't remember. Yeah, it was the other ones, okay. There are many things which touchHLE can do, but one thing touchHLE cannot do is deal with the user interface
Ready?
being slightly frustrating.
Go!
Though a friend of mine did send me a video file where they like had edited the menu XML in Monkey Ball so that the menu background was rotating, and it was quite funny. So maybe with sufficient efforts you could like tweak the UI slightly, but that wouldn't actually solve the real problem, which is that there are too many screens involved. I doubt that's something the XML controls.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
I bet it's easy to, it's possible to go through that really confidently, but I was not confident. And I need to know like what angle it was ahead of time. I really like the little like lamp post thing in this world. It's a nice decoration. It's just this game is very charming.
Ready? Go!
Oh, right, I already did this one.
Go! Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Slash pet in Final Fantasy XIV is like slash streichen in German, which doesn't quite sound quite as soft. But I have learned that it is streichen. German is like that. It compensates by being easy to understand though. Sometimes.
Ready?
It's sometimes harder to understand, obviously. But like, at least German actually uses compound words rather than like importing a word for everything.
Ready? Go!
What? I haven't gotten all the... Oh, it's because I just skipped to the end every time, I guess. Right, this level is fun because it kind of traps you in the route. Like, if you take the wrong route at the start, you cannot go back and recover those bananas. Oh, it's 3. Yes, that makes sense. I don't know why I didn't make that connection before.
Ready? Go!
By the way, just excellent username, Ember.
Ready? Go!
Oh, right, this one! Like, kind of bones, or what would you even call these? Bones, spanners, wrenches, something like that. It's like a kind of stick that, like, an acrobat uses that looks like this, right? Don't know what that's called. Oh, hey, right, that means I got crown on all the levels, that's good. Hell yeah. Cool. I will post on Twitter again. Let's choose what to go to next. So this is all cleared. I know that. Oh, I cleared the bonus stages. Yeah, okay, cool. To try to this one. Oh, that's not too hard. We can do that. I'm involving you, the viewer, in this collaborative monkey ball experience.
Ready?
Not to be confused with we in an open source project, which is I want to be prepared in advance if I end up with a second contributor. Oh.
Fallout! Ready? Go!
You know, this game is a very, like, pure cultural object, I think.
Ready?
Like,
go!
they had enough time to make a good game. They didn't have enough time to bloat it with things it didn't need.
Fallout! Ready? Go!
Auspuff. Yeah, I am probably going to archive this stream, by the way. I mean, I kind of have to, because, like, an unexpected event happened in it. I guess if it becomes really problematic, then I can probably censor the chat at some point.
Ready?
If anyone needs me to.
Go!
It doesn't seem like anything like sensitive has been in the stream, except for just the like general privacy thing of, oh, you see the chat. Yeah, I don't know.
Ready? Go!
If I was a lawyer, I would talk about reasonable expectations of privacy, but I am not an asshole. I try not to be at least. Bananas. So one of the very important one of the very important monkey ball things that this game does not have is sponsorship by the doll company. There are no doll logos in this game whatsoever, and I think that's a shame. I mean, not that I love commercialism, but you know, it would be cool if it had the doll company in it, like like the first monkey ball game does. Oh good, I already got this.
Ready? Go!
Sufficiently straight line, it should be possible. Oh. Sufficiently straight line,
Ready?
not that one maybe.
Go!
Oh wow.
Ready? Go!
I'm definitely gonna have to provide the Game Center APIs, because otherwise the apps will crash, but I'm not gonna like actually implement it, because like, from what I remember, Game Center doesn't like do anything important, just like achievements and stuff. So it's probably simple to stub out, probably, I'm hoping.
Ready?
It wasn't used for like matchmaking, was it? Maybe it was, I just don't remember that ever happening. Oh really? It was done. There was some matchmaking? Okay, that might be more complex. Yeah, it's the thing, it's like, I'm familiar with games using Game Center. I mean, the thing with Game Center games is just like, you open a game and then it says, "Welcome back, Hikae no Yume," and you're like, wow, I am welcomed back, thanks. And then you completely forget it uses Game Center unless you get an achievement, which, honestly, I'm not sure I've ever gotten in a game on iOS. Honestly, I think if I was making a game, I might advertise it as a feature that doesn't use Game Center, because it's just annoying. Yeah, I guess,
Ready? Go!
I guess we'll see if it has to be implemented at some point.
Ready? Go!
Well, nobody said it would be a cake walk, or a cake roll, or a cake monkey roll.
Go! Ready? Go! Ready?
Oh, right, since I'm not going to get it started, I may as well quit. Yeah... I guess I'll come back to that one later. Ranking detritus. Oh, okay, yeah, second set of levels, that seems more interesting. Let's be the girl this time.
Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go!
You know, I'm getting a flip phone soon.
Ready?
And I want to see if I can put this emulator to it, but it's going to be what we might euphemistically call a journey, if so, because that flip phone can't run 64-bit Android apps. I think like all good modern smartphones, like practically all modern smartphones, it does have 64-bit Android on it, but 64-bit Android and the ability to run 64-bit apps are sadly not the same thing. Well, it depends what you define as 64-bit, I guess.
Ready? Go!
Also, as mentioned a few times, I really want to put this together simply. But that's also going to be a challenge and a half. A bit less of a challenge, but still...
Ready?
Life can be a challenge. Life can seem impossible. But it's never easy when there's so much on the line. That's a famous quote by Herman Cain from the Pokemon movie. This doesn't have two moving platforms. I see. Or rather, it doesn't have moving platforms that move you. You just rotate with the platform. Oh, but that's great! I didn't realize you could just stand still. Oh my god! No. No.
Ready?
Falling off with 10. Getting 10 out of 10 bananas and then dying is just the worst feeling.
Ready? Go!
What? Oh. Oh, I see. How did that happen?
Ready? Go! Fallout!
I am not trying
Ready?
very hard right now.
Go! Fallout! Ready? Go!
The black square, by the way, is the cursor. It's just...
Go!
yeah, it just looks like that. So it's the easiest way to implement it.
Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Hey, at least I got £1.
Ready? Go!
Most efficient way to do this. It's to go in one go. Oh.
Fallout!
Yeah, you can probably get all the bananas at once and complete it.
Ready?
Go at just exactly the right time and exactly the right speed.
Fallout!
Oh,
Ready?
when you speed up the camera spin, does that affect the spin of the platform?
Fallout!
That might be important for speedrunning.
Ready?
I'm not sure, but I want to say that the platform spins independently of the camera, so you can affect the platform's position at the time you spawn into the level by changing how long you hold the camera for. Because when you hold on the finger on the screen, or the mouse button in this case, you the fly-in goes quicker, so I will have to remember that for speed running.
Ready? Go!
What? I don't have 10 out of 10 on this level. Detritus Desert.
Ready? Go!
Okay, cool. That's done. The only two I missed up. That was the latter set of levels. Yep. Then there's the volcanic pools. What's this doing? Badly. Okay. Good for me. I like volcanic pools. I mean, I like all of them, but yeah, I just like the aesthetics here. Hang on a second, I should just check how the stream is doing. Cool, people are still watching. Thank you for sticking around, by the way. Yep.
Ready? Go!
I don't know if I'm gonna get crowns and everything by the end of the stream because I will eventually need to eat, and that is a good time to like stop. And also, obviously, I'm getting more tired as the stream progresses. But
ready?
yeah, I'm enjoying myself.
Fallout! Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go! Fallout!
Possible motives for writing a monkey ball emulator.
Ready? Go!
In order to become good at monkey ball.
Go! Ready? Go!
Can you skip this somehow? There's like... There's no good jumping off point is the problem. I think he'd just die, but...
Go! Ready? Go!
Yes, more or less. Hi, Fennec. Yes, I've been playing this for about 7 hours straight. Something like that. I am going to,
Ready?
I have taken some breaks.
Go!
I will end the stream eventually. But... Oh no.
Fallout!
Yeah, this level is hard.
Ready?
The thing is, it made it seem like, oh, you just have to counteract the rotation, and yes, you do, but the problem is if you get to... You have to counteract hard and at the right time, because if you don't, then you just immediately fall.
Ready?
So it's kind of
Go!
tricky.
Fallout! Ready? Go!
Yeah, you know what? What? Oh!
Go!
And I was about to give up.
Ready? Go! Hurry up!
Perfect!
Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready?
Can you just...
Go!
Oh, yes, you definitely can do this that way.
Ready?
You definitely can just bounce on skulls. But
Fallout!
getting the... But actually doing
Ready?
that well and reliably is probably...
Go!
Oh, there we go. Yes. Speedrun strat.
Ready? Go!
Ah, this one's so good. Wait, I didn't get this one before. Something that's interesting to me is that like
Ready?
this doesn't have
Go!
the what I understand to be the traditional like Super Monkey Ball like ending. Not like there's normally like a ball that opens with like confetti inside it and like gates at the end of the level. But in this game, instead it has a portal. And what's really interesting is I know that they had the like more traditional Super Monkey Ball thing earlier in development, like. Because the demo that they showed off at the Apple event, that had the normal Monkey Ball thing, presumably ported from the DS game. It looks like it's in the DS game, but I'm not completely sure. But then the shipping game has this portal, and I'm just like, it's interesting that they changed it. I think one benefit of the portal is it provides a really clear and easy target. Maybe it was a usability thing, or maybe they just thought it looked cool, and that's cool too. But it's an interesting, like, it's a place where they had the choice, where they tried doing the traditional Monkey Ball thing and chose not to do it. That's volcanic pools. Stages 1 to 10, 11 to 20, like different. What's Space Case like right now? Space Case is hard, but I'm gonna do more Space Case.
Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go!
so I'm gonna archive this and I'm gonna upload it to YouTube, and I guess I'll upload it with a name something like touchHLE release celebration stream, which is technically what it is. It's just like I want it to have a stream that like gives it useful context as to what it is, even though nobody said this was a release celebration. I doubt anyone's gonna... I'm gonna be impressed if someone actually watches the full stream, but yeah.
Ready? Go!
I want it there. It's not because like the whole content of the stream is that interesting. Certainly some parts of it are a lot slower, like right now. But like I want people to be able to enjoy the it's kind of an interesting proof of emulator stability, among other things.
Go! Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
This game is
Go! Ready? Go! Ready? Go! Go! Ready? Go!
Who invented bonus stages and why? They're cool, they're an interesting break in the action, but
Ready?
what was the first game to have them, and why do I feel like this is an arcade thing in some way? Oh no.
Fallout! Ready? Go! Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go!
silly.
Ready? Go!
Yeah,
Ready? Go!
surely I can get this one done.
Fallout!
Okay, this is slightly hard.
Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go!
Oh, this is one of those positions where you can get stuck. That's cool. Ah, right, that's the trick. You have to jump out of it with a bit of speed. That's right. It's fun getting stuck. You can like rotate the camera more freely than normal.
Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go! Fallout!
What if I dies, I die
Ready?
in real life?
Go!
Not really, but maybe, I mean, I end the stream if I die again. No, or rather, if I get to the continue screen again, I think that would be...
Go!
Oh yeah, by the way, the miles
Ready?
per hour meter is
Go!
funny because in Japanese version it says kilometers per hour, but it's exactly the same numbers in both. They're not doing any actual unit conversion, though I mean I'm kind of skeptical of the meaning of that meter in any case. Cool. I think let's try to get to the last set of Space Case levels, and then I will call it a day.
Ready? Go!
Nice.
Ready? Go!
It would be kind of nice if we could use like pixel art scaling for the like nearest neighbor scaling for the sprites and like different scaling for the other textures, but need to I don't know, maybe it wouldn't work out so well. Oh, the challenge here is basically the time limit, I see.
Hurry up! Go!
Hey, there we go.
Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Oh, I might just do this. Hey, that's a big improvement.
Ready? Go!
Nice! Oh, that looks so nice. The neon effect going past the
Ready?
camera.
Go!
This is one of those damn slope levels. You know, this is that's one of the great things about Monkey Ball. It's like one of those games where gradients are not just cosmetic; they're key to the gameplay. So like, lots of games where you can walk anywhere on any gradient and it doesn't affect your movement speed at all. Not this game. Oh my god.
Ready?
That's frustrating.
Go! Fallout! Ready? Go!
Such
Fallout! Ready? Go! Fallout! Ready? Go! Go! Ready? Go!
to navigate the maze as quickly as possible.
Hurry up!
Right. I missed a banana over there.
Go!
That's the problem with the maze.
Ready? Go! Fall out! Ready? Go! Go!
Got this one.
Ready?
I'm gonna give this
Go!
an earnest attempt, but it's probably not going to be the one that succeeds. Yep.
Fall out! Ready?
Damn gears.
Go!
There must be a way that...
Fall out!
not a way that I know.
Ready? Go!
This stage...
Go! Ready?
Why haven't I got this one?
Go!
This one, it's slightly tricky. It's the stuff. It's not... Oh.
Fall out!
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, it's the...
Ready? Go!
yeah, the gradient in two directions.
Fall out!
I'm sure if I was a bit more careful or I
Ready?
wanted to practice mode, I could do this,
Go!
but...
Fall out! Ready?
eventually.
Go! Fall out! Ready? Go! Fall out!
Okay, so I have to accelerate up
Ready?
that slope. That's
Go!
nasty.
Fall out! Ready? Go! Fall out!
Okay. You die in Monkey Ball, you die in real life. Let's see how far I got before the end of the stream. Monkey Island. Wish I could beat that stage, but I've never figured out quite how to do it. It's too hard. But hey, everything else I got a crown on. I have the crown on every other level in Monkey Island. I have the crown on all of these levels in Smooth Sherbet. And all of these levels, so all of the Smooth Sherbet levels. I have the crown on almost all of these in Detritus Desert. Detritus Desert later part. This is a thing. This is a thing. I'm not going to tell you where you can find a so-called legal backup on this stream because I don't want to be sued by Sega. Okay. Oh, that's nice. That's a pleasing T-shape. that's what we managed to get done before the end of the stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in for this shockingly long-lived stream. And thank you for your interest in the project, and thank you for chatting and being here. And yeah, I'm going to try to rest for the next week rather than like work on the project more, but I promise Monkey Ball is not the last of what I'm planning. Yeah, thank you.